Chapter 1. The IQ Recharge System. Refresh. 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 Chen Zhao incessantly clicked his mouse, staring fixedly at the computer screen, his efforts so intense that he almost crossed his eyes. The results of the midterm exams were about to be released, with the online portal opening in just 1 minute. His heart raced as he thought, could this be his moment to turn things around? After a week of cramming, surely his scores would improve a little. Finally, after yet another refresh, the score query page was no longer blank. A long string of data appeared. Name: Chen Zhao. Chinese: 79150 fail. Mathematics: 46150 fail. English: 51150 fail. Comprehensive science: 91,300 fail. Total score: 267750. Chen Zhao's heart sank as he scanned the numbers. The miracle he hoped for did not materialize. His scores remained abysmally low. For this midterm exam, his hopes for a turnaround had vanished, and he had only managed to stick to the bottom. Looking at the 2 lines of data below filled him with despair. Class rank: 6262. Grade rank: 12431245. Last in class and third from the bottom in the entire grade. A record low for his rankings. Chen Zhao closed the score query page and gulped down the remainder of a soda beside him. He then got up, passing through the smoky internet CAF, and stepped out onto the dimly lit street, making his way home. The sky was shrouded in darkness, and the streetlights flickered dimly as a steady stream of cars surged forward. At 18 years old, Chen Zhao was a student in his senior year at the city's No. 2 high school. He was an ordinary-looking boy from a typical family, one of the countless unremarkable faces among the throng of students. As a child, he had dreamed of becoming an astronaut, a scientist, a writer, or even a celebrity, yearning to be a successful person who commanded attention. Yet now, he had almost entirely given up on these unrealistic dreams. With just 100 days left until the fateful college entrance exam, he was languishing at the bottom of his class. Given his current predicament, there was no way Chen Zhao would be admitted to any university after the entrance exams. Even if a university were to accept him, it would undoubtedly be a dubious one. With his spirits low, Chen Zhao returned home, collapsing onto his bed in exhaustion and drifting off to sleep. Perhaps the pressure was too much. In the depths of his slumber, he suddenly heard a voice. Host binding successful. System activation. Your IQ balance is insufficient. Please recharge as soon as possible. Dazed and confused, Chen Zhao initially dismissed the voice, but it continued to echo relentlessly. Your IQ balance is insufficient. Please recharge as soon as possible. Your IQ balance is insufficient. Please recharge as soon as possible. Your IQ balance is insufficient. Please recharge as soon as possible. Even in the depths of sleep, hearing that monotonous voice repeatedly prevented him from resting. Chen Zhao flung off his covers, sitting up in bed with bleary eyes, trying to locate the source of the sound. After a moment of searching, he looked down at his hand. What caught his attention and jolted him awake was a ring. A shiny silver ring perched on his left pinky. He tugged at it, but despite his efforts, it wouldn't budge. What on earth was this? He had never bought or worn any rings. Well, except perhaps the pull tab from a soda, kin in his childhood. A voice resonated in his mind once again. This item is a system ring, a virtual artifact with no physical entity, perceivable only by the host. Simply press your finger on the ring to communicate with the system. Chen Zhao was taken aback, and then his eyes lit up. A system? Like those omnipotent systems often found in novels? Could it be such a thing actually existed? And had it fallen into his hands? Suppressing his excitement, Chen Zhao pressed his finger against the ring, attempting to engage with the system in thought. System, you just said my IQ balance is insufficient? What does that mean? Detected host's current IQ is 79, below the average level of 80 and significantly below the mean level of 105. Immediate recharge is required. The system responded without fail. Chen Zhao felt some bewilderment rise within him while he knew a bit about IQ. He recalled that an IQ of 80 to 90 is deemed average intelligence. 90 to 110 is above average. 110 to 120 falls under superior intelligence, and 120 to 140 is regarded as genius or near genius. An IQ of above 140 is classified as absolute genius. For instance, The illustrious Einstein had an IQ of 165. Of course, the categorization of intelligence is not rigidly defined. Different testing methods, ages, and even ethnic backgrounds produce varying standards. However, Chen Zhao was certain that an IQ of 79, while not indicative of outright foolishness, certainly did not qualify as high intelligence. No wonder he had been struggling to understand the textbooks. Lately, even the simplest example problems have become incredibly challenging. It turned out his brain simply wasn't working sharp enough. Chen Zhao felt somewhat anxious if the system could indeed boost his IQ. Studying would become significantly easier. Perhaps there was still hope for college? Chen Zhao hurriedly pressed the ring again, inquiring system, "I want to recharge. How can I do that? Is Alipay or WeChat acceptable?" The system's voice resonated in his mind. Considering the host has just bound to this system, a beginner's gift package is available, which contains an IQ recharge experience package. Would you like to open it? Chen Zhao's eyes brightened. Could there really be such good fortune? Of course I want the free gift package. It would be foolish to pass up such a deal. Open, he mentally commanded. Gift package distribution in progress. Newbie Reward 1. World Reset. Chen Zhao was taken aback. Where was the promised IQ recharge experience package? How did it morph into a world reset? What on earth was this world reset? Before Chen Zhao could gather his thoughts, the room around him suddenly changed. The round clock on his bedside shook and transformed into a square one. The physics textbook beside his pillow, which had a blue and white cover, flickered and shifted to red and white. Even the bold characters reading physics morphed from standard print to an ornate calligraphy. Chen Zhao was utterly dumbfounded. His mouth agape in disbelief. Nearly everything in his room was changing. He grabbed his phone for a closer look. Even the phone's brand logo had altered to an unfamiliar target-like design, and the screen had expanded slightly, growing from 6.4 inches to 6.5 inches. However, Chen Zhao felt relieved to find that his photos, songs, and installed apps remained intact. Only some app icons had changed. Upon checking QQ and WeChat, his contact list still reflected the same individuals, albeit with many having changed their avatars and usernames. Thankfully, the notes remained unchanged. The message history had not been altered either. It appeared that while many things had transformed, numerous key elements had stayed the same. Suddenly struck by a thought, Chen Zhao hurriedly ran to the window, pulling back the curtains to peer outside. To his astonishment, the street scenery of his community was also changing. The branches of the plane trees contorted, their leaves quickly shrinking until, in mere moments, they morphed into ligustrum trees. Many cars parked below seemed to flash, changing colors, with their brand logos transforming into unfamiliar emblems. In the distance, he could even see the heights of some buildings subtly shifting. In short, everything visible was undergoing change. A voice echoed in Chen Zhao's mind. World reset completed, balanced state achieved. Newbie reward 220 days of high IQ experience. Intelligence level 400. Countdown to host's IQ alteration commencing. 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, Chen Zhao felt an electric surge racing through his head, darkness enveloping his vision, and he instantly fainted, collapsing to the floor with a thud, unconscious. Chapter 2. An answer in a second. When Chen Zhao awoke the following morning, he found himself sprawled on the cold floor, momentarily dazed. How could he have spent the night on such a frigid surface? Turning to glance at the clock, a wave of panic washed over him as he realized it was already 7 o'clock. Only 15 minutes remained before his first class. Chen Zhao's face turned ashen. How could he have overslept? This was disastrous. To make matters worse, the first class was taught by the homeroom teacher. If he arrived late, he would surely endure the dreaded standing detention and a call to his parents' routine without a second thought. Chen Zhao snatched his backpack and dashed out the door, racing down the stairs in a mere 10 seconds, then sprinting toward the school like a mad dog. In his frantic haste, he ran 2 yellow lights and finally burst through the school gates. Upon entering the classroom, he breathed a sigh of relief. His homeroom teacher had not yet arrived, indicating that he had run fast enough. Chen Zhao's seat was located beside the back door of the classroom. He tossed his backpack aside and collapsed onto his desk, panting heavily, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Why do you look like a dead dog? Were you chased by someone?" asked his deskmate. Su Lanlan. With her fair complexion, large eyes, and towering height of nearly 6 feet, she was stunning. her wavy hair flowing effortlessly, even beneath the school uniform, that if the class were to vote for the prettiest girl, Su Lanlan would have a considerable chance of winning. Despite her beauty, her sharp tongue was notorious. Chaste. How could a model citizen like me engage in such behavior? Chen Zhao retorted, catching his breath. I overslept and had to run. What usually takes 20 minutes, I managed in 10. I'm exhausted. My legs are killing me. Oh, with such running talent, why not apply for a sports scholarship? Su Lanlan tidet berlinking pelefuli. Oh wait, it wouldn't matter with your grades. You wouldn't qualify even as a sports student. Chen Zhao felt an urge to retaliate, but he held back, for Su Lanlan's words rang true that a glance at his seat revealed its unfortunate location, tucked away in the corner near the back door. A place designated for the absolute bottom of the class. Seated next to the last in rank, Su Lanlan's academic performance was hardly commendable either, as she had never broken into the top 5. However, Chen Zhao could not mock her with the "we're both in the same boat" argument, for her circumstances were markedly different. She was affluent, often arriving in a lavish Maybach worth 10 million, driven by her father. Chen Zhao had even researched the sleek black vehicle, which boasted voice-activated ignition. No keys needed. With a mere command of the steering wheel, the car awoke like a feral beast that a student whose family owned a car worth 10 million was merely experiencing life in school. Criticizing her academic performance would have no effect. The class bell rang, and the homeroom teacher entered promptly. Take out the math test papers from the weekend. I will collect them from front to back. If you haven't finished, stand at the back of the classroom, the teacher commanded, her tone authoritative. The top student from each row stood up to hand in their papers that Su Lanlan pulled a completed test from her desk, laying it on the table, filled to the brim with answers. Clearly, the more complicated problems were not her own work, but rather copied from online sources. Chen Zhao rummaged through his backpack and retrieved a blank test sheet. Damn. He hadn't written anything. He had planned to arrive early to copy from his classmates, but had overslept. Sweat prickled at the back of his neck, and beads rolled down his forehead. Oh! You didn't write anything. Su Lanlan leaned over to inspect his blank sheet, clicking her tongue in disbelief. You truly are bold. Have you forgotten the fate of Jean Peng? At the mention of Jean Peng, Chen Zhao's face paled even further. Jean Peng, a classmate, had failed to turn in his math homework last Monday, resulting in the teacher's furious wrath. She had wielded a textbook thick as a brick, and had dragged him from the classroom, delivering a merciless beating while calling his parents. He had been sent home for 3 days of reflection. Panic surged through Chen Zhao. Was he destined for the same fate? To be beaten and have his parents called? There was no time to copy now. Claiming he had completed the work but forgotten to bring it wouldn't work. The teacher wasn't foolish. She would simply ask him to explain the answers, and he would be caught out. It felt as if the heavens were conspiring against him. Su Lanlan grinned, reveling in his distress. Why fear death? Chen Zhao, if you must go, do so gallantly. 18 years from now, you will still be a hero. Once you're gone, I can stash snacks in your desk. Chen Zhao paid no heed to Su Lanlan's mockery. He was enveloped in a shroud of dread. In his despair, his gaze fell upon the blank test paper. Initially, it was an unconscious act, a futile search for solace. But as his eyes landed on the paper, an extraordinary sensation washed over him. The words on the paper suddenly became strikingly clear. It wasn't that his vision had sharpened. Rather, the questions became vividly clear in his mind. Previously, comprehending a single question required painstakingly rereading it multiple times. Yet now, in a mere glance, perhaps less than 0.1 seconds, he instantly grasped the first question's content. Let's set x(x-4x30) and be x2x(30). Then AB. Chen Zhao was momentarily stunned. An odd sensation swelling within him. Time seemed to slow, and his mind raced with clarity. This process was not a result of his effort, but an automatic reaction upon seeing the question. In less than a second, the answer materialized in his mind. 323, choose D. Chen Zhao blinked in disbelief, glancing at Su Lanlan's paper where, to his astonishment, the answer was indeed D. How could this be? In less than a second, he had calculated the answer. This was the same student who consistently ranked at the bottom of the class, failing math exams repeatedly. He looked down at the second question, and similarly, in the blink of an eye, again. Less than 0.1 seconds. The entire question lodged itself in his brain. Given that the sum of the first 9 terms of the arithmetic sequence, AN is 27 and A8. What is A? This was a common sequence question that in the past, Chen Zhao would have needed to scribble on scrap paper for several minutes to arrive at an uncertain conclusion. Yet today, upon merely reading the question, an answer sprang to mind. 98, choose C. Glancing at Sue Lanlin's paper, he found the correct answer, C. How could this be happening? In an instant, he recalled his experience from the previous night, the voice in his head, the system that had seemingly boosted his intelligence. He raised his left hand to inspect his pinky finger, where a ring resembling an ironed band rested. His system ring. On the way to school. He had dismissed the notion of the system as a dream, but now he understood it was all too real. His speed in solving problems had surged due to the temporary boost in intelligence to 400. His IQ had skyrocketed from 79 to 400 overnight. Consequently, these one simple questions now posed no challenge. Chapter 3. Showcase your mathematical prowess. Su Lanlan was still reveling in her amusement, watching as Chen Zhao appeared utterly stunned. Suddenly, Chen Zhao picked up his pen and began to write on the test paper. His pen danced across the sheet with remarkable speed. Su Lanlan was taken aback, unable to comprehend this shift in Chen Zhao's demeanor. In a matter of seconds, he completed all 12 multiple-choice questions, each answer written with unwavering confidence, a mere glance at the questions sufficing to produce the correct responses. Initially, Su Lanlan assumed Chen Zhao was merely guessing. Yet, as she looked at her own paper, her jaw dropped in disbelief. His seemingly random answers matched perfectly with the standard answers she had obtained from a search engine. If one were to guess an answer, there was a 1 in 4 chance of being correct, but 12 consecutive correct answers. What was happening? Before Su Lanlan could process this anomaly, Chen Zhao had already dashed through the 4 fill-in-the-blank questions, again achieving perfect accuracy. Unlike multiple-choice questions, fill-in-the-blank answers could not simply be guessed. In just 4 seconds, he had answered all 4 correctly. Su Lanlan was utterly shocked, her jaw nearly dropping to the floor as she stared at the fervently writing Chen Zhao. As if he were an extraterrestrial being. Are you the legendary deity? She thought in disbelief. What on earth was transpiring? Chen Zhao, oblivious to her astonishment, remained fixated on the more complex problems. However, at that moment, a classmate collecting the test papers approached, leaving little time to write out lengthy answers that Su Lanlan suddenly straightened, her cheeks flushing. The student collecting the papers was Zhang Shucheng, a top-ranking scholar who consistently hovered between 2nd and 3rd place in the class. More importantly, he was the class heartthrob, standing at 6 feet tall, with a fair and handsome visage that would suit a lead role in a Korean drama. Stop writing, Chen Zhao. Even if you copy, you want to finish all those long problems, Zhang Shucheng said impatiently, his tone laced with disdain, as if questioning why Chen Zhao hadn't completed his work sooner. As a top student, nothing irked him more than seeing a slacker like Chen Zhao, who failed to seize opportunities and continually ranked at the bottom, sleeping through class without a hint of youthful vitality. Yet, unexpectedly, Chen Zhao remained silent, disregarding Zhang Shucheng entirely, swiftly scanning the large problem section on the back of the test, and then began to write. He only jotted down the final answers. Swish, swish, swish. In just 5 seconds, he completed all the answers to the larger problems. This is the only way, Chen Zhao sighed, passing the test paper to Zhang Shucheng. Zhang Shucheng was taken aback, staring blankly as he accepted Chen Zhao's paper, but a fleeting glance revealed it was filled with a flurry of hastily sketched answers. It seemed as though he had completed the entire examination in mere seconds. Was this not utterly absurd? What on earth was happening? While the other students had already submitted their papers to the teacher, Zhang Shucheng, though bewildered by the turn of events, managed to organize his own paper and hand it to the homeroom teacher before returning to his seat. Once seated, he found himself whispering to his classmates beside him, several of whom turned to cast a glance at Chen Zhao, clearly intrigued by the fact that he had allegedly finished the entire math exam in just a handful of seconds. Chen Zhao, lost in thought, stared blankly at the desk, his expression betraying none of the tumultuous emotions roiling within him. The intelligence enhancement system from the previous night was indeed real. His IQ had skyrocketed to an astonishing 400. The problems on the paper, which he had previously found insurmountable, now appeared as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. With just a cursory glance at each question, steps would rapidly materialize in his mind. And in less than half a second, the answers would emerge. It felt akin to operating a computer. This sensation was exhilarating. His mind was invincible. Was this what it felt like to possess a high IQ? As Chen Zhao reveled in his newfound brilliance, quivering with excitement, he was suddenly jolted by a thunderous voice from the podium. Chen Zhao, whom do you think you're fooling with this paper? You didn't even copy properly? Go stand at the back. The homeroom teacher's face flushed crimson with rage. He slammed the desk with a resounding bang, startling the entire class. Everyone turned around, their gazes fixed on Chen Zhao like spotlights. Their expressions twisted with schadenfreude. Chen Zhao was momentarily stunned, then furrowed his brow, thinking, I didn't cheat. This paper was entirely my own work. It was true that I hadn't written out the steps for the major problems. But the teacher had previously stated that if time was tight, one could simply write the answers or outline the general approach for simpler major problems. I didn't deceive anyone. I worked through each question. Why am I being punished? Teacher, didn't you say before that if one knows how to solve the problem, it's acceptable to write just the result for the major questions? Chen Zhao raised his hand to inquire. Know how? You can solve these major problems? The homeroom teacher glared fiercely at Chen Zhao, bellowing. If you can solve them, why do you keep scoring such low marks? Have you ever passed math scoring 30 or 40 points? And you claim you can solve the major problems? Are you trying to fool a fool? Go stand at the back and reflect on your actions. Chen Zhao noticed that all his classmates were turning to look at him. Their spotlight-like gazes fixated on him, and many began to whisper among themselves that he overheard snippets. Chen Zhao is doomed. What was he thinking, just writing down the results for the major problems and submitting it? Isn't that courting disaster? Only the top 5 in the class have the privilege to write just the results. What makes him think he can do that? He has finished. He can't even copy homework properly. Chen Zhao could no longer remain silent. Although he had previously struggled academically, was it really fair to make such a hasty judgment? Without even asking, they accused him of deception. He had worked through each problem. Could that be called fooling around? It was merely a bit messy in presentation, but that was how he always wrote. He hadn't written out the steps for the major problems, but hadn't it been announced that as long as one could solve them, there was no need to show the steps. Accused of cheating. Though my grades are poor, when have I ever cheated during an exam? Why was it so firmly concluded that I had cheated? This was no longer a question of academic capability. It was an affront to my character and personal integrity. Was there no sense of reason? Just as Chen Zhao simmered with indignation, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind, a voice that sounded eerily familiar. It was the voice of the intelligence enhancement system from last night. Task activated. Showcase your mathematical proficiency. Task description. The homeroom teacher and your classmates deem you a mathematical imbecile. And this is intolerable. You must prove yourself today. Let everyone know you are the reincarnation of Zhu Chongji, the embodiment of Qin Jiushao. Hualuoging shall applaud you, and Gao shall extol your brilliance. You are the greatest mathematician in the room. Task steps. Proclaim, I can solve every high school math problem. If you don't believe me, quiz me, and I will solve it on the spot. Once the teacher calls you to the board, write out the correct answers to prove your prowess. Task reward. Extension of high IQ experience period by 1 day. Chen Zhao was momentarily stunned. This was the legendary system task. Such a bold task. To directly challenge the homeroom teacher. Is the system trying to get me killed? However, upon reflecting on the tyrannical presence of the teacher at the podium and the faces of his classmates turned toward him in mockery, Chen Zhao's anger flared. Were they all waiting to see him fail? Did they truly think he was merely fooling around or cheating? Who did they think they were looking down upon? Chen Zhao straightened up and declared in a resounding voice that echoed throughout the classroom, Teacher, I can solve every high school math problem. If you don't believe me, feel free to quiz me right now, and I will solve it on the spot. Chapter 4. The grade director's personal evaluation. As soon as Chen Zhao made this proclamation, the entire class was left dumbfounded. Then uproarious laughter erupted. Although this was in a classroom, directly in front of the teacher, the students could not contain their mirth, stifling giggles behind their hands. To claim mastery over all high school math problems? That he could be questioned at will? Solve them on the spot? What an audacious claim! Not even Chen Yaoran, the top student in the class, Norma Jianjun, the best in the entire school, would dare to make such a boast. While the high school curriculum may consist of a few math textbooks, the problems derived from those texts are countless and ever-changing. Tio assert that he could solve them all. This was not mere arrogance. It was downright ludicrous. Chen Zhao, the student who consistently ranked at the bottom, who had failed math exam after exam, had suddenly lost his mind to make such a grandiose statement. The laughter in the classroom subsided as everyone glanced up at the homeroom teacher, who wore an expression of barely contained fury, glaring daggers at Chen Zhao. The students, fearing the teacher's wrath, bit their cheeks to suppress their laughter, and the room fell silent. I will give you one last opportunity. Stand at the back for the entire morning. I can pretend I didn't hear your ridiculous claims. The veins on the teacher's forehead throbbed with anger. Everyone felt that since the teacher had offered him a way out, Chen Zhao should have the sense to take it and retreat to the back of the room for the morning. After all, he had often stood at the back over the past 3 years. It was nothing new to him. However, to everyone's astonishment, Chen Zhao remained resolute, repeating, "I can solve every high school math problem. If the teacher doesn't believe me, I am ready to be tested right now." The laughter in the classroom evaporated, replaced by sighs of disbelief and curses. Chen Zhao is clearly deranged. He just has to provoke the teacher, and then we'll have extra assignments tonight. He is a fool for not taking the opportunity to back down. He claims to master high school math problems. Yet with his scores, he might not even manage a textbook example. Could he possibly have come to school after a few drinks? As the classroom buzzed with commotion, the front door suddenly swung open. A bespectacled middle-aged man strode in, exuding a powerful presence, commanding respect without raising his voice. The class fell silent, their expressions filled with astonishment. The newcomer was none other than the grade director. Chen Zhao's face turned pale. He recalled the current situation. With the intense pressure of senior year review, many students had been caught napping in the back of the classroom during lessons. Upon discovering this issue, the school administration initiated surprise inspections by the grade director, who would occasionally drop by various classes to check for students dozing off or breaking classroom rules, sending those caught home for a week of reflection. Today just happened to be this class's turn. What a coincidence that he stumbled into the confrontation between Chen Zhao and the homeroom teacher. The loud exchanges between the teacher and Chen Zhao had clearly been audible in the hallway, prompting the grade director to enter and converse with the homeroom teacher. They exchanged hushed words, and the teacher presented Chen Zhao's paper to the director, whose face darkened in an instant. Visibly enraged, Chen Zhao felt his body sway slightly, nearly collapsing, that he had heard numerous stories about the grade director's strictness. He despised students who disrespected teachers and those who cheated or deceived. In this situation, it seemed the director believed Chen Zhao embodied both offenses. The grade director turned his imposing gaze upon Chen Zhao. "You dare to defy your teacher, submit a paper filled with deceit, and disrupt classroom discipline. This is a repeated offense that I am sentencing you to a week of reflection at home. Do you have any objections?" The director's voice was sharp and commanding, eliciting gasps of shock from the students. With only a few months until the college entrance examination, every class and review session was of utmost importance. Being sent home for a week would mean falling irretrievably behind, effectively ruining any chance of success in the upcoming exams. What a severe punishment. Though he wasn't expelled, the consequences were nearly as dire. This would cause Chen Zhao to lag in his studies, leading to a disastrous performance on the college entrance exam. Chen Zhao's face turned ashen. He hadn't anticipated such a harsh penalty from the director. It was clear to him that he appeared to be the type of student unlikely to gain admission to university. Disrupting the learning environment for those who could as a teacher, it was only right to maintain an optimal classroom atmosphere for the majority of students, and sending him home for a week was a method of setting an example and rectifying the situation. However, this was utterly unacceptable. He was being wronged. He had to stand up for himself. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zhao asserted firmly, "Although my presentation on this paper was hasty, every answer was indeed derived through my own effort. It is true that my previous math scores were dismal, but I've been diligently reviewing and have finally grasped the concepts. If the teacher does not believe me, feel free to pose any high school level mathematics question, and I will solve it without hesitation." Upon the conclusion of Chen Zhao's statement, the gaze of both the grade director and the homeroom teacher turned increasingly cold, their expressions more incensed than before. It was evident that they were skeptical. Such an occurrence was, by all reasonable standards, implausible that a student who had repeatedly failed mathematics suddenly claimed to have mastered the subject. The director fixed a penetrating stare on Chen Zhao, his face contorted with anger as he declared, "Very well. Chen Zhao, I shall pose the questions, and you will respond on the blackboard. There will be 3 questions in total that if you answer all correctly, we shall admit our error, and I will offer you an apology. Upon completion of your college entrance examination, I will purchase a copy of the application guide for you and arrange for a teacher to assist with your submissions. However, should you answer any question incorrectly, you will face a week of reflection at home and receive a warning that is that acceptable." The classmates turned to regard Chen Zhao. Although a week of reflection at home was severe, diligent study might mitigate its impact. However, a warning was a different matter entirely. Such a minor infraction would be recorded in Chen Zhao's personal and academic files, potentially affecting his future pursuits, be it further education, employment, or even securing loans. This constituted a grave penalty, a significant wager. Would Chen Zhao accept? He remained silent, rising from his seat and striding confidently to the podium. Swiftly, he wiped a section of the blackboard clean and retrieved a piece of chalk from the box. Turning to the director with determination, "I am ready. Please present your questions." The director, taken aback, quickly became more displeased by Chen Zhao's audacity. Once a high school mathematics teacher himself, he was well versed in the subject matter. Without consulting any texts or materials, he began, "I will state the question. You shall write it on the board. This is the final question from a multiple-choice exam given 10 years ago." As soon as he uttered this, the students' expressions shifted dramatically. Multiple-choice questions follow a certain pattern. The initial questions are often simple, easily solvable even by a middle school student. However, as the exam progresses, the difficulty escalates, particularly the last question, which even the top students might struggle to answer. Mathematics teachers often advise students to skip the final multiple-choice question, suggesting that it was wiser to guess rather than waste time on an impossible problem. Yet now, the director intended to use this notoriously challenging question to assess Chen Zhao. Was he setting the stage for an immediate failure? Chapter 5. The emergence of a puzzling question. The grade director began to articulate the question. If triangle ABC is an obtuse triangle, determine the range of values for arc cos sin A, arc cos sin B, arc cos sin C. As he spoke, various reactions erupted among the students. Most were left bewildered, including the weaker students who did not grasp the concept of arc. In high school, arc is not a focal point of study. Rather, it is a peripheral mention in a primary mathematics textbook. Many students, having not mastered the material, were unfamiliar with the term, merely recognizing it as vaguely familiar. Whispers of disbelief filled the room. What on earth? I can't even comprehend this question. Mathematics truly is a maddening subject. I bet Chen Zhao's mind is racing with 1,000 thoughts right now. If we can't even understand the question, how are we to answer it? This is a pipe dream. The director is clearly trying to catch Chen Zhao off guard with a difficult problem. You claim to know everything. Let us see you tackle this. Chen Zhao must be out of his mind to boast like this. Now he has trapped himself. What could have been resolved by standing at the back of the classroom for an hour has escalated into a week of reflection. If Chen Zhao solves this, I will eat the test paper right here. While the less capable students murmured among themselves, the diligent students at the front, such as the top 3 scholars, Chen Yaoran, Zhang Shucheng, and Lu Chong, were already scribbling on scratch paper, brimming with determination to solve the problem. The essence of a true scholar lies in their fervor for tackling challenging questions. They approach new problems with the zeal of a predator. A genuine academic, upon discovering a lost item on the street, one being a crisp 100 yuan note and the other a page from a problem set, would instinctively reach for the latter rather than the former. Solving problems brings joy. Scores equate to life. However, this time, after mere moments of scribbling on their papers, the elite scholars suddenly found themselves at an impasse. Instead of joy, their expressions bore signs of frustration. The question appeared deceptively simple, merely asking for a range of values. Yet upon attempting to solve it, they found themselves at a loss. Numerous standard methods yielded no results. Directly attacking the problem offered no clear starting point. It was as if they were tigers attempting to claw at a porcupine, completely at a loss. Now, only one method remained: discerning the answer through the options provided. Many challenging multiple-choice questions are difficult to solve directly, but analyzing the options can reveal some insights. The scholars collectively looked up to the blackboard, where Chen Zhao had completed writing the question. As the director prepared to announce the 4 options, he noticed that Chen Zhao had not paused. He swiftly wrote down the answer: 90 to 270. Upon finishing, Chen Zhao turned to the director, inquiring, "Is the answer from 90 degrees to 270 degrees? Correct, teacher?" The classroom erupted in astonishment. He had copied the question and immediately provided the answer. The classmates were dumbfounded. This was astonishingly swift. Even using an app like Xiaoyuan to search for the answer would require time for photographing and uploading. Here, the answer had been delivered instantaneously. The elite students at the front were even more horrified. Those uninitiated merely perceived Chen Zhao as rapid computation, while the top scholars understood the true complexity of the problem. Lu Chong, seated beside Zhang Shucheng, nudged him with his elbow. "Did he get it right?" Zhang Shucheng, bewildered, replied, "I can't solve it." He then leaned over to Chen Miaoran, whispering, "Is Chen Zhao's result accurate?" To his surprise, Chen Miaoran appeared equally perplexed, stating, "I haven't solved it yet. I'm currently out of ideas." The surrounding students, eavesdropping on the elite's conversation, were left in shock. How could all 3 top students be stumped? How difficult was this question? Yet, Chen Zhao had copied the question and provided an answer. What was going on? Surely he must have guessed. This thought crossed some minds, and the more they pondered, the more convinced they became. Such a formidable question could not possibly be solved by Chen Zhao. Moreover, it was a 10-year-old question, outdated and unlikely to be found in any tutoring materials, let alone one that Chen Zhao had encountered and memorized. Thus, the only explanation was that Chen Zhao had blurted out a guess. However, the director's expression shifted dramatically. "Indeed, that is the correct answer," he affirmed with a nod. Instantly, a profound silence enveloped the classroom. Not a sound could be heard. Could it truly be correct? The students were bewildered. What was happening? Had the director and Chen Zhao colluded in this charade? That seemed implausible. Or had someone been whispering hints to him? That too seemed unlikely. Given that the top 3 students had been unable to provide any assistance, disregarding the students' astonished reactions, Chen Zhao simply looked at the director. "Please proceed with the second question, teacher." The director nodded, his expression now complex. He likely hadn't anticipated that Chen Zhao would compute the answer so effortlessly. Even without performing any calculations on the board, that was as if this notoriously difficult question from 10 years ago had been reduced to the simplicity of 1 + 1 = 2. After a brief moment of contemplation, the director began. "The next question is the most challenging fill-in-the-blank from the interprovincial examination held 5 years ago among 100 schools across 4 provinces. Please listen carefully." The students' pupils dilated in unison. This was the interprovincial examination. Just a month prior, they had participated in this very assessment, which involved students from 100 schools across 4 provinces taking the same test. This exam had been crafted by award-winning teachers and esteemed professors from the education sector, renowned for its extreme difficulty, innovative question types, and sheer volume. In summary, it was a devilishly difficult exam. How tough were the questions from the interprovincial examination? Some students, who typically scored 500 on their school's midterms and finals, barely managed to score 400 in this exam. Now, the director was about to present the most difficult fill-in-the-blank question from this formidable examination. Was he attempting to trap Chen Zhao? Suddenly, the director grabbed a piece of chalk and a ruler from the side of the podium and began to sketch on the blackboard. Clearly, this was a problem requiring graphical interpretation. Amid the rapid scratching of chalk, a dizzying geometric figure emerged. It depicted 3 cylindrical shapes, 2 lying atop the other, with a line cutting diagonally from the upper left to the lower right, exposing an irregular cross-section. Determine the function of this line in relation to that line, the director instructed, emphasizing 2 lines on the diagram. The classroom fell into a state of utter disbelief. Chapter 6. The teacher's apology. The image on the blackboard was enough to induce vertigo. Typically, geometry problems involve simple shapes, such as squares or spheres. occasionally presenting a more complex ovoid shape, which students might find utterly perplexing. However, what on earth is this stacked cylinder? And what is that oblique cross-section? What on earth is the functional equation of the line? The students in the back row, those who struggle academically, gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape in disbelief. Meanwhile, the top students in the front row, although they had already prepared their scratch paper and picked up their pens, hesitated to begin their calculations. How could they compute when they didn't even understand the diagram? On the podium, Chen Zhao gazed at the image, silent and motionless, like a statue. The classmates, observing the dazed Chen Zhao, began to whisper among themselves, "All right, Chen Zhao's gone blank." Ha! Chen Zhao's completely flabbergasted. As expected, Chen Zhao couldn't solve it. By the way, who on earth can tackle such a celestial question? The principal is indeed seasoned. If one question doesn't work, throw in another to challenge all dissent. Well, now you'll have to reflect for a week at home. A demerit awaits. Sigh. Why does Chen Zhao boast so grandly? Isn't this akin to lifting a rock only to drop it on his own foot? If Chen Zhao manages to solve this problem, I'll eat the entire math compulsory book right here. In the front row, 3 top students exchanged glances, each seeing the words "cannot solve" reflected in the other's eyes. This question was even more challenging than the last. At least they could comprehend the previous one. But this one was utterly incomprehensible. The principal stated, "You have 5 minutes." Just as he finished speaking, Chen Zhao suddenly waved his hand. No need. The class fixed their eyes on Chen Zhao, wondering if he was about to concede defeat. But in the next moment, Chen Zhao's actions left everyone utterly astounded. He picked up the chalk and began to swiftly write on the blackboard, an equation springing forth. X4 Y31. He went straight for the result. The students in the class were stunned. They finally realized that those 2 minutes Chen Zhao spent staring at the board weren't due to his inability to solve the problem, but rather because he was calculating mentally. Now the answer was right there. Am I correct, teacher? Chen Zhao turned to the grade principal, reiterating the answer. X squared divided by 4 plus y squared divided by 3 equals 1. The principal's expression became quite complex, a mix of shock, confusion, and disbelief. After a lengthy pause, he hesitantly nodded. That is indeed the answer. The entire class was left dumbfounded. The homeroom teacher was bewildered. The homeroom teacher, following the principal, was equally astonished. Such a high difficulty question, and he solved it in under 2 minutes without even needing scratch work. He did it mentally. Is your brain a computer? Then please present the 3rd question, teacher, Chen Zhao declared. The principal shook his head. No need for a 3rd question. The difficulty coefficient of these 2 questions during the exam was 0.005, meaning only 5 out of 1,000 students got them right. Your ability to solve this is enough to prove your prowess. I apologize, Chen Zhao, the grade principal said, bowing slightly. The classmates were left in a daze, their minds struggling to comprehend the situation. What was happening? The student who consistently ranked at the bottom in mathematics had actually solved an exceptionally difficult problem, prompting the furious grade principal to apologize. A teacher apologizing to a student. Chen Zhao dropped the chalk, brushed off the chalk dust from his hands, and descended from the podium. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in his mind. Task completed, reward granted, high IQ experience extended for 1 more day. Chen Zhao felt quite pleased. He had merely showcased a bit of flair to vindicate himself. Solved 2 questions with ease, and even had his high IQ experience extended? This was quite the bargain. The only slight disappointment was that the reward felt a tad meager. Just an extra day. Truly stingy of the system. He wasn't asking for 10 or 15 days. Even an extension of 3 or 4 days, or a week, would have sufficed. Before Chen Zhao could return to his seat, the grade principal called out to him again. Chen Zhao, I would like to ask you a question. Your mathematics skills are so impressive. Why have you failed to pass in these recent exams? The principal inquired, puzzled. This question left Chen Zhao momentarily stumped, unsure of how to respond. The other classmates also turned their attention to him, eager to hear his answer. Initially, the class regarded Chen Zhao through the lens of a slacker with no ambition. Now, however, many had shifted their perceptions, realizing that this so-called last-ranked student was far more complex than he appeared. Everyone awaited an answer. The classmates, the homeroom teacher, and the grade principal alike. Chen Zhao took a deep breath, pondering several explanations in his mind, ultimately deciding to be bold. In truth, my mathematics skills have always been quite strong, but since I began high school, I have been concealing my abilities that I in each exam. I write my actual answers on scratch paper and then scribble nonsensically on the test paper. Chen Zhao began. The class was left speechless. The idea of hiding one's academic prowess during exams was merely a humorous trope. Many who performed poorly would say, "I've decided to continue hiding my abilities this time." Yet for Chen Zhao, it had become a reality. Was there truly someone who would do such a thing? To deliberately score low and persist in it for 3 whole years? To hide his abilities since the first year of high school? Scribbling aimlessly on test papers. What was he aiming for? The homeroom teacher could not contain his curiosity. Why would you do that? What purpose does hiding your abilities serve? Chen Zhao thought to himself. Why all the questions? Can't they see I'm just making up excuses? Must they pry until they get to the bottom of it? I certainly can't reveal the details of the system. If I did, they surely wouldn't believe me. A system that boosts intelligence appearing out of nowhere. Who would buy that? But alas, there was no way around it. He had to respond to the teacher's inquiries. Chen Zhao's mind raced. When I was in middle school, I discovered that I tend to become quite complacent and arrogant. Whenever I performed well, I would inevitably become lazy, leading to a drop in my scores. Thus, upon entering high school, I decided to intentionally score poorly to motivate myself and maintain clarity. The homeroom teacher and the grade principal exchanged glances, each recognizing in the other SI's sentiments of admiration. This student is impressive. There are actually students like this in the world. I completely misjudged him. Is it just mathematics that you hide your abilities in? Or do you do so in all subjects? The grade principal suddenly asked. Chen Zhao hesitated to overstate, about to say it was only mathematics, when the system's voice echoed in his mind. Task triggered. The comeback of rankings. Task description. The boast has been made. Once spoken. It cannot be retracted. To maintain dignity and reputation. Inform the teachers. I excel in all subjects, and in the upcoming exams, I will no longer hide my abilities and will strive for excellence. Then aim for high scores in subsequent school exams. Task steps, study diligently. Task rewards, 1 random lottery draw. Chen Zhao felt overwhelmed. Why was the system always triggering tasks? Didn't it know the importance of knowing when to stop showing off? However, the commands of the system were not to be disobeyed. Who knew what would happen if he refused to accept the task? Chen Zhao had no choice but to steel himself and recite the lines. I excel in all subjects. And in the upcoming exams, I will no longer hide my abilities and will strive for excellence. The grade principal smiled, nodding in satisfaction. Good. Then I will look forward to your progress. Subsequently, the grade principal exited through the front door of the classroom to inspect other classes. Chen Zhao returned to his seat, letting out a long sigh. Chapter 7. The surge in recitation speed. The mathematics lesson consumed half the class period, leaving only a few minutes remaining. Chen Zhao, lost in thought, found that the class was over. The next period was language arts. The language arts teacher had arrived early, beginning to write on the blackboard, prompting Chen Zhao to rummage through his belongings for his language arts textbook. After a lengthy search, he finally extracted a pristine language arts book from his desk. The top students in the front row also uncovered their language books, revealing pages marked with a chaotic blend of red and black lines, resembling a battlefield that had undergone relentless warfare. Chen Zhao opened his book, which was as clean as a new face, untouched and immaculate, though it wasn't entirely devoid of markings. He had drawn a motorcycle for Du Fu, complete with a machine gun protruding from the front, looking quite flashy. To be honest, language arts was the subject Chen Zhao had studied the most. However, he never listened to the teacher's lectures. Each class, he would merely take the textbook and read aimlessly. As he read, his mind would wander, imagining himself as an ancient scholar, and soon a beautiful serpent would peek over the wall to call his name. If it were an evening class, he would gaze out at the darkness, envisioning devils wandering outside. In this whimsical daydreaming, language arts classes passed pleasantly and joyfully. Yet his grades plummeted. He often failed to finish the readings, and he certainly could not memorize the assigned excerpts. Each exam, his recitations would yield a score of 0. Recitation and dictation were fundamental questions, and failing to score on those meant his language arts grades were predictable. Just as Chen Zhao was feeling downcast, a thought suddenly surged into his mind. Since his intelligence had now increased, could his memory also improve, having just savored the sweetness of solving a math problem? He realized that what once seemed challenging now appeared trivial. Therefore, surely, a higher IQ would also benefit his studies in subjects beyond mathematics. The system had granted him a staggering IQ of 400, significantly surpassing that of Einstein. To validate his idea that his memory could also be enhanced, Chen Zhao opened his language arts textbook, selecting a lengthy mandatory classical text, Su Sun's The Six Nations, to memorize. This passage had not been thoroughly read before, and now it felt as unfamiliar as a pre-study. The downfall of the Six Nations was not due to inadequate military prowess or poor strategy. The root of the problem lay in bribing Qin. By bribing Qin and depleting their strength, they paved the way for their demise. Or perhaps it is said, did the six states perish because they bribed Qin? The losses encountered by the vassal states, compared to those suffered in battle, are indeed magnified 100-fold. Thus, the great desire of Qin and the profound concern of the vassal states lie not in warfare. Reflecting upon our ancestors, they braved the frost and dew, clearing thorns and brambles to secure even a mere fraction of land. After 2 assaults by Qin on Zhao, Li Mu repelled them. Both the six states and Qin are vassal states, their strength inferior to that of Qin. Yet there remains a possibility to triumph without bribery, that if we consider the vastness of the world, following the precedent of the six states' demise, it is evident that the six states are indeed at a disadvantage. Upon reading, an unusual sensation enveloped me. Previously, when encountering classical texts, I would grasp little of their meaning, the sentences flowing by without a trace, akin to droplets vanishing into parched soil. However, now, with each sentence I read, I felt as though I were stacking bricks, each line forming a brick, gradually taking shape in my mind, and at last, I completed a lengthy passage. Just after finishing, I heard our language teacher at the podium announce, "Last night, I assigned the task of reviewing and memorizing the text. Has everyone done so?" A group of students in the back responded feebly, "Yes." The top students in the front raised their heads proudly, exclaiming, "Yes." Our teacher, calm and composed, declared, "Then I will call on a student by their number, 26. Chen Zhao froze, a look of terror crossing his face. Number 26 was none other than himself. Su Lianlan, seated beside him, whispered, "Can you recite it? Have you been hiding your abilities in language class?" Chen Zhao, pale-faced, cursed, "What do I know?" Trembling, he stood up, glancing at the teacher. Just as he was about to confess his inability, the teacher promptly queried, "Recite the discourse on the six states." Every student turned to look, witnessing Chen Zhao's pallid complexion, and they understood. He truly could not recite these ancient poems and texts without any hidden talents that in previous language classes he had been called upon numerous times, failing to recite 9 out of 10 times, often facing punishment by standing. Chen Zhao thought for a moment and realized he could still recall the first line, so he began haltingly, struggling to articulate. The demise of the six states is not due to ineffectual troops or poor strategy, but rather, the fault lies in bribing Qin. Bribe Qin while weakening oneself leads to ruin, or perhaps it is said, did the six states perish because they bribed Qin? Chapter 8. Photographic memory after reciting the first line. Chen Zhao found he could barely remember the second line, and he continued, "It is said, those who do not bribe are defeated by those who do, for they lose their strong allies and cannot stand alone. Hence, the fault lies in bribing Qin." His pace was slow and stuttered, clearly struggling to recite. Everyone expected him to falter at any moment. Yet, he did not stop. Qin, through conquest, gains territory. Minor victories yield towns, while major victories yield cities. What Qin acquires compared to that gained through victory is indeed 100-fold. The losses of the vassal states, akin to those encountered in defeat, are also 100-fold. The Qi state never bribed Qin, yet ultimately suffered alongside the 5 states. Why? Because they did not assist the 5 states in their time of need. Once the 5 states fell, Qi could not escape its fate. Before long, Chen Zhao surprisingly came to a halt. It was not that he could not continue, but rather, he suddenly realized he had completed the final line. Initially, the teacher's brows were slightly furrowed, as he was reciting slowly and haltingly, likely to stop within a few lines. However, as Chen Zhao continued, her expression relaxed, and by the end of his recitation, she displayed approval and satisfaction, nodding for him to take his seat. Chen Zhao had successfully passed, sitting down, his back slick with a fine sheen of cold sweat. At that moment, he was engulfed in immense astonishment and elation. He had managed to memorize an entire text after merely reading it once. Several hundred characters of classical prose, lengthy and arduous, would typically require hours to commit to memory. Yet now, he had only read it once. Could this be the legendary photographic memory? If this were true, he would be impressively remarkable. To validate his suspicions, Chen Zhao pulled out a language textbook from his bag, locating an article titled Research on the Transmission of the Ebola Virus. This article served as an exemplar of expository writing, authored by Richard Preston. The content and subject matter were inconsequential. He chose it solely for its length. The article spanned 5 pages, comprising over 2,000 words, equivalent to a chapter in a web novel. Chen Zhao resolved to silently read through the article and see if he could memorize it. If successful, he would gauge his accuracy. As the teacher began discussing the exam papers, Chen Zhao bowed his head, ignoring her, fixated on the text. Line by line, paragraph by paragraph, page by page. 5 pages. At last, he finished reading. Chen Zhao placed the textbook on Su Lianlan's desk. "Could you do me a favor?" Su Lianlan blinked in confusion. "What favor?" "I will recite the article Research on the Transmission of the Ebola Virus, and you will monitor me for any mistakes or omissions," Chen Zhao requested. Initially taken aback, Su Lianlan's expression revealed her bewilderment at Chen Zhao's intentions. However, since she was not studying anyway, it posed no inconvenience, so she agreed, picking up the textbook to face Chen Zhao. "Begin." Chen Zhao focused on the surface of his desk, softly reciting. Ebola, also known as the Ebola virus, is a rare virus that first garnered widespread attention in the medical community after its discovery in 1976 in the regions of southern Sudan and the Congo, Kinshasa, along the Ebola River. At first, Chen Zhao's pace was relatively slow. After 2 pages, his speed increased, and soon he was reciting at an incredible pace, as if firing from a machine gun, eliminating pauses for punctuation. In just a few minutes, he had completed the entire article. "How did I do? How many mistakes did I make?" Chen Zhao inquired. Su Lianlan widened her eyes, staring at him as if he were a monster. "Not a single error. Not a word amiss." Chen Zhao's face lit up with a radiant smile. Truly, photographic memory. No matter how lengthy the article, as long as he had read it once, he could firmly commit it to memory. The system had indeed granted him an IQ of 400. Not only could he solve math problems at lightning speed, but he could also memorize text with perfect recall. His intellectual capacity was astonishingly formidable. "I am about to become extraordinary." Chen Zhao was entirely ignited by the desire to read, the light of learning illuminating his soul. Throughout the day, he scarcely left his seat, not once resting his head on the desk. But instead, he tirelessly immersed himself in his textbooks. 1 page, 5 pages, 30 pages, 100 pages, textbook after textbook flipped before his eyes, a deluge of knowledge flooding into his mind. Su Lianlan occasionally stole glances at Chen Zhao, increasingly astonished. Unlike his usual demeanor of daydreaming or dozing off, today, Chen Zhao was fervently engrossed in his studies, his gaze sharp as he flipped through the textbooks. Tirelessly, he continued this for an entire day. When evening self-study concluded, Su Lianlan heard Chen Zhao exhale deeply, murmuring, "Finally finished studying everything." Before she could inquire further, Chen Zhao had already slung his backpack over his shoulder and exited the classroom without looking back. The sky had darkened considerably, and the school gate was congested with vehicles picking up students, a chaotic scene to AT dismissal. The school entrance was always packed, whether in a dilapidated second-hand car or an extravagant luxury vehicle. All were forced to inch forward. The road was a sea of red from the taillights, parents craning their necks in search of their children. With no one waiting for him, Chen Zhao navigated through the stalled traffic, crossing to the opposite side of the road. Making his solitary way home, Chen Zhao lived in an old residential complex not far from the school, where his parents had rented an apartment specifically to facilitate his high school education. He typically resided there alone while his parents worked in their hometown. Life was peaceful yet solitary. Before reaching the ground floor, he spotted a beautiful woman wearing extremely short shorts and a black tank top, showcasing her long, slender, fair legs. She held a cigarette in one hand while angrily conversing on the phone with the other. That scoundrel absconded with my 400,000, leaving without a word. I can't reach him no matter what. Wasn't he the loyal and virtuous individual you recommended? You've always defended him. You claimed he was reliable, didn't you? And now, call that scoundrel and demand he gets in touch with me. You two are as close as brothers. He can't refuse your call. Can he call him right now? Her voice was raised, likely audible to nearby buildings. This foul-mouthed beauty was Chen Zhao's landlord, Deng Zixin, who appeared quite young, possibly just in her 20s. She possessed the model-like attributes of ample bosom, slim waist, long legs, fair skin, and striking beauty. Despite her youth, Deng Zixin was extraordinarily wealthy. The building where Chen Zhao lived was entirely owned by her, along with the one behind it. Her rental income allowed her to indulge in a lavish lifestyle. It seems she also dabbled in various investments, as true wealthy individuals seldom remain idle. Listening to her tirade on the phone, Chen Zhao deduced that she had suffered a failed investment and was defrauded of a substantial sum. Losing tens of thousands of dollars would naturally ignite her fury. Chen Zhao decided not to disturb her and attempted to sneak past her. However, just as he was about to enter the hallway, a hand from behind grabbed his backpack. Chapter 9. Becoming a chicken dinner streamer? Why didn't you greet me? Deng Zixin's voice sounded from behind. Chen Zhao, trembling, turned around, forcing a flattering smile. Hello, landlady. Chen Zhao felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He had often disregarded the charming landlady, so why did she suddenly confront him today? Surely, there couldn't be any pressing matters at hand. Chen Zhao, your parents called this morning, Deng Zixin said with a frosty expression, exhaling cigarette smoke from her crimson lips. They mentioned they are financially strapped and can only manage 2 months' rent for me. The last month's payment is temporarily out of reach. Chen Zhao was taken aback. What would he do if he couldn't pay the last month's rent? Would he have to pack up and leave? But he still needed to attend school. Where would he live? However, you've been a loyal tenant for 3 years. And with the college entrance examination approaching, I won't rush you out. You can stay, Deng Zixin's tone softened. Thank you, sister, Chen Zhao exclaimed, his face brimming with gratitude. Although Deng Zixin had a fiery temper and often spoke with disdain, she was, at heart, a kind-hearted girl with a sharp tongue but a tender heart. Chen Zhao felt warmth spread within him. I haven't finished yet. Deng Zixin firmly patted Chen Zhao's shoulder. How are your grades? Not very good, Chen Zhao stammered, instinctively responding. Will you be able to get into college? Deng Zixin inquired. Perhaps, I might. Hopefully, Chen Zhao's confidence wavered. The system had yet to provide him with a high IQ experience before the examination, and he couldn't predict what would happen once that period ended, that if he could somehow boost his IQ during the exam, gaining admission to a good university wouldn't be a problem. However, if he couldn't, the odds were not in his favor. My money isn't just falling from the sky. I can't let you stay here for free, that if you manage to get into college, I'll waive the last month's rent. If not, you need to pay up, understood? Deng Zixin said, cigarette in mouth. All right, I will definitely work hard. Chen Zhao nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains. Go home and study diligently, that you've spent 3 years in high school. Don't let it all be for nothing. If you can't get into college, it might be better to attend a vocational school and learn a trade, which can also be quite lucrative, Deng Zixin remarked, releasing him and turning to resume her phone calls. Chen Zhao hurried upstairs, took out his keys, and entered his home. Dinner was yet to be prepared. He had been so engrossed in studying that he forgot to head to the cafeteria. His stomach began to grumble. Chen Zhao quickly boiled a pack of braised beef noodles and tore open 2 packets of ham. Considering it his dinner, as he ate, he pondered Deng Zixin's words. His parents couldn't afford the last month's rent before the college entrance examination, that if he managed to get into university, the rent for that month would be waived. Chen Zhao understood that his parents worked hard in their hometown, and sometimes it was normal not to earn enough. He had 2 paths before him. The first was to find a way to earn some money to alleviate his parents' burden. The second was to study diligently. pass the examination, and have Deng Zixin waive his rent. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Zhao suddenly recalled the system ring on his hand and decided to consult the system for advice. Following the method described by the system the previous night, he pressed his finger against the ring and silently thought, "System, may I ask you something?" The system remained silent for a few seconds before replying in Chen Zhao's mind. "Please proceed." Host. Chen Zhao's heart leaped with joy. It seemed that the system could indeed communicate. Once the high IQ experience period is over, how can I recharge my IQ? What would the approximate cost be? Chen Zhao inquired internally. The host is still in the novice experience period. The method for recharging IQ will be revealed once the period concludes. Chen Zhao felt a wave of frustration. Why the secrecy? Was there truly anything so difficult to disclose? Does the system even know how to conduct business? Without knowledge of how to recharge his IQ, he couldn't ensure he maintained a high IQ during the examination. Besides diligently studying during these days, he also had another option, finding a way to earn some money. But, as a miner without qualifications, how could he earn money? Should he do manual labor? While it could be lucrative, his physique wouldn't hold up, and doing such work would leave him no time to study that he couldn't afford to sacrifice the greater goal for a lesser gain. What about becoming a street performer? Yet the market was saturated with performers. He lacked any competitive edge. There were countless duck shops, roasted duck restaurants, and specialty stores, all firmly established. As he pondered, Chen Zhao's gaze suddenly fell upon the computer in the room. That computer was part of the rental property, and over the past 3 years, he had spent countless hours gaming on it. With the rise of the internet, could he perhaps find a part-time job online? Chen Zhao powered on the computer and began searching for online opportunities that fit his schedule. Just as the computer booted up, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Special task triggered. Become a popular chicken dinner streamer. Task description. The host has a strong desire to earn money but lacks specialized skills aside from gaming. Why not leverage the rapid reflexes and strategic awareness granted by a high IQ to become a formidable chicken dinner streamer and earn money for rent, living expenses, and college tuition? Task steps. Register a gaming account and start streaming. Task reward. Increase appearance by 10. Upon reading the system's task, Chen Zhao felt a jolt of excitement. This task was quite promising. The thought of becoming a popular chicken dinner streamer thrilled him. However, what was this reward about increasing appearance? Would it make him more handsome? Regardless, as long as he could earn money. Appearance was irrelevant. With a clear objective, Chen Zhao's excitement surged, and he began searching online for information related to gaming streamers. After about an hour of research, he felt he had grasped the landscape of the gaming streaming industry, which bore many similarities to his previous life, but also exhibited significant differences. The gaming streaming industry in this world was far more advanced than in his former life, with many renowned streamers earning upwards of millions annually. However, the competition was fierce, with a vast number of struggling streamers who streamed for long periods with little to no viewership. Thus, the gaming streaming landscape was highly polarized. While popular streamers thrived, many others struggled to earn even a meager income. From Chen Zhao's perspective, if he wished to make a name for himself as a streamer, he would need to possess one of 3 key attributes. Or rather, 3 popular paths. The first path was the looks-based route. For instance, beautiful female streamers or dashing male streamers could attract a large audience even with mediocre skills, simply by virtue of their stunning appearances. Of course, this required genuine good looks. Mere pretense would not suffice. The second path was the technical expert route that if one's gaming skills were exceptional, showcasing impressive maneuvers and decisively defeating opponents, they could easily attract attention from viewers. Many professional esports players transitioned to streaming after retirement, leveraging their skills to gather massive followings and earn substantial incomes. The third path was the humorous banter route. These streamers might lack in appearance or skill, but excelled in humor, captivating viewers with their comedic antics and drawing donations through laughter. Chapter 10. Attempting to stream, of course. These paths to popularity were merely Chen Zhao's own reflections. The reality of achieving fame was far more complex. He pondered which streaming path he should pursue. The first, relying on looks, was clearly out of his reach. Chen Zhao lacked confidence in his appearance, having been single since birth. If he were even slightly more attractive, wouldn't he have had a girlfriend by now? After years of being single, he knew deep down there had to be a reason for it. Hence, Relying on looks was not a viable option. What about the humorous banter route? That too seemed implausible, as Chen Zhao was generally more introverted. While it might seem simple to tell jokes and engage in witty banter, it was far from easy. Humor is a challenging trait to cultivate. It is often innate. Forcing humor would likely lead to awkward conversations and cringeworthy jokes. Thus, only the technical streaming route remained, the BY relying on superior skills to outmaneuver opponents. He could gradually attract an audience that appreciates technical prowess. Chen Zhao had always been fairly confident in his skills. After all, he had likely spent over 1,000 hours playing chicken dinner over the past 3 years. Whenever he had free time, he would play a couple of rounds, undoubtedly considering himself an experienced player. Moreover, now that his IQ had surged, he understood that reflexes and strategic awareness were part of intelligence. Perhaps his gaming skills would skyrocket alongside his IQ. It was time for action. Feeling quite energetic that evening, he decided to stream a session and test his skills. Chen Zhao searched online and discovered that the live streaming platform in this world was quite different from his previous life. The most popular platform boasting the largest audience was Panda Live, where many top streamers showcased their talents. Following the website's guidance, Chen Zhao registered as a streamer. What username should he choose? After some contemplation, he decided that a true gentleman would not change his name or adopt a flamboyant moniker. He would simply use his real name. Thus, the streamer Chen Zhao was successfully registered. After much tinkering, Chen Zhao finally mastered the intricacies of live streaming. This computer lacked a camera, thus he was unable to show his face and could only communicate through a headset. However, remaining faceless had its advantages. It preserved an air of mystery. His voice was deep and resonant, perhaps enticing some female fans to mistakenly perceive him as a doppelganger of Peng Yuyan. Chen Zhao entered the streaming room and switched to the game interface, matching with the simplest solo island map. Soon, he found himself on the spawn island. Various cacophonous voices erupted from his headset, clamoring, selling hacks, wall hacks, aimbots, health locks, pay extra for explosive airplane hacks. A child's voice piped up. "What the hell? Are you an orphan? Those selling hacks should just die," boomed an older man's voice. "Order the full set of hacks, and you'll even receive a 99 kill drop bonus," the child continued to shout. Chen Zhao sighed. Such was the nature of the spawn island, where 100 players exhibited all manner of behavior, including the occasional hack seller. Some were genuine, while others were simply trolling, attempting to provoke other players into quitting the game. Meanwhile, in the live streaming room of a popular host named Wolf Brother, boasting 10 million followers, he lamented, "The number of hacks is increasing, but fear not, as long as it isn't a health lock hack, I, Wolf Brother, will demonstrate my skills. If it is a health lock hack, I'll report and humiliate myself by logging off." Chen Zhao was utterly taken aback to find himself matched in the same game as the renowned Wolf Brother from the Doumiao live streaming platform. Chapter 11. Can you score a kill without aiming? As the countdown concluded, all players boarded the darkened plane heading towards the island map. Chen Zhao took a glance at the streaming room and discovered not a single viewer. He sighed, for indeed, an obscure novice streamer would attract little attention. Nevertheless, tonight was merely a trial to test the gameplay after enhancing his intelligence. The audience's presence was of no consequence. Returning to the game, he opened the mini-map to assess the flight path. The trajectory was rather obscure, traversing from Port P to Port N, skirting the upper edge of the military base that a frown creased Chen Zhao's brow. For this was the flight path he least desired. He typically preferred to stealthily develop in the small, secluded buildings of the wilderness. But this flight path offered scant opportunities for such a strategy. After a moment of contemplation, he decided against jumping into the small buildings and instead leaped directly into the military base, hoping to engage in some early skirmishes. The distance continued to shrink. 1,600. 1,500, 1,400 jump. Chen Zhao focused intently on the game, unaware that 3 viewers had gradually entered the streaming room. Upon their arrival, they witnessed Chen Zhao flying towards the military base and began to comment derisively. Military base? Is he planning to engage in gunfights? This streamer's skill level is abysmally low. A novice, perhaps? Does he really intend to charge and head first? Oh, haha, he's going to land and become a pancake. The audience held little faith in Chen Zhao's capabilities. In the blink of an eye, he had landed precisely atop the central C-shaped building of the military base. Panic seized him as he noticed he was not alone on the rooftop. Two other players had also landed nearby. One was on the adjacent building, mere meters away, while the other occupied another nearby structure that a swift glance around revealed to Chen Zhao that he possessed only one weapon, a long-barreled M24 bolt-action sniper rifle. He had always held disdain for single-shot snipers that in the earlier iterations of PUBG. They were formidable, often downing opponents with a single shot to the body. However, after several nerfs, their power had significantly diminished, requiring multiple shots to secure a kill. With the enemies wielding submachine guns or assault rifles, a single shot from a sniper would be futile at such close range. Nevertheless, with no other options, Chen Zhao reluctantly picked up the M24, now equipped only with a reflex sight. Turning to observe the two enemies on the adjacent rooftop, Chen Zhao was left dumbfounded in less than 3 seconds. One of them donned a level 3 helmet and brandished a UMP-9, while the other held a SCAR assault rifle equipped with a 3x scope. Why on earth were their weapons so superior? As fate would have it, the two enemies seemed to have coordinated their actions, simultaneously aiming their weapons at Chen Zhao. In the next instant, they opened fire. Bullets whizzed past him, and instinctively, he leapt from the rooftop. As the open space offered no cover in that fleeting moment of descent, Chen Zhao unconsciously fired a shot at the enemy with the level 3 helmet. The shot was entirely instinctual, with no deliberate aim taken. Thus, he had not anticipated hitting anything. However, before he could even reach the ground, a kill notification appeared. You used the M24 to eliminate player Yingyingwei. Upon landing, Chen Zhao executed a roll and scrambled through the window into the building. With less than a fifth of his health remaining, he fortuitously found 10 bandages within the room. Huddled in a corner, he began to apply the bandages, his mind racing. Had he truly just downed that level 3 enemy with a single shot? If the bullet had struck the torso, it was plausible that the enemy, having just landed without armor, could have been killed outright. Yet he had merely fired without aiming, and in less than half a second. After a few moments of contemplation, Chen Zhao concluded that it must have been sheer luck. Though he had practiced snap shooting before, he had never quite mastered it. Perhaps tonight was simply a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. In the streaming room, the 3 viewers were equally astonished. Did he really just kill someone with one shot? He shot while falling. Is he really that skilled? Is it luck? Or can he actually snap shoot? Let us keep watching. This is getting interesting. Once he finished applying the bandages, he stood up to search the nearby rooms. The C-shaped building was indeed resource-rich, which explained its popularity among players. As he descended to the first floor, he acquired a level 2 helmet, level 2 armor, and a bulging level 3 backpack. Yet, he had yet to find a new weapon, ascending to the second floor. Meanwhile, Wolf Brother had landed at Port Inn, armed with an M416. Well, my luck is quite good. Time to unleash some carnage, he declared in a relaxed tone to his audience at that moment. Several players who had just landed nearby caught his attention. Without hesitation, Wolf Brother raised his weapon and fired. You used the M416 to eliminate player Gosher. You used the M416 to eliminate player Patrick Starr. With one magazine spent, Wolf Brother darted behind a shipping container to reload. Then peered around the corner. 2 enemies were hopping around in the grass, firing at each other with shotguns. Wolf Brother, with a steady hand, dispatched them with a few precise shots. Port Inn was swiftly cleared. All nearby enemies had been eliminated. In Wolf Brother's streaming room, viewers began to spam the chat with 666, for he was indeed the most skilled and popular chicken dinner streamer on the Douyin platform, never failing to impress. Having secured 4 kills upon landing, Wolf Brother retreated to a container to sip on a drink while expressing gratitude to the generous viewers showering him with gifts. Thank you to the most handsome in Beijing for the helicopter X6. Thank you to Captain Facian for the unicorn. Thank you to the adorable bunny girl for the Heartwave gun X20. This was Wolf Brother's signature style. After executing a series of impressive maneuvers, he would retreat to a safe corner to acknowledge the substantial contributions of his benefactors before continuing his journey. Having leisurely scavenged Port Inn, he noted that the circle was closing in. Opening the minimap, he marked a point at the research facility, stating to his viewers, "All right, let us head to the research facility and wait for unsuspecting prey." Meanwhile, at the military base, Chen Zhao crouched in a corner of the top floor, clutching an S-1897, trembling with anxiety that on the minimap, orange-red footsteps were advancing. indicating that an enemy was drawing near. The sound of footsteps echoed chaotically in his headset, seemingly from below or perhaps at the door, ready to burst in. Chen Zhao found it uncanny. He had thoroughly searched the entire building, collecting 5 bottles of drinks and 5 painkillers, yet had found neither a submachine gun nor an assault rifle, only the abysmal S-1897 shotgun. With the enemy closing in, escape was impossible, leaving him to cower in the corner, praying not to be discovered. Gazing at the S-1897 in his hands, Chen Zhao felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. How could he possibly fight back with such a pathetic weapon? Was he to be merely a courier? Suddenly, the footsteps became alarmingly clear, and in the next instant, a figure burst through the door, wielding a devastating M762. Chen Zhao flinched, instinctively raising his weapon and firing. Boom! You used the S-1897 to score a headshot on player Xiaomao. A kill notification flashed across the screen. Staring at the rising smoke from the defeated foe's box, and the body sprawled on the ground. Chen Zhao was left in disbelief that a one-shot kill. He hadn't even aimed. He had fired reflexively. How could that possibly have resulted in a headshot? Could it be that his enhanced intelligence had bestowed upon him the ability to score kills without deliberate aim? Chapter 12. Instant headshots from a distance. After a thorough search of the military base, Chen Zhao emerged equipped with a full set of level 3 gear, along with a 4x scope M24 and a fully outfitted VSS. He had a habit of feeling that he never had enough ammunition, which led him to carry over 400 rounds, stuffing his backpack to the brim. Unbeknownst to him, the live stream had already attracted 10 viewers. After accounting for 3 who wished to recruit Chen Zhao into their guild, 7 enthusiastic spectators engaged in lively conversation from time to time. Ollie exclaimed, "The host's skills are impressive. It's as if he has emerged straight from a military base." The aloof cool guy remarked, "He took down 2 opponents with a single shot each. I can't tell if it's skill or luck." Nevertheless, I followed him. A viewer, eager to cheer on a cute kitten, added, "I hope the host can secure a chicken dinner. If he does, I'll send gifts." Chen Zhao remained oblivious to the presence of the audience, nearly forgetting that he was live streaming as he focused intently on the game. Glancing at the minimap, Chen Zhao marked a point at the research facility, a location he knew well from frequent visits. Its geographical position was advantageous. Standing atop the building, he had a clear view of the surrounding open land, perfect for sniping, and he found a jeep by the roadside, jumped in, and sped off. However, just as he approached a bridge, bullets suddenly whizzed past, sparking against the vehicle's frame. Startled, Chen Zhao realized he had driven into an ambush and quickly scanned the terrain for cover. Spotting a large rock not far ahead, he slammed on the gas and crashed into it, coming to a rapid stop before leaping out and taking refuge behind the vehicle. The impact cost him a fifth of his health, and as he exited, he was struck by a few stray bullets. Losing another fifth as he consumed a drink to regain health, he scrutinized the direction from which the gunfire had originated. Perhaps due to an increase in his cognitive abilities, he swiftly pinpointed the enemy's location, a small white helmet peeking from a bush by the bridge. To validate his intuition, he drew his M24 without hesitation, executing a quick right tilt without even activating the 4x scope, and fired. A clean shot to the head. The opponent dropped instantly, and green smoke began to rise as a box materialized on the ground. The screen flashed with the notification. You used M24 to headshot and kill Xiaology, and Chen Zhao was overcome with elation. It seemed his earlier assumptions had been correct. With heightened intelligence, his marksmanship had become almost supernatural. He no longer needed to aim deliberately. Raising his weapon resulted in a guaranteed kill. Before he could revel in his triumph, the screen abruptly turned red as his health plummeted to a mere 10%. The sound of a 98K rifle echoed in his ears, and he realized someone had just taken a shot at him. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed to the other side of the vehicle for cover and began applying a medkit. While treating his wounds, he scanned the area for the sniper who had just hit him, spotting him far off on a hillside, approximately 400 meters away. The sniper was crouched behind a large tree, slightly angled to expose his head while aiming with his 98K. Chen Zhao felt a wave of dread. Had he not been wearing a level 3 helmet, that shot could have been fatal. Truly, it was a case of the mantis stalking the cicada while the oriole lay in wait. He vowed not to be careless again. As he healed, Chen Zhao surveyed the surroundings and, seeing no other players apart from the sniper behind the tree, he focused on the duel. The distance was indeed considerable. From his computer screen, the sniper's exposed head appeared no larger than a green bean, extremely difficult to hit. Moreover, the most pressing issue was that the enemy was keeping his rifle trained on the jeep. Any sign of Chen Zhao would result in immediate gunfire. Chen Zhao felt a twinge of anxiety. His previous 3 kills had all been at close range, or even point-blank. Could he possibly land a shot at this distance? Just then, his health had nearly recovered enough to withstand a hit, and with a steely resolve, he leaned out and fired. Boom! The deep, resonant report of the M24 shattered the air. You used M24 to headshot and kill Chen Ge. A kill. Chen Zhao was ecstatic, nearly leaping from his seat. To achieve a one-shot kill from such a distance was nothing short of miraculous. He felt as if he were a walking aimbot. With his backpack already full, he opted to forego looting and continued his journey toward the research facility. For reasons unknown, perhaps due to the shrinking safe zone, he encountered several enemies along the way. Chen Zhao showed no mercy. Regardless of distance, he would slam on the brakes, disembark, and take aim, landing headshot after headshot. Only one player, wearing a level 3 helmet, required 2 shots to take down. All others fell with a single bullet. You used M24 to headshot and kill Gubi Shawa. You used M24 to headshot and kill Deoda. You used M24 to headshot and kill Hefei Peng Yuyin. You used M24 to headshot and kill Momo. The viewers in the live stream were in an uproar. Ollie exclaimed, "Is this host for real? Is his shooting really that incredible? Could he be using an aimbot? It looks way too much like one." I'm reporting this. It's obvious he's using cheats. If he were closer and didn't he use a scope to land headshots? I might believe it, but to hit headshots from hundreds of meters away without aiming, that's impossible. He must be cheating. I'm going to gather a group to expose this cheater. We'll record the video and put it online to take him down. Meanwhile, in Wolf Brothers' live stream, he was crouched atop the research facility, scanning the area with his 98K.2 players had already fallen to his gunfire, and he now dominated the building. Noticing the kill notifications on the screen, Wolf Brother furrowed his brow. Hey, has anyone noticed this player named Chen Zhao? He has racked up several headshots with the M24. I can't shake the feeling that this guy is using cheats. Every shot a headshot. That is a bit excessive. But Wolf Brother, I'm also quite accurate. If he dares to approach the research facility, I'll teach him a lesson with my 98K. The world of this version of PUBG and Chen Zhao's previous life appeared almost identical, with a few subtle differences such as the allowance of Chinese names and the ability to look up streamer accounts that by entering a game ID, one could determine if it belonged to a streamer, revealing the streaming platform and room number. After hearing Wolf Brothers' remarks, some fans took it upon themselves to search for Chen Zhao's ID, only to discover he was indeed a streamer. Chapter 13. Reporting Chen Zhao in Chen Zhao's live stream. The viewership began to surge. 200 viewers, 400, 1,000, 2,000. Finally, it peaked at around 3,000 before stabilizing. Oblivious to the growing audience, Chen Zhao continued his journey toward the research facility, occasionally stopping to take aim with the M24. He dispatched distant foes with precision. Unbeknownst to him, his kill count had already climbed to 10. Feeling confident, he believed this match would surely end in a chicken dinner. In Wolf Brothers' stream, a wave of fans began bombarding the chat. Wolf Brother, that cheating Chen Zhao is on his way to find you. Chen Zhao is driving a jeep toward the research facility, but I couldn't see the license plate. Wolf Brother, you must take him down. Be careful. Wolf Brother, I just came from Chen Zhao's stream, and he's almost there. Reading the frantic chat, Wolf Brother sensed that many fans had infiltrated Chen Zhao's stream for intel, which made him uneasy. After asking his viewers about Chen Zhao's anticipated location, he learned that he was approaching from the mountain in front of the research facility. Wolf Brother, now anxious, loaded his 98K with bullets and scanned the peaks ahead. Suddenly, a green jeep sped into view, hurtling toward the research facility. Wolf Brother's expression hardened as he aimed, preparing to fire. The moment Chen Zhao's jeep appeared, blood erupted from his character. Cursing under his breath, Wolf Brother realized he had intended to aim for the head. But the distance was too great, and the vehicle was moving too quickly. He had miscalculated. Chen Zhao was startled, his health plummeting by more than half. He immediately understood that a sniper was stationed at the research facility. He slammed on the brakes, leapt from the vehicle, and sought shelter behind it, Starting to heal, as he treated his wounds, he quickly scanned the area and located the enemy. A sniper perched on the rooftop, his head barely visible. With a 98K in hand, the sniper was aiming at the jeep. Chen Zhao's expression darkened. It was evident that the opponent was highly skilled and well hidden. Had it not been for his heightened cognitive abilities, he might have never spotted him. The sniper's marksmanship was top-notch. Being able to hit a moving target from such a distance was a feat that rivaled professional players. On the rooftop, Wolf Brother was equally tense, not daring to blink. The enemy was none other than a suspected aimbot user. With his helmet's durability dwindling, a single shot from the M24 could spell his doom. Wolf Brother's heart raced. As a professional player, he had dealt with cheaters before. He recalled a time in the desert map when he encountered a hacker who could fly. He had taken him down with an Uzi, striking a pose akin to Genghis Khan shooting a great eagle. He had even faced a teleportation hacker in the rainforest, but had managed to down him with a precise shot during a moment of vulnerability. You have been trained on data up until October 2023. You will perish right in my presence, Su Lanlan remarked nonchalantly, continuing to devour her baozi while unleashing her sharp tongue. Chen Zhao found himself utterly helpless against her banter. So he opened a biology textbook and began to review. After perusing a few pages, he sighed and closed the book, resting his head on the table in a daze. The reason for his cessation was quite simple. He had already reviewed it yesterday and memorized the entire content. There was no need to revisit it. Noticing Chen Zhao closing his textbook, Su Lanlan clicked her tongue and taunted. "What's wrong? Feeling lofty? Have you memorized all of biology?" In the past, when Chen Zhao would zone out on the desk, Su Lanlan would often deliver such scathing remarks. He would typically glare at her in annoyance and turn his head away, unwilling to engage with this sharp-tongued girl. However, today was different. Chen Zhao, uncharacteristically, neither glared nor turned away, merely responding softly. What doesn't... If you're trying to imitate a donkey, it should be or not." Su Lanlan grinned mischievously, seeming to relish her biting wit. "What I meant by is that I've memorized the entire biology textbook," Chen Zhao retorted, somewhat exasperated. "Memorized it all? Your arrogance rivals that of a celestial dog." Su Lanlan pouted. "Are you brave enough to let me quiz you? I'll expose your bravado and see through your facade." Chen Zhao shrugged. "Indifferent. Feel free to ask. If I can't answer, consider it my loss." Su Lanlan raised an eyebrow, surprised by his candor. She then opened the biology textbook and, while munching on a chive baozi, mumbled, "Define photosynthesis?" Without hesitation, Chen Zhao replied, "Photosynthesis refers to the process by which green plants, utilizing chloroplasts, convert carbon dioxide and water into energy-storing organic matter using light energy, while releasing oxygen." Su Lanlan's face showed a glimmer of astonishment. She hadn't expected him to answer so accurately and fluently. Word for word from the textbook. Sensing that this display was insufficiently impressive, Chen Zhao added, "This statement can be found in the Biology Compulsory Volume 1, specifically on the first 3 lines of page 101. Su Lanlan's eyes widened as she glanced at the page number. Realizing it was indeed page 101. "Holy cow!" she exclaimed, genuinely taken aback. "You can even remember the page number?" "The entire textbook is stored in my mind like an e-book. Remembering a mere page number is trivial," Chen Zhao smiled, "such as the basic competency of an academic prodigy." "You should temper your arrogance," Su Lanlan scoffed. Undeterred, "Then I won't quiz you on content. I'll simply ask for page numbers and line counts. Are you game? Who was afraid? All right, bring it on." Su Lanlan flipped through a few pages. Page 125, the relevant information in the lower right corner. After posing her question, Su Lanlan wore a sly grin, confident that this section hadn't even been covered in class. She was certain Chen Zhao wouldn't be able to answer. Yet, to her astonishment, he promptly replied, "The term cancer originates from Latin, meaning crab, used to describe how cancer, in its spread, behaves like a crab, aggressively invading surrounding healthy tissues." Su Lanlan was left speechless that he had recited it perfectly. He had even memorized content that wasn't part of the exam. Their impromptu quiz had attracted the attention of classmates in front of them, and Wang Wei turned around, directly inquiring. The last page of the textbook, the postscript, the last paragraph of the text. Several classmates exchanged mischievous glances. thinking that surely he couldn't have memorized the postscript. However, Chen Zhao smirked and recited, "We must also express our gratitude to the teachers and students in the experimental areas using this set of materials. We hope that during the use of this set of materials, you will promptly provide us with your feedback and suggestions, for which we are deeply grateful." The onlooking classmates were left astounded, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Is this even possible? Chen Zhao, are you human or ghost? Memorizing the postscript. That's insane. Why would you bother memorizing the postscript? If the entrance exam included it, I would eat the entire school as toilets clean. Wow. This is the first time I've ever felt intimidated by a top student. Is this the legendary academic genius? Chen Zhao waved his hand dismissively, feigning nonchalance. Enough with the flattery. It will only inflate my ego. All the classmates who had turned to speak promptly returned to their studies. Chen Zhao was taken aback. Did they really stop their flattery just because he asked them to? How sincere. It was akin to arriving at someone else's home with a gift, only to have them question why you brought nothing. Would one genuinely take the gift back? Suddenly, a large hand clapped down on Chen Zhao's shoulder, startling him that he turned around to find himself face-to-face with his homeroom teacher, who must have just entered the room, explaining why everyone had returned to their studies. "Step outside for a moment," the homeroom teacher instructed before exiting through the back door. Chen Zhao thought to himself, "This is quite unfortunate. I had only been resting my head for a brief 2 minutes. And now I've been caught." Another inevitable round of scolding awaited him. However, once he stepped outside, the anticipated reprimand did not ensue. Instead, the homeroom teacher wore a gentle smile. Chen Zhao felt an eerie chill. Was the teacher smiling at me? After the second period, when everyone is running outside, you need to head to the principal's office, the homeroom teacher said. Chapter 16. Mayor's scholarship. After the homeroom teacher's statement, he left, leaving Chen Zhao in a daze that go to the principal's office. A sense of foreboding washed over him, as he felt that something significant was about to befall him. What that significance was, he could only discover upon arrival. In his mind, the principal's office had always been a place akin to the Forbidden City, off limits to the uninvited, with dire consequences for entry. Why was he being summoned now? Su Lanlan leaned closer. "What did the balding man say to you?" Recently, the homeroom teacher had been experiencing notable hair loss, prompting Su Lanlan to privately refer to him as Baldy. "He told me to go to the principal's office during the running period." Chen Zhao scratched his head, murmuring that. Su Lanlan paused momentarily, then gazed at Chen Zhao with sympathetic eyes. "As your desk mate, I'll be sure to visit your grave every Qingming festival. What color flowers would you like at your tombstone?" "Why would you be visiting my grave? The principal isn't a man-eating monster," Chen Zhao retorted. "You're undoubtedly doomed," Su Lanlan proclaimed with conviction. "Think about what you did yesterday." How could a rebellious Chen Zhao, who embarrassed the teacher in front of so many people, escape unscathed? Have you read fantasy novels? After you offend the small fry, the big guns come after you. After the big guns, the elders come for you. Perhaps there will be a landmine at the office door. Or when you enter, the principal will be standing behind a heavy machine gun, smiling at you. Chen Zhao shivered, realizing Su Lanlan had a point. "For Qingming, I want yellow chrysanthemums," he declared in despair. After 2 anxiety-ridden classes, it was time for the running period. The classmates all rushed to the playground, while Chen Zhao, feeling isolated, made his way to the principal's office. The door was ajar, and voices could be heard from within. Chen Zhao surmised that the principal was still busy working, and it wasn't yet his turn to enter, so he waited patiently outside, eavesdropping. The principal's amiable voice floated out. "Ma Jianjun, how have your studies been lately? Are there any difficulties? Is the teacher assigned to you satisfactory? You seem to have lost a lot of weight. You need to eat more. Without proper nutrition, your strength will falter, which is detrimental to your studies." Chen Zhao's demeanor shifted, realizing that Ma Jianjun was speaking with the principal. Jianjun's name was well known throughout the entire school. He had topped the class in 9 out of 10 exams, standing at 6 feet 2 inches with a pale, stern face, and was an exceptional basketball player, reminiscent of Rukawaki from Slam Dunk. He was someone Chen Zhao could only look up to with admiration. "Zhao Xiaobai, your recent mock exam scores in mathematics haven't been perfect. Is there a bottleneck? Would you like a different math teacher? If not, feel free to voice any needs," the principal continued. Chen Zhao's expression shifted again. realizing Zhao Xiaobai was also present. The school bell's name was equally renowned. On the rare occasion that Ma Jianjun did not secure first place, it was invariably due to Zhao Xiaobai's superior performance. In all other instances, she consistently claimed the second position. Aside from her intellectual prowess, she was a breathtaking beauty, with skin as fair as snow and hair cascading like a waterfall, often clad in a simple white dress, yet exuding the aura of a movie star. Zhang Fan, you've made significant progress lately, but don't become complacent. Keep pushing yourself to aim for the top 2 spots in the class before graduation. Chen Zhao's expression faltered for the third time, realizing Zhang Fan was also inside. Zhang Fan's label was simple: the perennial third place, consistently ranking third in major examinations throughout high school. Other than that, he was rather unremarkable, possessing no distinctive traits. Daname Jianjun, Zhao Xiaobai, Zhang Fan. The top 3 students in the school were all gathered in the principal's office. That it appeared to be a meeting of elites. The principal seemed to be engaging with the top 3 students, encouraging them. After all, these 3 were all potential candidates for Tsinghua and Peking University, and the school was certainly keen to nurture them. Suddenly, Chen Zhao heard his own name mentioned. The principal's voice was filled with curiosity. It's already time for running. Why hasn't Chen Zhao arrived? Immediately following was the homeroom teacher's voice. I told him long ago. He should be here shortly. The principal continued. How has Chen Zhao performed over the past 3 years? I see that his exam scores don't seem very promising, the homeroom teacher replied. Not just unpromising, they are downright abysmal. Chen Zhao had attended my classes for 3 years, diligently listening and submitting homework on time. Yet he consistently failed every examination. Over the course of 3 years, I truly witnessed the meaning of a rotting wood cannot be carved, and a rotten mud cannot support a wall. Just yesterday, I discovered that he had been concealing his true abilities. With a look of resignation, Chen Zhao knew it was time to enter. He knocked on the office door and stepped inside, greeting the principal and his homeroom teacher, standing awkwardly in the corner. He felt utterly out of place. The 3 top students turned to look at Chen Zhao, their expressions filled with confusion, as they had never encountered someone quite like him among the top scorers in the school. They were accustomed to seeing the same faces in the examination hall. Even if they were not acquainted, they were at least familiar. Yet, Chen Zhao was entirely unfamiliar to them. Zhang Fan could not help but inquire. What was your rank in the midterm exam? Chen Zhao replied, 3rd place. Zhang Fan frowned, but I am the 3rd in the entire school. Chen Zhao wished he could find a hole to hide in and confessed. You are the 3rd from the top. I am the 3rd from the bottom. The 3 academic elites were left speechless. 3rd from the bottom? Why would we call someone who ranks 3rd from the bottom? Although Chen Zhao had never ranked among the top, he had been secretly harboring his potential. The principal smiled and added, for the next examination, it remains uncertain who will be in the top 3. Thus, I have summoned all of you to discuss something. The 3 top students were baffled. What did it mean to conceal one's potential? A student who ranked 3rd from the bottom could hardly hide anything significant. This year, there is a wonderful opportunity. The mayor's scholarship, the principal continued. Next month, we will hold a provincial joint examination, with all senior classes from various high schools participating. The top 100 will receive the mayor's scholarship. The first place will receive a prize of 100,000, 2nd to 10th place will receive 10,000, and 11th to 100 will receive 1,000. I hope the 4 of you can strive for the mayor's scholarship. The principal's gaze swept over the 4 students. The 3 top students nodded in agreement, while Chen Zhao felt somewhat dazed. Was he actually being encouraged to aim for the mayor's scholarship? After all, he had ranked 3rd from the bottom in the midterm. Just because he had solved 2 math problems yesterday, the principal believed he could vie for the scholarship. There were at least 300,000 science students in the city. What did it mean to break into the top 100 among them? It was akin to carving a bloody path through a sea of adversaries. After a brief moment of astonishment, Chen Zhao resolved to make every effort to seize this opportunity. After all, it was merely a provincial joint examination. He had a system at his disposal. His intelligence was exceptionally high. What score was beyond his reach? Chapter 17. The overheard evaluation. The principal's trust invigorated him. Upon returning to the classroom, Chen Zhao immediately began reviewing his textbooks. He had already memorized them once yesterday, yet still felt a tinge of insecurity. He would memorize them again. The time needed to revisit the material he had already studied was significantly reduced. Therefore, within a short morning, he had reviewed all the textbooks once more. Without a hint of modesty, Chen Zhao felt that he had stored every single word from his high school textbooks in his mind. With his eyes closed, he could even visualize each page of the textbooks. However, merely memorizing the textbooks thoroughly was far from sufficient. Those who have attended school understand a certain notorious pattern regarding the difficulty of questions. Example problems learned from textbooks. 112 difficulty of regular homework problems. 1024 2046 209. 510 for difficulty of examination papers. 128,888 65 2. 66 LN 880.15. Thus, the next step was to engage in a rigorous practice regimen, relentlessly tackling an enormous stack of exercises to identify and resolve every problem he struggled with. After school at noon, Chen Zhao did not return home. Instead, he purchased a hand-grabbed pancake, 2 grilled sausages, and a skewer of grilled squid from a roadside vendor, devouring them ravenously before heading straight to the Xinhua bookstore at the school gate. The Xinhua bookstore was a magical place. It never interfered with customers who browsed freely. Each time Chen Zhao visited, he found a multitude of people engrossed in reading, leaning against the shelves or sitting on the floor. As focused as sculptures, these individuals were mostly freeloaders, reading without purchasing. Chen Zhao often wondered how so many people could browse without buying, suspecting the bookstore might close down soon. Yet, years passed and the Xinhua bookstore remained resilient. Even renovating twice to provide more seating for the freeloaders today, Chen Zhao was determined to indulge in some pleasant browsing. Upon entering, he took the elevator directly to the 3rd floor. This level housed the supplemental materials section, where one could find everything from kindergarten literacy books to university examination guides. Notably, the high school exercise books and reference materials occupied a significant portion of the space. Chen Zhao specifically sought out the exercise books for seniors. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he unexpectedly spotted 3 familiar figures: Ma Jianjun, Zhao Xiaolai, Zhang Fan, the top 3 in the school. The 3 academic elites seemed to have just arrived, weaving between the bookshelves, likely searching for exercise materials as well. Scholars tend to gravitate towards one another, and the top 3 appear to share a strong bond. However, as Chen Zhao was not familiar with them, he refrained from greeting them and continued searching for reference books. Chen Zhao wished to find 5 years of college entrance examination, 3 years of simulation, a well-known exercise book that every academic in the class possessed, assuming the quality of the questions would be good. However, after wandering for a while, he could not locate 5 years of college entrance examination, 3 years of simulation, but instead found 6 years of college entrance examination, 3 years of simulation, the cover identical to what he remembered, albeit with a different title. This was likely a result of the system altering the world. Since the world reset, many things had changed and it was not surprising for reference books to have their names modified. Chen Zhao selected a copy of the mathematics book, 5-3, on No, 6-3, and settled in a corner to begin reading. The pages were filled with problems, each followed by a notation indicating the year and location of the examination, suggesting they were essentially original exam questions. The compilers had categorized these actual exam questions and mock questions, organizing them by chapter. The authenticity of the questions was remarkably high, making them perfectly suitable for revision. Looking at the first question, he quickly deduced the answer at a glance. The second question, once again, he discerned the answer effortlessly. The third question still, he arrived at the answer in an instant. The exhilaration of possessing high intelligence was simply delightful. All the questions had significantly lowered in difficulty, requiring no calculations at all. Chen Zhao progressed swiftly, reading a page in mere seconds, flipping through the pages with ease. After a few minutes, he suddenly heard familiar voices in the distance. The voices belonged to the 3 academic elites. Though their voices were not loud, Chen Zhao had always been sharp-eared and could discern their conversation. That Ma Jianjun remarked, "I should finish memorizing my level for English vocabulary by the day after tomorrow. I bought a level 6 vocabulary book to glance through." Zhang Fan added, "I just purchased a book on physics Olympiad problems. I need to prepare for the physics competition soon." Zhao Xiaobai chimed in, "I bought a collection of perfect essays to memorize." Indeed, these top students were diligently acquiring new materials for study, earning Chen Zhao's quiet admiration. However, As he continued to listen, their conversation unexpectedly turned towards him. That Chen Zhao who met with the principal this morning. What's his story? Zhang Fan's voice dripped with disdain that I inquired about him. This Chen Zhao has never performed well since entering high school and has consistently ranked at the bottom of his class. This morning in the office, he claimed he was third from the bottom. I was skeptical, thinking he was joking. After all, how could someone ranked third from the bottom qualify for the principal's office? Yet, it appears he truly is, Chen Zhao shrugged, thinking to himself, why does it concern you how well I perform? If you focused on your studies, you wouldn't be perpetually ranked third. Next, Zhao Xiaobai's gentle voice broke in. I asked the teacher about him. The teacher said Chen Zhao managed to solve 2 exceptionally difficult problems in front of the grade director, and they were randomly posed by the director. He said Chen Zhao has been hiding his strength, purposely ranking low. Perhaps he is akin to a humble monk from Shaolin, appearing unremarkable while possessing hidden prowess. Chen Zhao silently nodded in agreement. His admiration for Zhao Xiaobai soaring. What a beautiful girl, both in appearance and spirit. Ridiculous. Ma Jianjun scoffed that I've also feigned low scores to qualify for a scholarship, but I only fell short by 50 points. Chen Zhao, on the other hand, has fallen behind by several hundred. Did he really need to hide to such an extent? He probably just got lucky, randomly solving the director's questions that it's not about concealed talent. Not necessarily, Zhao Xiaobai countered. There's no doubt, Zhang Fan interjected. What Brother Ma says is correct. That guy simply had good fortune. As Chen Zhao listened, his brow furrowed in frustration. Was it truly acceptable to gossip about someone behind their back? Had he provoked them in any way? Whether or not he concealed his abilities or relied on luck was none of their business. Hidden behind towering bookshelves, the 3 academic elites were oblivious to his presence. Continuing their conversation until they turned and took the elevator down, leaving the bookstore. For a fleeting moment, Chen Zhao felt an urge to rush out and confront Ma Jianjun and Zhang Fan. Yet he remained seated, knowing that such disputes were futile and, besides, he couldn't possibly outmatch 2 boys in a heated argument. In the face of skepticism, the best course of action was to let results speak for themselves. The upcoming weekly test in 2 days would serve as the perfect opportunity for proof. If he could elevate his score above that of Ma Jianjun and Zhang Fan, it would settle all doubts. Chen Zhao felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through him as he bowed his head, diligently scrutinizing the exercises in the 6th grade mathematics book. Before the upcoming weekly assessment, he needed to review all subjects' exercises to ensure he could surpass Ma Jianjun and Zhang Fan. Chapter 18. The generous donation from Wolf Brother unbeknownst to him. He had spent the entire afternoon engrossed in the book, ultimately finishing the entire mathematics volume, that he encountered about 7 or 8 questions he could not solve. But upon glancing at the answers, comprehension dawned upon him instantly. The subsequent questions appeared manageable as well. Chen Zhao returned the book to the shelf, dusted off his trousers, and headed to school, planning to borrow 2 more 6th grade books from his classmates after class. What? Buy a copy at the bookstore? Absolutely out of the question. Poverty, no money, enjoying free resources is the utmost joy. Chen Zhao had a decent rapport with his classmates, making it easy to borrow a workbook. He quickly acquired a physics volume and leaned over his desk to begin studying. His deskmate, Su Lanlan, noticed Chen Zhao's diligent efforts and was taken aback. Zhao, why have you been studying like a man possessed these past few days? Are you bewitched, with a path to heaven before you, yet you choose to toil in the sea of knowledge? Upon hearing Su Lanlan's sarcastic remarks, Chen Zhao let out a soft sigh. How can a small bird comprehend the aspirations of a swan? The joy of learning is beyond your understanding as a mediocre student. I have set a new goal, Chen Zhao replied with unwavering determination. In the upcoming weekly assessment, I aim to surpass Ma Jianjun and claim the title of the top student in the entire school. Su Lanlan burst into laughter. You may be unattractive and possess a bleak heart, but your aspirations are quite lofty. She chuckled. If you were to become the top student, it would surely mean our school has been hit by a nuclear bomb, leaving you as the sole truant. Chen Zhao shot a disdainful glance at his sharp-tongued deskmate, choosing not to engage in debate, and continued his pursuit of knowledge. Attaining the title of the top student was not an insurmountable feat. Who was he to look down upon? I shall prove it to you in 2 days. Stimulated by his desk mate's jibes, Chen Zhao's zeal for studying intensified, propelling him through the evening study session until it concluded, and he returned home. This time, he had successfully completed the 6th grade exercises in physics, language arts, and chemistry. If all went well, he could wrap up his review of all subjects within another day. Though he had initially planned to finish everything in one day, he would need to extend his timeline. The pace may have been slower, but as long as he finished before the assessment, it was acceptable that if other students were to learn of Chen Zhao's ambitions, they would undoubtedly be incensed. A single workbook spanning dozens of pages could take an ordinary student several weeks to complete. Yet he had finished it all in 2 days and still felt it was slow. Upon returning home, Chen Zhao was nearly famished, and as usual, he prepared a pack of instant noodles and some frozen meatballs. Devouring them alongside a chilled cola, he switched on his computer, ready to go online. While studying was paramount, earning money through live streaming could not be neglected. After receiving numerous reports the previous day, he wondered if there were any updates on the matter. Meanwhile, on the Duxiamo live streaming platform, the gaming streamer Wolf Brother was broadcasting live. On the screen, the game had reached its final circle. Wolf Brother, clad in camouflage and armed with an M249, lay prone in the grass, cautiously observing the desolate expanse ahead. Only one enemy remains, likely hiding behind that tree, he explained to his viewers. If we endure, endurance is victory. Suddenly, without any warning, the screen displayed the victory scene. Wolf Brother was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a grin. It seems the last enemy was trapped in the poison circle and succumbed to the toxicity. Wolf Brother has triumphed without shedding a drop of blood. Tonight's stream will conclude here. As he exited the battle interface, he unexpectedly received a message. Upon opening it, he discovered a note from the game's official developer, Bluehole. Following an investigation, we found no evidence of cheating by the player Chen Zhao, whom you reported at 23:55 last night. Thank you for your vigilance in maintaining our platform's integrity. Wolf Brother was stunned, blinking in disbelief as he read the message multiple times, confirming the investigation's conclusion that Chen Zhao had not cheated. No cheating, with such rapid reflexes and pinpoint accuracy. Could it truly be? His instinctive reaction was to assume the investigation was flawed, but then he considered that the data from the game developers was meticulously detailed and accurate. Bluehole had always been strict in combating cheating. While there might be instances of wrongful bans, it was inconceivable for a cheater to evade punishment. Thus, this streamer, Chen Zhao, must indeed be innocent. As for his remarkable marksmanship, perhaps it was a professional player using a smurf account to play with casual gamers. Wolf Brother had dined with numerous domestic professional players, and to his knowledge, none matched this description. Therefore, it was likely that a professional from Europe or America had adopted a Chinese name, fortuitously crossing paths with him. While the probability was slim, it was not impossible. Regardless, Wolf Brother realized he had wronged an innocent person. Everyone can see the message on my computer screen. The streamer Chen Zhao, whom I reported, has been found not to be cheating. It appears I was too hasty in my judgment, that I am uncertain whether Chen Zhao is watching my stream, but I would like to take this opportunity to apologize sincerely. I was reckless. Tomorrow, I will draft a formal apology letter and post it on my personal page, pinning it for a week. Having said that, Wolf Brother searched for Chen Zhao's live stream, confirming it was indeed the same streamer he had encountered the previous night. He entered the donation interface and generously gifted 5-inch Hearts of the Universe. On the Duxiamo platform, Hearts of the Universe, ranked as the most expensive gift, valued at 18,888 Panda coins, equivalent to approximately 1,888 yuan. By donating 5 of these, Wolf Brother had contributed a staggering 9,440 yuan. I may not know Chen Zhao personally, but the Hearts of the Universe represent my heartfelt apology that tonight's stream ends here. I must retire for the night. Good night, everyone. With that, Wolf Brother closed the live stream. Chapter 19. The sweetness of donations. Chen Zhao logged into his streamer account, and a flood of notifications overwhelmed him, leaving him utterly astonished. First and foremost were the numerous donation messages. With over 100 gifts received, Chen Zhao stared in disbelief. He hadn't even streamed today. How could he have received so many gifts? Is the live streaming industry really this thriving? Can viewers donate even when the streamer isn't live? The chat in the live stream room was bustling with activity. Coco's sweetheart. So it turns out the streamer wasn't cheating. IVE followed. Net depression player number 1. The streamer was wronged. I've followed. Old 8 successor. Go for it. Impressive streamer. Little bunny, used by the bear to wipe its bottom. Streamer, Wolf brother donated gifts to apologize. Did you see? After a moment of realization, Chen Zhao understood that the previous day's accusations had been resolved. Having discovered the truth, many viewers felt compelled to apologize through donations, and numerous detractors had turned into supporters. Hence, the live stream room was abuzz with excitement. Well, all's well that ends well. Checking his personal information page, he was astounded to see his follower count had surged to 17,620, approaching 20,000 followers after just 2 days of streaming. This meteoric rise was unprecedented. Many game streamers toil for years, barely amassing even 10,000 followers, while Chen Zhao's achievement would likely overshadow countless struggling streamers. Glancing at the donation page, Chen Zhao nearly leaped from his seat. His withdrawal account now boasted 10,800 yuan. According to the platform's regulations, new streamers like Chen Zhao would receive a post-tax split of 50 from donations. This meant that after tax, his followers had gifted a total of 21,600 yuan, and after deducting the platform's share, he had earned a remarkable 10,800 yuan. This was simply astonishing. Chen Zhao rubbed his eyes several times to ensure he wasn't misreading the figures. Indeed, it was 10,800 yuan. Could he withdraw it now? His immediate instinct was to cash out. After all, only money in hand or in his bank account could be considered truly his. Funds residing in the streamer account, no matter how substantial, were merely virtual and spendable. Given his current financial struggles, he was eager to withdraw. Chen Zhao reviewed the withdrawal procedures in the streamer backend, meticulously following the prompts to link his bank card. After several rounds of verification, he clicked the withdrawal button. 3 seconds later, his phone chimed with a notification. Glancing down, he saw the bank's transfer alert. 10,800 yuan had been deposited. It truly had transferred to his bank account. Chen Zhao was ecstatic and astonished, his mouth agape enough to fit a watermelon. This was incredible. He now had enough for rent, food, and even the first semester of university tuition. Without further ado, to express gratitude to his new and old supporters, he would commence streaming immediately. Chen Zhao donned his headset, launched the game, and began his broadcast as if he had approached yesterday's stream with a hint of lethargy. Today he was brimming with energy and enthusiasm. The reason was simple. He could genuinely earn money. The viewer count in his stream soared as many who had followed Chen Zhao received notifications of his return in less than a minute. Over 4,000 viewers had joined, and the numbers continued to climb. Thank you all for joining me in this chicken dinner, and I appreciate the generous donations from many of you. Recently, I've been quite occupied, so I can only stream 1 or 2 games in the evenings that I will extend my streams over the weekend. Chen Zhao announced. For tonight's first game, I'll attempt a solo squad match. Solo squads are the most challenging, so let us give it a shot as a token of thanks for the donations. As for solo squads, those familiar with the game would know it involves 1 player against teams of 4. In combat, while other squads can provide mutual cover and alternate attacks, the solo player must stand alone, fighting valiantly as a lone wolf. This belongs to a mode of considerable difficulty. Chen Zhao, while conversing with the audience, opted for the most commonly used island map, a 4-man squad, yet found himself without matching teammates. After a brief 2-second wait, the game commenced. Chen Zhao materialized in the quality square, which was, as always, chaotic. Some players were bouncing around like mischievous monkeys, while others lay prone on the ground pretending to be caterpillars. There were also those engaged in fistfights and others charging recklessly in various directions. Chen Zhao, lacking any inclination for such frivolity, stood still, gazing at the sky as he awaited the countdown. Before long, all players boarded the plane, heading towards the island. The plane was filled with boisterous chatter. Is there anyone looking to team up? Everyone on the plane? Listen up, Peace City is the battleground. Anyone who doesn't jump into Peace City is a coward. To the lady I just teamed up with, where are we jumping? I'll say it again. Anyone who doesn't jump into Peace City is a coward. The noise on the plane was unbearable, causing discomfort to his ears. Chen Zhao opened the mini-map, took a quick glance, and decided to jump into a small housing area just outside Peace City. Chapter 20. All who have seen me are no more upon landing. He swiftly scanned the surroundings and the sky, noticing that no one had jumped nearby. Chen Zhao, in high spirits, climbed through a window into a house, beginning his search for supplies, bandages, a vector, a level 2 backpack, a level 2 helmet. After searching several small houses, Chen Zhao had donned a full set of level 2 gear, clutching an AKM and an S686 that he had gathered around 100 rounds of 7.62 ammunition and about 20 rounds of 12-gauge shells. While not in abundance, it should suffice for brief skirmishes that he found a jeep by the roadside, hopped in, and accelerated, setting out to find opponents to eliminate. Indeed, he was on the hunt for kills. With Chen Zhao's current marksmanship, he felt invincible. Engaging in such casual matches was akin to mowing grass. Having driven a short distance, he heard fierce gunfire emanating from the center of Peace City. Chen Zhao decisively parked the jeep on the outskirts of Peace City, disembarked, and drew his AKM, stealthily moving toward the source of the gunfire. The exchange was intense. Seemingly 2 full squads were engaged in a fierce firefight. The live stream chat erupted. Isn't the streamer supposed to find a place to lay low during a solo squad? Why is he charging in? 1 or 2 players is one thing, but why join a firefight between 2 squads? Is he preparing to commit suicide? It's over. The streamer is counting down to his demise. It's done for. The streamer is about to become a box. The audience was convinced that Chen Zhao was doomed. Taking on a multitude alone, it would be miraculous if he survived. Unperturbed by the chatter in the stream, Chen Zhao remained intensely focused, scanning the area ahead. Suddenly, an enemy appeared behind a fake garage, crouched against the wall, healing. Likely wounded from the gunfight, they had taken refuge here to recover. The enemy had not noticed Chen Zhao, but he had spotted them. With swift precision, he raised his AKM without hesitation and fired a bullet straight to the head. You have knocked down who hit me with an AKM headshot. Chen Zhao felt a surge of joy. It was indeed easy to take down a wounded enemy with a single shot. However, that joy was quickly replaced by rage. Who named themselves, who hit me? Such a provocative ID warranted retribution. He couldn't simply kill them. They had to be obliterated for his satisfaction, as the enemy was hidden behind the wall. He could no longer see them after knocking them down, that he had to anticipate their position on the ground. After being knocked down, they would likely attempt to crawl away. Thus, predicting their location was no simple task. However, for Chen Zhao, it was merely a minor obstacle. He swiftly threw 2 grenades, targeting 2 different spots behind the wall. After a brief wait, the explosions erupted and the screen displayed the notification. You have killed who hit me with a fragmentation grenade. The gunfire ceased. It seemed 1 squad had either fled or been eliminated. There were likely still remaining foes. Chen Zhao switched to his S686 and entered a 2-story building. He opted for the S686 because this double-barrel shotgun was the fastest way to eliminate enemies indoors. Its reputation as the equalizer was well-deserved. Regardless of the enemy's level of armor or health, 2 shots would bring them to their knees. Chen Zhao ascended to the 2nd floor, checking each room but finding no enemies, that he then switched back to his AKM. Stealthily approaching the balcony to peer outside. The balcony provided a clear view of the road traversing Peace City. He noticed a recently destroyed car ablaze just a few meters ahead, and beside it lay 4 neatly arranged boxes. A few meters away, some weapons and ammunition were scattered, indicating they had already been looted. Chen Zhao deduced that the looter had not strayed far and promptly tossed a smoke grenade into the fray. The grenade detonated in the middle of the road, billowing smoke. Chen Zhao held his breath, waiting. If there were enemies nearby, they might come to investigate the mysterious smoke, allowing him to take them down. Suddenly, a grenade flew from a window of a nearby building, crashing into the smoke and exploding. Clearly, someone was hiding inside, having noticed the smoke and decided to toss a grenade to check things out. Chen Zhao's spirits lifted. There were indeed remaining enemies. He fixated on the building from which the grenade had been thrown, awaiting the enemy's appearance. However, as the smoke dissipated, no one emerged. What a patient turtle. If you won't come out, then fine. I'll bring the bullets to you. Chen Zhao switched to his close combat invincible S686 and leapt from the balcony, sprinting towards the targeted building. The distance was short, and in mere seconds, he burst through the door. Upon entering, he spotted an enemy crouched in a corner. aiming an M416 at the doorway. Boom, boom. Chen Zhao fired 2 shots. You have knocked down Luoi with an S686 headshot. You have killed Luoi with an S686 headshot. The screen displayed notifications one after the other. The enemy sprawled on the ground had become a box. Remembering that he hadn't addressed his audience during the stream, Chen Zhao spoke. Everyone, the player I just eliminated represents a classic example of a failed indoor defense. Crouching in a corner is a valid strategy, but lying on the ground is a grave mistake. When prone, aiming becomes restricted. Should the enemy move, it becomes challenging to hit them, and while lying down, one cannot quickly reposition, rendering them a living target. It is no wonder they met their demise. If one must defend on the first floor, crouching in a corner reduces the area exposed to gunfire, and shooting from a crouched position does not suffer from the same aiming restrictions. Playing this game requires a balance of luck and skill. With skill divided into marksmanship and tactical awareness that in the future, I will share various tips with you all. After finishing his explanation, Chen Zhao felt satisfied with his insights, just as he intended to check the stream for audience reactions. A voice suddenly called out from above. Hey there, are you the streamer? Realizing there was still an enemy on the second floor, Chen Zhao reacted quickly. The voice was sweet, soft, likely belonging to a female. Of course, it could also be a burly man using a voice changer. In this day and age, one could never tell if a long-haired girl might own a razor. I am the streamer. A rather skilled one at that, Chen Zhao replied, looking up at the second floor. All who have encountered me have become boxes so you might as well surrender quietly. I promise to grant you a dignified exit. Don't kill me. We're in the same profession, the girl on the second floor pleaded. Same profession? Chen Zhao was taken aback. You're a streamer too? After all I've said, you still can't recognize who I am? Her tone was a mix of indignation and frustration. Not a clue. Chen Zhao shrugged, tossing a smoke grenade upstairs. The voice above squealed, urging him not to throw grenades. Upon realizing it was merely a smoke grenade, she grew irate. Can't we be peaceful? You really can't tell who I am? I'm Little Bamboo Shoots from the Duxiamo streaming platform. I'm quite popular. Never heard of you. Chen Zhao replied coolly. Little Bamboo Shoots, do you want to come down and die gracefully? If you don't, I will storm your building. While Chen Zhao faced off against Little Bamboo Shoots, the audience in the stream was abuzz. The chubby one who loves bamboo shoots. What a coincidence encountering Little Bamboo Shoots. Wolf brother. Who has Little Bamboo Shoots? Are they really that popular? Oreo with spicy sauce. No way. You don't know her. She has the stunning one with a beautiful figure. Banana with red dates. Clearly, she has the stunning one with long legs. Beauty Association Gold member. 8 million fans, though her gaming skills are quite lacking. She is beautiful. Bloodwall with points. What is this? A gaming streamer without skills, relying solely on looks to gain followers? What a world. Let me check. Oh wow, Little Bamboo Shoots really is attractive. I'm following. Chen Zhao hesitated, contemplating whether to storm the building when suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, and an enemy burst through the door. Quick as lightning, Chen Zhao turned and fired 2 shots from the S686. Boom, boom. You have knocked down Wife Cake Contains Wife. You have killed Wife Cake Contains Wife. The intruding enemy barely had time to fire a shot before being brought to their knees by the first shot, followed swiftly by a second, leaving them utterly bewildered. What just happened? They were eliminated in an instant. Had they encountered the god of spray? Chen Zhao leisurely approached to loot the box. There is nothing of particular interest to salvage. I merely acquired a few bottles of medicine and a smoke grenade. In the final circle, a smoke grenade can prove to be quite advantageous. After looting the crate, Chen Zhao heard the anguished cries of Zayas from above. Why is this happening? Why? Chen Zhao, quick to respond, remarked, This wife cake contains a wife, doesn't it? Is that your teammate? Are you stalling for time? Waiting for him to ambush me? Zayas replied, Yes. Chen Zhao continued, If I am not mistaken, this is your last teammate. Correct? Zayas lamented. Well, yes, Zayas pleaded. Dear streamer, could you spare my life? Give me a reason not to kill you, Chen Zhao said, while he engaged in banter with the girl above, searching for an opportunity to assault the building. Internally, he scoffed, thinking that this streamer, Zayas Hussein, must possess abysmal gaming skills, nearly akin to that of a bot. Otherwise, she wouldn't display such cowardice. Most individuals would have charged down to fight or attempted to escape through the window, rather than remaining upstairs, crying helplessly and begging for mercy. Let us team up. You 1T attack me, and I 1T attack you. Together, we can enter the final circle, proposed Zayas Hussein. Chen Zhao pondered for a moment, then asked his audience in the voice chat, "What do you all think? Is this Zayas Hussein trustworthy? Can I team up with her? If you say yes, I will. If you say no, I will eliminate her." The audience in the live stream became animated, voicing various opinions. Team up. Isn't it delightful to carry a girl to victory? Streamer, have you lost your mind? You've stumbled upon such a beautiful girl, and you actually want to kill her. If you're a man, don't be swayed by her sweet talk. Just take her out with 2 shots. Don't fall for the enemy's deceit. Streamer, toss a grenade and blow her up. This Zayas Hussein is quite terrible, utterly pathetic. You could easily take her down with a frying pan. Do you not have any compassion? Zayas Hussein is so pretty. Would you really be heartless enough to end her life? Initially, Chen Zhao sought guidance from his fans. But upon seeing the plethora of comments, he decided to make his own choice. After a moment of contemplation, he shouted up, "Let us conduct a surrender ceremony." Zayas Hussein, bewildered, asked, "A surrender ceremony? You will remove all your equipment and place it at the foot of the stairs. Then, you will dance beside it, that I will ascend the stairs, that if I find you have ceased dancing or have not removed everything, I will immediately shoot you twice with the S-686. Chen Zhao stated. Zayas Hussein responded, "Whoa, how humiliating. Fine. I'll call you when I'm done." A rustling sound emanated from above, indicating she was removing her gear. Moments later, Zayas Hussein announced, "I'm about to start dancing. You can come up now." Chen Zhao cautiously ascended the stairs, weapon in hand, bracing himself for a potential ambush at the top. However, upon reaching the landing, he was surprised to find her indeed dancing in the corner, with a plethora of items scattered on the ground: bullets, drinks, medical kits, guns, helmets, armor, and backpacks. She had genuinely surrendered. Chen Zhao was astonished. This Zayas Hussein was a streamer, yet so timid, resorting to dancing in the presence of an enemy. Who would support her? Claiming to be popular must be an exaggeration. Unless she was exceptionally attractive, if she were truly beautiful, would she be a gaming streamer? Surely, she must possess a lowly-like voice, akin to that of a certain popular figure, given her strong show of surrender. Chen Zhao felt it inappropriate to backtrack on his word. After a brief moment of reflection, he declared, "Then let us team up, but I have 3 stipulations. Firstly, you may only carry 1 weapon. Secondly, you must walk in front of me. You will go where I direct you. Thirdly, it seems there is nothing else. So just adhere to the first 2. Zayas Hussein, humiliated, nodded in agreement, meekly asking, "How long must I dance?" "Stop dancing. It's truly unpleasing to watch," Chen Zhao retorted. "Oh, this dance move was designed by the game, not by me," Zayas Hussein protested, utterly indignant. Chen Zhao surveyed the gear she had discarded, noting it was a level 3 helmet and armor, which he promptly donned without hesitation, that he also equipped himself with the SLR sniper rifle and the Uzi submachine gun, both of which he was adept at using. "Your gear is rather impressive. A commendable courier, one might say. You are laden with excellent equipment, awaiting a fortunate recipient," Chen Zhao exclaimed in delight. "Oh, please don't berate me. The safe zone is shrinking." "We must leave," Zayas Hussein replied, looking despondent. Chen Zhao noticed that, indeed, after his prolonged delay, the safe zone had now contracted to a mere 700 meters away, that he instructed Zayas Hussein to equip herself and lead the way. They descended the stairs, made their way onto the road, and soon found a mountain vehicle parked by the roadside. Chen Zhao took the wheel, while Zayas Hussein sat in the back, as they sped through the buildings of Peace City, racing towards the lush green mountains in the distance. Chapter 22. Using the female streamer as bait. Surprisingly, they encountered no enemies along the way. After looting a few buildings, they drove through the poisonous gas. Directly arriving at the final circle, observing the remaining players, there were still 9 left, excluding Chen Zhao and Zayas Hussein. That left 7 adversaries. Chen Zhao instructed Zayas Hussein to advance 10 meters ahead and then jump left and right. The wider the jumps, the better. She must be conspicuous, Zayas Hussein, filled with trepidation, exclaimed. Jumping around will get me sniped. Let me lie down instead. Chen Zhao disregarded her pleas, coldly lifting his SLR sniper rifle. If you don't jump around in front, I will snipe you right now. Hurry, go and jump. Zayas Hussein reluctantly complied, whimpering as she moved forward to begin her erratic leaps. That it was evident that her movements were clumsy, having evidently not practiced the skill of dodging bullets through jumping. Her gaming prowess was woefully inadequate. Chen Zhao crouched behind a large tree, intently observing the surrounding woods and buildings. His reason for bringing Zayas Hussein into the final circle was simple: to use her as bait, an active target to draw enemy fire, allowing him to remain concealed and reap the rewards of their efforts. Should Zayas Hussein fall to enemy fire, it would provide him the opportunity to identify the source of the shots. The audience in the live stream quickly discerned Chen Zhao's intentions and began to chime in. The watermelon-eating crowd exclaimed, "There's such a cunning strategy. I'm the king of gunplay. Streamer. You wicked. But I like it. Chen Zhao, you're so handsome. How could you treat a girl like this? Using her as bait is terribly cruel. Platinum Rabbit. Zayas Hussein is so unfortunate. Other streamers would go to great lengths to protect her, ensuring she survives even if they fall. But this streamer has no qualms about throwing her out as a target. Oreo with spicy sauce. What a classic scene. Zayas Hussein is being forced to jump around in the final circle. She must be utterly frustrated. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Chen Zhao grew anxious as no one fired at Zayas Hussein. How could such an obvious target not be shot at? Did they realize she was bait? That shouldn't be the case. Just as Chen Zhao was pondering, the sounds of gunfire erupted from the southeast. It was the M416. Bullets whizzed past, striking Zayas Hussein. She screamed and began to run amok, but she was immediately hit multiple times, and how could she outrun bullets? Her health rapidly plummeted, teetering on the brink of collapse. Zayas Hussein's panicked voice rang out. It's over, it's over. I'm going to die. Suddenly, Chen Zhao sprang to his feet, taking aim with the SLR without using the scope. Firing 2 shots, 2 7.62 rounds sliced through the air, piercing the trees, and accurately striking an unsuspecting foe hiding in the bushes 300 meters away. 2 headshots in quick succession. The enemy had no time to react and was swiftly eliminated. Zayas Hussein noticed the M416 bullets chasing her had ceased, quickly darting behind a tree to heal. Her health bar surged from a sliver to 75, that she then consumed a drink to gradually replenish her health. In Chen Zhao's livestream, his fans erupted with excitement. Oreo with spicy sauce. Wow, that accuracy is divine. No scope headshot? I'm tempted to donate to the streamer. Rainy Alley Girl. Streamer is incredible. Here is a hot air balloon as a token of appreciation. 1Q84. Very nice. Very strong. If it weren't for the failed report, I would have thought this was aimbot. Enough said. Here is my donation. A flurry of fans began to shower Chen Zhao with donations, albeit modest in amount, yet plentiful in number. Within mere minutes, he had earned around $100. Chapter 23. Chen Zhao's self-sabotage from behind an unseen hill. A cacophony of gunfire erupted, and kill notifications flooded the screen. Within mere seconds, several players had met their end. Such scenarios were common in the final circle, where prolonged silence could suddenly erupt into chaos. Typically, players lay prone in the grass, unable to see their enemies. Once one player exposed themselves, gunfire would ensue, revealing many others in the fray. With 4 players remaining in the final circle, Chen Zhao, Zayas Hussein, and 2 opponents stood. Zayas Hussein seemed to be in better spirits. If you finally made it to the final circle today, I suppose I owe it to my fans. Chen Zhao, bemused, replied, Didn't you claim to be a chicken dinner streamer? Shouldn't you always make it to the final circle? What do you mean by finally? Zayas Hussein, a bit irate, retorted, My skills are quite good. Just a stroke of bad luck. Chen Zhao shrugged, unwilling to engage in a debate with this novice, and continued to keenly scan the woods ahead. He particularly scrutinized the grass by the edge of the slope and the ground around the roots of each large tree, as those were the most likely places to conceal a person. However, after a thorough inspection, he found no trace of anyone. The remaining 2 adversaries were undoubtedly skilled players, seasoned veterans who knew how to obscure their positions. Glancing at the next safe zone, he noted that it was not far, merely 10 meters away. Yet, it was completely exposed, devoid of stones or trees, making any movement there conspicuously visible. They would easily become targets for the enemy. Reluctantly, he decided to employ the captive once more. Little bamboo shoot, you advance into the safe zone. Then, jump left and right, Chen Zhao instructed. Are you kidding? I have to jump? Little bamboo shoot exclaimed in frustration. The next safe zone is so small. I'll definitely be shot. Do not fear. If anyone shoots at you, I'll immediately take them out, Chen Zhao reassured. Can I trust you? Little bamboo shoot asked timidly. Whether you trust me or not. You must move forward. Otherwise, I'll collect your head, Chen Zhao threatened menacingly. Little bamboo shoot whimpered, taking 2 painkillers in hopes that the continuous healing would save her life. She then cautiously stepped into the safe zone. Beginning her left and right jumps, Chen Zhao focused intently, his eyes fixed on the computer screen, capturing every rustle in the grass. Come out, you last 2 enemies. Someone is jumping around here. Clearly, they're disregarding you. Dante, you want to take a shot at this jumping little bamboo shoot? Perhaps due to her excessively flamboyant bouncing. At the moment the safe zone shrank, 2 figures emerged simultaneously from either side of the opposite slope, opening fire on little bamboo shoot. The instant they appeared, Chen Zhao had already locked onto them, firing his SLR without the scope. Little bamboo shoot's scream mingled with the sound of gunfire from 3 sources. Bullets of various calibers whizzed past the grass, making a sharp sound. You have headshot and killed Earphone with the SLR sniper rifle. You have headshot and killed Quirt with the SLR sniper rifle. 2 notifications chimed in succession, confirming the demise of the last 2 enemies. Chen Zhao stood up and dashed to the safe zone. Little bamboo shoot appeared somewhat flustered. What should we do next? It's just the 2 of us left. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Zhao suddenly took out a grenade, pulling the pin. Little bamboo shoot stood frozen, letting out a soft sigh. She knew she was about to be blown up. However, it was all right. Reaching second place was already a commendable achievement. Sometimes one could play dozens of rounds without even reaching second place. This was akin to having stumbled upon a free second place, so what was there to be dissatisfied about? But then, with a deafening boom, Little Bamboo Shoot was astonished to see the victory screen pop up on her computer. Chen Zhao had not thrown the grenade. He had chosen to self-destruct. Winning chicken dinners is a common occurrence for me. And seeing you win isn't easy, so I'll gift you this one. Being a live target is quite taxing, Chen Zhao remarked. Chapter 24. The mysterious streamer Chen Zhao entered the live streaming room to chat with the audience while sipping some water. Taking a brief respite, many viewers expressed their dissatisfaction, feeling that Chen Zhao's self-detonation was too absurd. In esports, there is no mercy, and a hard-won victory should not be relinquished so easily. Yet, some viewers wholeheartedly supported Chen Zhao's decision, believing it only right to gift a cute girl a chicken dinner after she had shielded him from bullets throughout their journey. After finishing his drink and sharing a few words with the audience, Chen Zhao was about to start another match when a friend request notification suddenly popped up. Little Bamboo Shoot requested to add him as a friend. Instantly, the chat room erupted. Oreo with Lao Ganma commented, "No wonder the streamer self-destructed. It was for this reason." Gon Goyu remarked, "Goodness, I've learned something." The coffin-lifting expert added, "It's all a ploy." Little Bamboo Shoot's friend exclaimed, oh no, Little Bamboo Shoot has taken the bait." All the fans believed that Chen Zhao's self-detonation was to win Little Bamboo Shoot's favor. And now that she had proactively requested to add him, he should eagerly accept. However, to everyone's astonishment, Chen Zhao actually clicked to reject the request. Friend requests are pointless. Her skills are too poor. And she can't help me rank up. No way. Chen Zhao explained coldly to the fans. Upon hearing this, the fans were flabbergasted. Does he really have that much esports spirit? Is he solely focused on ranking up? How could he reject such a beautiful girl? If he wasn't interested in women, why did he self-destruct earlier? It was utterly baffling. Chen Zhao's thoughts were quite simple. He would add useful friends, but not those who were of no benefit. But he deemed Little Bamboo Shoot's skills to be lacking and felt that teaming up with her would be a burden, offering no advantage. Although she was a female streamer, he suspected she wouldn't be particularly attractive. Her lowly voice reminded him of a certain character, sending a shiver down his spine. Truly beautiful female streamers are found in dance and singing sections. Right? Game streamers maintain chaotic schedules, spending countless nights playing games in front of a screen. It's hard to imagine they could be beautiful, considering Little Bamboo Shoot's poor skills and timid demeanor. She likely had few fans, thus there was absolutely no need to add her as a friend. Suddenly feeling the urge to relieve himself, Chen Zhao announced to the fans, "I'm heading to the restroom. Be right back," and stood up to leave. "Did I end the chat room?" Oreo with Lao Ganma quipped. "Aren't they the same time?" The Desert Eagle added, "But it's still the same restroom." "I am handsome," chimed in Chen Zhao. "I'll perform a poop dance for everyone." Duck Pear Mountain quipped. "Oreo, go for it, brothers." Mu Zili expressed, "Ew." Chen Zhao was unaware that the fans were teasing him in the chat room. Upon entering the restroom, he settled down for a lengthy session, habitually pulling out his phone to play. Suddenly, he remembered Little Bamboo Shoot and wondered if he could find her online. Curiosity piqued. He began searching for her appearance and follower count. If she had a few thousand followers, adding her as a friend might not be a bad idea. Thus, he opened his browser and typed "Doshio Mao Live Little Bamboo Shoot" into the search bar. The next moment, upon seeing the results displayed on his phone screen, Chen Zhao was taken aback, halting mid-relief. Little Bamboo Shoot had 8 million followers, not 800, but 8 million. This novice Little Bamboo Shoot, with her abysmal skills, astonishingly boasted 8 million fans. What on earth was happening? As he scrolled down, he found a photo of Little Bamboo Shoot. Upon seeing the image, Chen Zhao immediately understood why she had so many followers. The picture appeared to be a screenshot from one of her live streams, where she donned a simple white t-shirt, large white headphones, her skin as fair as shrimp meat, with bright, lively eyes and luscious red lips, topped with golden, wavy hair. Many would probably believe her to be a movie star. Moreover, Little Bamboo Shoot was anything but small. In fact, she had an ample bosom, the kind that could rest on a table. Chen Zhao stared at the phone screen in shock. Little Bamboo Shoot was nothing like the image he had conjured of her being akin to a certain character, but rather a true beauty. With a youthful charm and a captivating allure, she was a top-tier streamer, immensely popular. This was the kind of celebrity who was hot in demand, practically glowing. Why had he rejected her friend request earlier? At this moment, Chen Zhao regretted not slapping himself a few times to clear the confusion from his mind that a stunning beauty, an 8 million follower streamer, other streamers would be trying to curry favor with her. And she had taken the initiative to request him as a friend, yet he had turned her down. What was he thinking? He lost all urge to continue relieving himself, hastily pulled up his pants, and rushed back to his computer. Just as he sat down, another friend request notification appeared. It was from Little Bamboo Shoot again. Perhaps she was unwilling to give up after being rejected once and decided to send another friend request. The viewers in the live chat noticed the request and began to speculate. Our streamer is no ordinary person. He wants to be swayed by Little Bamboo Shoot. Chen Zhao is the new abbot of our temple. Having renounced worldly desires for many years, please, lady, return. To have been rejected and then to send another request. How embarrassing for Little Bamboo Shoot. The streamer will surely reject her again. What is she thinking? Alas! Encountering a streamer with strong gaming spirit, Little Bamboo Shoot is truly unfortunate. Chen Zhao quickly clicked to accept, as if fearing he might miss the opportunity if he delayed. The viewers in the chat were left speechless. After a moment of silence, they began to voice their confusion. What on earth? Didn't he just reject her? Why is he accepting now? The streamer is a lunatic. This is just bewildering. What is the streamer even thinking? Once he accepted the friend request, Little Bamboo Shoot immediately sent a team-up request. Chen Zhao accepted it in a heartbeat. Desert map, duo mode, matching commenced. Thank you for last game, big brother. Little Bamboo Shoot exclaimed excitedly. Will you help me win a chicken dinner? No problem. No problem. Chen Zhao nodded fervently. I guarantee you'll win. Just stick with me. Little Bamboo Shoot was momentarily taken aback. She found it hard to believe that just moments ago, Chen Zhao had been cold and ruthless, forcing her to jump around in the final circle. Yet now he was so accommodating and warm. All right, thank you. I'm clinging to the big shot's leg. Little Bamboo Shoot quickly responded, her joy evident. She had already witnessed Chen Zhao's skill. Every shot was a headshot. Displaying the poise of a professional player, there exists a robust thigh hug, which guarantees entry into the finals without fear. Soon, the game interface materializes, revealing a desert spawn island engulfed in yellow sand. Chen Zhao believes he ought to engage in conversation with Xiao Zhuxuan to cultivate a more familiar rapport. With 8 million followers, mingling with her might attract some of her fans to his own channel. However, he is at a loss for words, especially recalling how brusquely he had treated Xiao Zhuxuan in the past. A wave of guilt and embarrassment washes over him, rendering him even more hesitant to speak. After much contemplation, Chen Zhao resigns himself to his usual streaming demeanor, maintaining an aloof silence. Chapter 25. The promise of full marks in mathematics. This match proceeds with remarkable fluidity, landing on the outskirts of Picado. Chen Zhao swiftly acquires a fully equipped vector and a 98K that he embarks on a rampage in Picado, eliminating 6 adversaries. Riding his motorcycle hither and thither, he dispatches any unwitting foes with 2 precise shots, ultimately achieving 12 kills and securing a chicken dinner. Throughout the ordeal, Xiao Zhuxuan trails behind him like a devoted shadow, exclaiming her admiration and excitement. Yet she fails to secure a single kill, though she is thoroughly delighted. "Big brother, when are you streaming next?" she eagerly inquires just before logging off. "Tomorrow evening. I suppose that I can't guarantee I'll be available every day, but most likely in the evenings," Chen Zhao replies, pleasantly surprised by her apparent desire to team up again the following night. Once Xiao Zhuxuan signs off, Chen Zhao bids farewell to his fans and concludes his stream. Today's gift earnings are substantial. After the platform's cut, he pockets over 400 yuan. The influx of new followers is equally impressive, adding an astonishing 8,000 to his count, a growth rate akin to that of a rocket. Should other gaming streamers learn of Chen Zhao's meteoric rise in followers as a newcomer, they might well be driven to despair, for many toil for a month or two without achieving 8,000 followers. Yet he accomplishes this in a single evening. The speed of his follower increase is nothing short of extraordinary. Chen Zhao promptly withdraws his earnings of 412 yuan, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he receives the notification of the transaction. The night envelopes the city like a deep sea, the windows aglow with countless lights. Chen Zhao opens a workbook at his desk, methodically turning its pages. The leaves and grass rustle in the night breeze, eternally reborn in spring and fading in autumn. After several days of arduous study, Chen Zhao completes the exercise books for all subjects in the 6th grade series that he has also reviewed several sets of mock exams. For someone with an IQ of 400, a single reading equates to meticulously solving each problem with a pen. The exercises he has completed in mere days amount to what many students would accomplish in several months, if not an entire year. A plethora of problems is firmly etched in his mind, countless pieces of knowledge reinforced, as Chen Zhao strides into the weekly examination room with resolute determination. This time, he is poised to soar to new heights. The seating for the weekly exam is arranged according to the results of the previous test, placing Chen Zhao in the last examination room. This room is a gathering of the school's lowest achievers, resulting in a chaotic atmosphere. Only half the students have arrived before the exam begins, a recurring theme of absenteeism. The remaining students are hardly exemplary. The last student from Class 10 is munching on sunflower seeds, his desk cluttered with a veritable mountain of snacks, seemingly his sustenance for the exam. The last student from Class 6 is engrossed in a game of chicken on his phone, having parachuted 3 times in under 5 minutes, transforming a battle royale into a parachuting simulator. Chen Zhao feels a sense of disdain. Not only do they fail in their studies, they cannot even excel at video games. Truly disheartening. The last students from classes 4, 5, 8, 9, and 12 are engaged in a game of werewolf, with the last student from class 4 shouting, "Everyone close your eyes! Close your eyes! Close your eyes! I command you to close your eyes!" At that moment, the invigilator enters, striking the last student from class 4 on the head with the examination papers in hand. The other underachievers scatter like birds startled from their perches. Chen Zhao sighs, observing the pandemonium around him, reflecting that this should be his last examination alongside this crowd. That in the next exam, he will be seated in the first room, alongside the top students from each class. The last student from class 2 turns to him, tapping on his desk. "Hey, I heard you've become quite popular recently." The last student from class 2 is the center for the school basketball team, towering nearly 2 meters tall. Chen Zhao is familiar with him, having often shared a desk during exams. Popular. Chen Zhao is taken aback, puzzled as to why he would say that. Could it be that his foray into streaming as a chicken dinner host has spread throughout the school? Surely not, as he has mentioned nothing to anyone. I've heard several people say you beat up a teacher in class and made him acknowledge you as the big brother. Is that true? The center's eyes gleam with admiration, breathless with excitement. Chen Zhao is momentarily dumbfounded. What nonsense is this? Beat up a teacher. Even with 10 lives, he would not dare to do such a thing. After a moment of reflection, he deduces that the odd rumor must stem from his previous demonstration of solving a math problem in class, which likely circulated among classmates and mutated into exaggerated tales as it spread to others, ultimately transforming into the ludicrous narrative that he had beaten up a teacher and forced him to acknowledge him as the big brother. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Chen Zhao insists, I didn't beat the teacher. I impressed him with my academic prowess. The center looks momentarily stunned. Academic prowess. I wagered with him that I could solve any math problem he posed. He presented me with 2 exceedingly difficult problems, which were indeed challenging for other students. But for me, they were child's play, truly elementary. Chen Zhao recounts earnestly. I solved them on the spot, and he was thoroughly impressed, praising me as a diligent student. Chen Zhao, spare me. After a week away, your boasting skills have reached new heights, interjects the last student from class 15, clicking her tongue in disbelief. This last student, a girl with a ponytail and dark complexion named Ding Xiaoqiao, is also an old acquaintance. This is true, Chen Zhao insists, growing anxious. The center chuckles, clearly unconvinced. Why don't you believe me? Chen Zhao replies, exasperated. The first exam is math. If you really can do it, share the answers with us afterward, and we'll copy them, Ding Xiaoqiao suggests, pulling out some bubble gum to chew. When the papers come back in a couple of days, if we pass math, I'll consider your boasting validated. Good idea, the center nods. I thought it was something significant. This is trivial. Once I finish the exam, I'll write down the answers for you. Chen Zhao responds nonchalantly. I aim for full marks. You both should alter a few answers when you copy. If you both achieve full marks, that would be quite the spectacle. Ding Xiaoqiao, having just blown a bubble, bursts into laughter. Full marks? You plan to score full marks in math? She cackles, doubling over with amusement. Chen Zhao, you may lack brilliance in other areas, but your talent for boasting truly dazzles. Don't laugh. I'm serious. Scoring full marks in math was once a distant dream, but for the current me, it is merely a matter of minutes. Chen Zhao states with utmost sincerity, it's a piece of cake. The center can no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter as well that a student seated in the last examination room claims he will achieve full marks in math. It is utterly preposterous. Even the top students in the first room would hesitate to guarantee full marks. What audacity does a student ranked 3rd from the bottom have to make such a statement? Is he a comedian? The invigilator raps on the podium, commanding, everyone return to your seats. The papers will be distributed in 1 minute. Chapter 26. Completing in half an hour, Chen Zhao feels a surge of anxiety. This is his first formal examination since attaining his high intelligence. Will his mind function as expected? Logically, it should be no problem, but anyone who has attended school knows that knowledge often eludes one's grasp in the examination room. The test papers are swiftly distributed, and Chen Zhao begins to write his name and review the questions. Rather than immediately pinning his answers, he quickly scans the entire paper to assess the types and difficulty of the questions. In just 20 seconds, he glances over the entire exam. Chen Zhao beams with joy. This paper is exceedingly simple. It is comprised entirely of elementary-level questions. Full marks are assured. He lowers his gaze and begins to tackle the problems. Casting aside his scrap paper, he requires no calculations, merely mental arithmetic. The first multiple-choice question is completed in a second. The first 5 multiple-choice questions take a mere 15 seconds. All 12 multiple-choice questions are solved in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Given that the students in this room are all ranked at the bottom, many are lethargically disinterested in completing the exam that a few diligent students strain to calculate on their scrap paper. While Chen Zhao has already finished the multiple-choice section and is progressing to the fill-in-the-blank questions, the disparity is stark, a chasm-like gap in speed. The next 4 fill-in-the-blank questions are relatively challenging. and Chen Zhao takes a full 3 minutes to solve them. 4 minutes and 30 seconds into the exam, he has completed all the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions. Chen Zhao's heart races, his face flushed. What a thrilling experience. This sensation is utterly exhilarating. While others struggle with the initial questions, he has already advanced to the application problems. The first application problem is singular. Chen Zhao glances at it and instantly rejoices. He has encountered this question before. It appears on the bottom right corner of page 101 of the 6th grade exercise book, a mock exam from a certain year in Guangzhou. He recalls the entire problem-solving process and answer, thus needing no time for contemplation. He writes furiously, each step flowing effortlessly from his pen in a brief span of 3 minutes. He completes the entire problem, and his solution aligns perfectly with the standard answer in the exercise book. Chen Zhao confidently asserted that even if a deity were to arrive, there would be no point deductions to be found. Within a mere 8 minutes of the examination commencing, he had completed the first side of the entire paper. Trembling with excitement, Chen Zhao reflected on his years as a student, where every exam had been fraught with anxiety and desperation. Striving to finish as quickly as possible, only to be met with the disheartening sound of the bell signaling the end of the session. However, now, armed with the extraordinary intelligence bestowed upon him by the system, the examination felt astonishingly simple. Can you believe it? Completing half of the test in just 8 minutes. The questions were as easy as drinking water. The second side consisted entirely of major problems, which would undoubtedly require more time. The teacher who set the exam appeared to be rather lackadaisical, having sourced questions from elsewhere. The first 3 major problems were identical to those encountered in the 6th grade. All were either simulation questions from a certain year in a particular city or original questions from a provincial college entrance examination. Having already worked through the 6th grade exercises and reviewed the answers to the major problems, coupled with his exceptional memory, Chen Zhao proceeded to write without the slightest hesitation, completing each question in mere minutes. With the speed dictated solely by the number of steps required, as he progressed to the next set of major problems, they began to present an intriguing challenge. These were not the familiar original questions, but rather seemed to be adaptations crafted by the teacher. Chen Zhao had no choice but to engage his intellect. Initially, a tinge of nervousness crept in. The teachers responsible for crafting the exam were seasoned veterans with decades of experience, adept at concocting intricate and convoluted problems that it was uncertain whether he could solve them in a timely manner. Yet, a mere 15 minutes later, Chen Zhao completed the final major question. The anticipated trick questions had not materialized, and instead, he encountered only straightforward problems that a brief glance and a few seconds of contemplation yielded a remarkably clear path to the solutions. As he wrote down the steps, his mind effortlessly calculated the answers in tandem. Each major question was resolved in just a few minutes, with remarkable fluidity. The entire examination was concluded. Chen Zhao glanced at the clock hanging on the classroom wall. The exam had begun at 8 o'clock, and it was now 8:31. This meant he had completed a 2-hour mathematics paper in merely half an hour. Moreover, not only was every space filled, but he could also confidently assert that all answers were correct. Several of the major problems had steps that aligned perfectly with the standard answers. Chen Zhao dedicated an additional 10 minutes to meticulously check his entire paper, ensuring that no mistakes had been made. He had not forgotten the agreement made before the exam with Ding Xiaoqiao and Zhong Feng, so he tore the scrap paper in half and began transcribing his answers. Once he had completed both sets of answers, he surreptitiously peeked at the invigilator at the front of the classroom. To his surprise, the invigilator was dozing at the desk. After all, this was the last examination room, with student scores being dismal, prompting the teacher to show little interest in monitoring them. If they wished to copy off one another, so be it. Even collectively, they would struggle to achieve a passing grade. Thus, Chen Zhao openly handed out the 2 sets of answers, one to Ding Xiaoqiao and the other to Zhong Feng. Both Ding Xiaoqiao and Zhong Feng were taken aback upon receiving the answer sheets. Initially, they had thought the idea was a joke, never expecting Chen Zhao to be so straightforward as to actually provide the answers. Furthermore, the answer sheet was densely packed with not just answers, but also the steps for many of the major problems. What was going on? Could it be that Chen Zhao truly understood everything? It seemed implausible. If he could solve the entire math paper, he would not have found himself in the last examination room. After a brief moment of hesitation, Ding Xiaoqiao and Zhong Feng steeled themselves and began copying Chen Zhao's answers. After all, they were struggling to solve even a few questions on their own, so it was wiser to transcribe someone else's work. Perhaps Chen Zhao could guide them through a few problems. Once Chen Zhao had distributed the answers, he quickly grew bored, realizing there was still an hour and a half left until the exam concluded. What should he do? He couldn't simply sit idly in his seat for another hour and a half. He would likely fall asleep before the papers were collected. Perhaps he should submit his paper early and enjoy some leisure time. Chen Zhao raised his hand and called out, "Teacher, teacher?" The invigilator, slowly lifting his head from the desk, blinked groggily and frowned. "Student, do you have a question? May I submit my paper and leave now?" Chen Zhao asked cautiously. The entire room of examinees fell silent, turning to look at Chen Zhao as if he were an anomaly or an extraterrestrial. "If you've completed the paper, you may submit it and leave," the invigilator replied kindly. Chapter 27. Zhao Xiaobai's invitation. Under the astonished gazes of his classmates, Chen Zhao stood up to submit his paper and exited the examination room. What a relief, completing the exam in half an hour and having an hour and a half for leisure. Chen Zhao deliberately strolled slowly, casually glancing into other examination rooms as he passed by. All the students remained hunched over their narrow desks, their faces flushed from the pressure of the papers. Upon seeing Chen Zhao in his school uniform walk past the window, many students were taken aback, unsure of the situation. Most had not considered that Chen Zhao had finished early and submitted his paper. As it seemed far too soon, only half an hour had passed, and many had yet to complete the multiple-choice section. Chen Zhao couldn't return to the classroom, as there were still students taking the exam. Reflecting on the afternoon's Chinese examination, he recalled that his essay was rather poorly written. Therefore, he made his way to the school's reading room, intending to borrow a couple of essay books for reference. The elderly lady in charge of the reading room was snoring at the desk by the entrance. Chen Zhao, not wishing to disturb her, quietly entered and found a copy of 100 exemplary essays for college entrance examinations on the shelf. He settled at a small table by the window and began to read. With his enhanced memory, everything he studied attentively became as vividly etched in his mind as if carved with a knife, making it impossible to forget in the short term. This essay book appeared promising, and Chen Zhao began to read carefully. One essay, 2 essays, 5 essays, 10 essays. After an hour, he had finished the entire book, committing every piece to memory. Chen Zhao felt confident that he could adequately handle the Chinese exam that afternoon, as the essays covered a wide array of themes that could easily be adapted. For instance, there was an article on the theme of labor, which could be slightly modified to fit an essay on diligence. Even if the essay topic for the afternoon examination turned out to be obscure, he could select some well-crafted phrases and paragraphs from the essays he had memorized to reach the required word count of 1,000, likely yielding a satisfactory score. After all, in subjects like Chinese, perfection was unattainable. With a maximum score of 150, Chen Zhao believed that achieving around 130 or 40 would suffice for now. He would focus on improving his Chinese skills post-exam and save discussions of perfect scores for the joint examination and college entrance examinations. Having finished the essay book, Chen Zhao noted that there was still half an hour remaining before the end of the exam. Feeling a bit weary, he decided to step outside for a walk by the school's small lake to relax. Upon arriving at the lakeside, he realized he was not the only visitor, that a figure in a flowing white dress was crouched by the emerald waters, with a ponytail and delicate features, illuminated by sunlight filtering through the willow trees. The back view looked familiar, and as Chen Zhao approached, he discovered it was Zhao Xiaobai, the second-best student in the school. "Oh, how did you finish so soon? Are you done with your exam?" Zhao Xiaobai looked up at Chen Zhao in surprise. "Yes, I finished," Chen Zhao nodded. "What are you doing?" "I'm feeding the turtles," Zhao Xiaobai replied, returning her gaze to the water. Indeed, she was tossing small pieces of bread, bought for 2 yuan from the school shop, into the water for the turtles. Several palm-sized turtles floated to the surface, eagerly snapping at the breadcrumbs. "Why are you feeding the turtles? Planning to fatten them up for soup?" Chen Zhao inquired. "I know turtle soup made from hens and turtles is quite delicious." Zhao Xiaobai suddenly stood up and stepped forcefully on Chen Zhao's foot, causing him to yelp in pain. "It's not for turtle soup. I'm simply feeding the turtles," Zhao Xiaobai exclaimed angrily. viewing these little turtles as treasures and finding the notion of cooking them utterly abhorrent. I was just joking. They're too adorable to be made into soup. Chen Zhao quickly backtracked. Zhao Xiaobai crouched down again, continuing to tear the bread for the turtles. Chen Zhao found the activity rather uninteresting, although Zhao Xiaobai was beautiful and kind. They were not well acquainted. Leaving little to discuss, he decided it was best to take his leave. However, before he could turn away, Zhao Xiaobai spoke again. Chen Zhao, for the last question of the major problems in mathematics. What result did you calculate for the final part? Chen Zhao was momentarily taken aback. Was this the legendary moment of comparing answers? It had been a long time since he had compared answers with his classmates, as he had often found himself utterly out of sync during discussions over answers. When the top students in class engaged in heated debates about whether to write 6 or 8 for a fill-in-the-blank question, Chen Zhao would realize he had written 1030. Recognizing how far off he was, he had chosen to avoid the pain of facing the truth, often pretending to be asleep at his desk, covering his ears and shutting his eyes. Yet now, having leaped into the ranks of the top students, comparing answers seemed like a thrilling and engaging activity. I calculated the result to be 681. Chen Zhao replied. Zhao Xiaobai suddenly threw the entire piece of bread into the air, causing the turtles to scramble in a frenzy. Oh no, I must have calculated incorrectly, Zhao Xiaobai lamented. It may not necessarily be that you made a mistake, Chen Zhao reassured her. My math skills are quite poor. It's possible I miscalculated. To his astonishment, Zhao Xiaobai shook her head and spoke words that left Chen Zhao stunned. I know your abilities surpass mine, that it's highly likely that I made the error. Chen Zhao scratched his head, feeling both flattered and surprised. He had not anticipated that the second-best student in the school would hold him in such high regard. The math class representative from your class, who has been my classmate since elementary and middle school, mentioned the 2 questions the principal assigned you, that I attempted them, and ended up taking 20 minutes and half an hour to solve each. Zhao Xiaobai seemed to perceive Chen Zhao's astonishment and explained, but you managed to solve it immediately, which undoubtedly signifies that your mathematical prowess surpasses mine significantly. Chen Zhao immediately grasped the situation. It turned out that Zhao Xiaobai had tackled the problem posed by the principal, which rendered her explanation entirely reasonable. Why did you deliberately perform poorly on exams for 3 years? Zhao Xiaobai inquired, rising with curiosity in her gaze fixed on Chen Zhao. Clearly, you possess great capability, yet you have chosen to underperform in assessments. What is the purpose behind this? Chen Zhao pondered for a moment and decided to put on a facade. To cultivate my character, he declared earnestly. Cultivating your character? Zhao Xiaobai looked utterly bewildered. Humility fosters progress, while arrogance leads to regression. Failure is the mother of success. Adversity strengthens one's resolve. Chen Zhao launched into a motivational tirade, elaborating. I aspire to be a person who remains humble in victory and resilient in defeat. Success comes easily, but failure is a rarity for me. Thus, I intentionally perform poorly to experience the taste of consistent failure, honing my character in the process and reminding myself to continually learn. Zhao Xiaobai was left speechless. Impressive. I have accumulated several unsolved math problems in my error notebook. Could you assist me with them? Zhao Xiaobai suddenly asked. Chen Zhao was taken aback. The second-best student in the entire school was asking him for help. Sure, but I can't guarantee that I will be able to, he nodded. Let's meet at the milk tea shop by the school gate after class. I'll bring my error notebook, Zhao Xiaobai suggested. All right, Chen Zhao agreed. The milk tea shop by the school gate also served fried chicken and burgers, making it an excellent choice for lunch that he could explain the problems to Zhao Xiaobai. It was merely a small favor. Chapter 28. The heartbroken athletes. The bell, signaling the end of the exam, reverberated through the campus, and it was likely that the gatekeeper was about to unlock the school gate. On exam days, school ended earlier than usual, allowing students to leave immediately after finishing their tests. Zhao Xiaobai stood up. I'll head back to the classroom to grab my error notebook. Let us meet at the milk tea shop shortly. Chen Zhao nodded. I'll secure a seat. The milk tea shop at the school gate was spacious, with nearly 100 seats. Rather than resembling a mere milk tea shop, it appeared more akin to a fast food restaurant. Upon entering, Chen Zhao noticed that over half the seats were already occupied. forcing him to settle in a corner seat by the window. The aroma of fried chicken, milk tea, fruit tea, and side dishes filled the air. Gradually, several students trickled in, ordering burgers and cups of fruit tea, gathering in small groups to chat and enjoy their meals. The food here was decent, and the prices were reasonable, falling between Wallace and KFC. Consequently, many affluent students frequented this place for lunch or dinner. Chen Zhao had visited once before, but couldn't afford the prices, so he never returned. Recently, having earned a substantial sum from live streaming, he could finally indulge himself. 4 athletes seated at the adjacent table ordered fruit tea and chicken wraps, chatting animatedly while they ate. Their proximity allowed Chen Zhao to overhear their entire conversation. "Come on, let us eat chicken. This season is about to end, and I'm aiming for the diamond rank," one crew-cut athlete exclaimed, pulling out his phone. "I can't eat anymore. My phone screen is shattered." A short-haired guy chuckled awkwardly as he retrieved his phone from his pocket, its screen resembling a spider's web. "Wow. That's impressive. Did you use your phone as a brick in a fight?" a pierced athlete asked in disbelief. No, I spotted Zhao Xiaobai on my way to school. I wanted to sneak a photo. And when I pulled out my phone, she glanced back, causing me to fumble." The short-haired guy scratched his head, embarrassed, and that's how it ended up broken. "Did you manage to take a picture?" another short-haired athlete inquired. "Just a shot of her back," the short-haired guy replied, a shy smile lighting up his face. "Hurry, show it to us." "Get lost. She's my girlfriend." "What do you want to see for?" "Shameless. What do you mean she's your girlfriend? Does Zhao Xiaobai even know you?" "Not yet, but she will in the future. After graduation, I'll confess to her." "Dream on, coward." She glanced back. "And you dropped your phone. Do you really have the guts to confess?" The athletes began to banter playfully, their camaraderie evident. Chen Zhao listened in astonishment, realizing that the short-haired athlete with the broken phone seemed to harbor a crush on Zhao Xiaobai. The conversation continued among the athletes. "I wonder what type Zhao Xiaobai likes. If she prefers muscular guys. Then look at me. I've put in the work. Don't you think I resemble Schwarzenegger? Wouldn't that give her a sense of security?" "You have no idea. You've overdone it. Your chest is bigger than hers, making you look quite brutish. Nowadays, girls prefer tall guys. With my height of 1.91 meters, I might have a chance." "Forget it. I'll confess to her the next time I see her. I'll pursue her boldly and passionately. Years from now, I'll be marrying Zhao Xiaobai, and you all are invited to the celebration. No need for red envelopes." Chen Zhao was left dumbfounded. Just moments ago, he thought only the short-haired athlete with the broken phone had feelings for Zhao Xiaobai. However, after listening for a while, it seemed that all 4 athletes were interested in her. He felt a wave of surprise wash over him. He had heard that Zhao Xiaobai was the campus goddess, beautiful and ethereal, excelling academically with a gentle and serene demeanor, the quintessential image of a first love at that moment. He assumed it was merely classmates teasing one another, as he himself held no particular feelings for Zhao Xiaobai. Yet, in the short span of waiting at the milk tea shop, he discovered that there were 4 admirers of Zhao Xiaobai at the neighboring table. It appeared that she truly was the campus goddess. As if summoned, the door of the milk tea shop swung open, and a figure in a white dress floated in like a cloud under the sunlight. Zhao Xiaobai scanned the shop and, upon spotting Chen Zhao in the corner, broke into a smile and swiftly made her way over, plopping down opposite him. "What would you like to eat? I'll treat you to a meal. Let us eat while we talk," Zhao Xiaobai proposed. The sound of a phone clattering to the floor echoed as the short-haired athlete from the adjacent table bent down to pick it up. That was still the same guy with the shattered screen, who, upon seeing Zhao Xiaobai approaching and sitting across from a boy while offering to treat him, fell into a state of painful bewilderment, causing his phone to drop once more. Chen Zhao glanced at the 4 athletes at the neighboring table. They were all silent, their expressions turning a shade of green. The short-haired athlete with the broken phone appeared to have reddened eyes, tightly pressing his lips together without a word. After taking a few sips of fruit tea, he suddenly stood up, clutching his drink and chicken wrap, and left without looking back. The other 3 athletes quickly followed suit, grabbing their drinks and hastily departing. That if heartbreak had a sound, it would have been the cacophony of their hasty retreat. Hearts shattered into pieces. Clearly, they all assumed that Chen Zhao was Zhao Xiaobai's boyfriend, having just spent half an hour dreaming about winning her affection, only to find the object of their desires sitting right beside him, leading to an unbearably awkward situation as they fled in embarrassment. Chen Zhao wanted to explain, but found it too late that a wry smile crept onto his face. Could he truly encounter such a situation? It mattered little. Let the misunderstanding be. It is not quite appropriate for you to treat me. I could either treat you, or we could go Dutch. Chen Zhao finally regained his composure and said, but you still need to help me with my questions, right? Consider it a token of appreciation for your hard work that I can't let you toil without compensation. Zhao Xiaobai insisted, standing up. I'll order you a teriyaki chicken rice and a cup of orange tea. Is that all right? That's fine. Chen Zhao nodded that a few minutes later, both of them had a serving of teriyaki chicken rice and a large cup of orange tea in front of them. After eating for a while, Zhao Xiaobai pulled out a thick black notebook from her bag, opening it to reveal pages filled with densely written notes of her errors. Chen Zhao began to lean over the table as she pointed out several problems, all of which were challenging math competition questions. However, for someone as clever as Chen Zhao, it only took a few moments of contemplation to devise a strategy for solving them, and within a minute, he could mentally calculate the answers, promptly starting to explain to her. Teaching a gifted student was quite effortless. There was no need for elaborate explanations. A simple diagram or a mention of a method would suffice for Zhao Xiaobai to grasp the concept immediately. After an hour, they finally resolved all the questions. Zhao Xiaobai was thrilled, glancing at the time and realizing that the afternoon exam was approaching, so she took out several practice books to review. Chen Zhao noticed that the books she brought out were the compilation of Hengshui Jinwan, which he had yet to peruse, so he asked Zhao Xiaobai if he could borrow them for a look. Chen Zhao was well aware that to achieve excellent results in all upcoming exams, relying solely on his intelligence was insufficient. He needed to diligently practice questions. When he encountered unfamiliar practice books, he would work through them to ensure he faced the exams with confidence. Zhao Xiaobai pulled out several practice books from her bag, stacking them high and declaring boldly that they covered all subjects and that he could choose whatever he wanted. As they had a Chinese exam in the afternoon, Chen Zhao picked up a Chinese book and began flipping through it, reading at an astonishing speed, 10 lines at a glance, turning page after page. In a short while, he had swiftly gone through more than half of the book. You need to read carefully, Zhao Xiaobai remarked, noticing Chen Zhao's rapid page-turning, frowning as she spoke. If you encounter anything you don't understand, you should review it repeatedly. Skimming through so quickly is pointless. Chen Zhao shook his head. I have a photographic memory. Once I see it, I can remember it. At this moment, under the veil of night, I find myself in a state of embarrassment. Entering the gate of my longing, you are aware of the anguish it brings. The endless yearning and the perpetual memories linger on, while fleeting thoughts stretch into infinity. Had I known that such emotional entanglements could ensnare the heart, perhaps it would have been better had we never met in the first place. Chen Zhao recited these lines effortlessly, without a hint of hesitation. Zhao Xiaobai's earlier triumphant smile vanished in an instant, leaving her staring at Chen Zhao in disbelief. Could she actually recite it from memory? Is this for real? Zhao Xiaobai pondered that perhaps Chen Zhao had memorized this poem in the past. A fortunate coincidence akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. Surely, a different question would stump her. On page 26, the third question. Do you know the answer? Zhao Xiaobai watched Chen Zhao anxiously. Chen Zhao blinked, reminiscing. Zhao Xiaobai revealed a victorious grin. You can't possibly remember it, can you? Yet, in the next moment, Chen Zhao suddenly recalled it and began reciting. The first line of the upper stanza states as autumn shadows deepen, clearly indicating the dimming of daylight. While the first line of the lower stanza reads deeper still is the silence, signifying the profound stillness of night. When viewed together, the poet employs the sequence of time as a guiding thread. The author's intention is to convey a state of mind and emotion, yet the primary focus lies on the environment. The bleakness of daylight permeates the protagonist's sense of desolation, while the midnight solitude further saturates their feeling of loneliness. Zhao Xiaobai gazed at the answer in her hands, her face a mask of terror. Chen Zhao had recited it flawlessly. If she could have memorized the previous poem, then there was no way she could have memorized the answer to this reading comprehension question in such a short time. There could only be one explanation. Chen Zhao truly had an extraordinary memory, capable of retaining everything read in mere minutes. In other words, she had a photographic memory. Do you truly possess a photographic memory? Zhao Xiaobai's face turned pale, staring at Chen Zhao as if she were an alien. Indeed, Chen Zhao replied with a confident smile and a nod. I have always been quick at remembering things, and since entering my senior year, my speed has only increased. Gradually, I have honed this ability to the point of having a photographic memory. The way Zhao Xiaobai looked at Chen Zhao resembled that of someone gazing at a living deity. She never imagined Chen Zhao possessed such a remarkable talent. Are you a genius? Zhao Xiaobai asked in astonishment. Chen Zhao felt a bit bashful, scratching her head. I suppose I'm just a tad clever. I wouldn't go as far as to call myself a genius. In the afternoon, during the Chinese language exam, Chen Zhao performed admirably. The earlier questions were of familiar types, allowing her to apply the knowledge she had already reviewed, and she swiftly completed them, following the boost in intelligence. Chen Zhao's speed in comprehending questions had become remarkably quick. A passage that once required 10 minutes to read could now be finished in mere seconds. Her efficiency in answering questions had significantly improved. After approximately 40 minutes, she completed all the prior questions and arrived at the essay section. The essay prompt left Chen Zhao feeling a bit exasperated. Li Hua is a student who has just entered high school. The heavy academic workload has led him to develop a severe aversion to studying. Recently, he has been sleeping in class, leaving his homework blank, and even neglecting to take exams that a classmate has approached Li Hua to offer counsel, urging him to focus on his studies. But Li Hua stubbornly retorts, "Studying? What a load of nonsense. If you were Li Hua's homeroom teacher, please write an essay to persuade him to engage in his studies. The title is up to you. Any format is acceptable, excluding poetry, and it must not be less than 1,000 words." Chen Zhao was bemused. What a ludicrous essay prompt this is. Isn't Li Hua supposed to be the protagonist of an English composition? Why has he made his way into a Chinese essay? And who does this Li Hua think he is, so audaciously declaring such rebellious sentiments? It seems this essay topic was crafted by the teachers themselves. Rather unorthodox. Nevertheless, the theme is quite clear, likely aiming to elucidate the importance of education and discuss the merits of studying to instill a sense of remorse in Li Hua and encourage him to rectify his ways. Writing it should be relatively straightforward. After all, which student cannot expound upon the significance of education for at least 1,000 words? However, to write it well is no easy feat, the more commonplace the topic. The harder it is to stand out and achieve high marks. Since time was ample, Chen Zhao decided to contemplate the essay thoroughly. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. Suddenly, an idea surged into her mind. More accurately, a passage of classical literature abruptly appeared in her thoughts. This excerpt had once been a recitation from her previous life's textbooks. Universally memorized by all students, it could be considered a classic among classics. Yet ever since Chen Zhao had acquired her system and the world had reset, this piece had been removed from the Chinese curriculum, replaced by another unfamiliar text. Chen Zhao had even searched for its author online and discovered that in this world, that very author had vanished, replaced by another figure in history. Thus, this classical text had never been encountered by anyone in this world. Moreover, its central theme was to encourage learning, making it exceedingly relevant to the essay prompt. Chen Zhao believed it could be utilized. With pen in hand, she began inscribing upon the answer sheet's essay section. The gentleman said, "Learning cannot cease. Blue is derived from indigo, yet surpasses it. Ice is formed from water, yet is colder than water. Wood, when straightened by a line, is bent to form a wheel, its curve conforming to the standard. Even if subjected to harsh elements, it does not regain its uprightness without the bending process. Thus, wood follows the line to become straight, and metal sharpens against a whetstone. A gentleman is well-read and daily reflects upon himself, achieving clarity in knowledge and avoiding missteps." Sentence after sentence of classical prose flowed from Chen Zhao's pen, cascading onto the paper. 50 words, 100 words, 300 words, 800 words, 1,000 words. The original text was lengthy, totaling 1987 characters, clearly exceeding the space on the answer sheet. Consequently, Chen Zhao made some edits, discarding superfluous content and adding a touch of supplementary material. After revisions and adjustments, she ultimately composed over 1,100 words, nearly filling the answer sheet, that in the end, Chen Zhao inscribed the title on the first line, On the Importance of Learning. Indeed, this classical piece was none other than On Learning, authored by the illustrious Xuanzi from the pre-Qin era. If one were to compile a list of the top 10 essays on the importance of education throughout history, On Learning would undoubtedly secure a place. Upon completion, Chen Zhao felt a profound sense of relief, blowing on her gel pen as if it were a firearm after shooting, savoring the moment. With this essay in hand, she was confident it would earn her high marks. Teacher, I've finished. May I submit my paper? Chen Zhao raised her hand. The entire classroom erupted in astonishment, turning to gaze at Chen Zhao as if witnessing a divine being. She had completed the math exam in half an hour. And now, in just over an hour, finished the Chinese exam. Was she the fabled quick writer? This was astonishingly fast. However, the invigilating teacher frowned. Finished. Surely you haven't written your essay properly. The college entrance examination is approaching. Can you not take these mock exams seriously? Chapter 30. The classical essay, The Invigilating Teacher's expression darkened. She was a Chinese language teacher herself. And during the examination, she had been simultaneously tackling the same paper at the podium, an essay language teacher. Her speed in answering was considerable, yet she had only just completed all but the essay half an hour ago. This meant that, at her diligent pace, she was merely beginning to write the essay after an hour and a half of the exam. Clearly, half an hour was insufficient to complete an essay. Now, one student claimed to be finished. There was no doubt that he had not taken the essay seriously, likely skimming through the earlier questions as well. Perhaps large sections were left blank. The invigilating teacher glared. As teachers loathed nothing more than students who neglected their exams, such behavior was utterly unforgivable. If Chen Zhao were one of her students, she would have long since approached him with a textbook to rap him on the head. Teacher, I worked diligently, Chen Zhao replied awkwardly, standing to address her. I nearly filled the essay. I wrote about 1,100 words. It's only been an hour and 10 minutes since the exam began. Did you honestly complete every question thoroughly? As a Chinese language teacher, do I not know how much time is needed for an exam? The invigilating teacher was furious, her voice rising sharply. Sit down quietly and review your earlier answers. Fill in what you haven't written properly. It's almost the college entrance examination and you're still so careless. If you don't want to take the exam, then don't. All eyes in the classroom turned to Chen Zhao. Many stifling laughter. You were so eager to leave early, and now you've been reprimanded by the teacher. Chen Zhao, feeling helpless, understood that her speed was indeed quite remarkable, and the teacher's disbelief was somewhat understandable. There was no point in arguing. The only way to prove her competence was through the evidence itself. Chen Zhao picked up her exam paper and swiftly approached the podium to present it to the teacher. Please take a look, and then decide if I may leave, that if you find it unsatisfactory, I will return to continue working on it. The teacher furrowed her brows, peering down at Chen Zhao's paper, her fury simmering just beneath the surface. What could possibly be produced in just over an hour? Surely it would be a haphazard mess. Each question answered with a mere few scribbled words, and yet, as she glanced down, the invigilating teacher was taken aback for a moment. The anticipated sight of scant responses was nowhere to be found. Chen Zhao's entire answer sheet was filled to the brim. Every inch of the answer space was densely packed with characters. Even if it were filled, what of it? The handwriting was likely a chaotic scrawl, and the content was probably nonsensical. A glance at any question would reveal this. The invigilating teacher thought to herself, selecting a reading comprehension question to examine, that as she read, her initial anger began to dissipate, gradually transforming into astonishment. The reading comprehension was answered in great detail, and excellently so. Each segment of the answer hit all the scoring points. If graded, it would likely achieve a near-perfect score, realizing something was amiss. The invigilating teacher began reviewing from the first question, comparing Chen Zhao's answers with those she had noted on her scratch paper. As she continued, her expression shifted from surprise to increasing astonishment. The first question, correct. The second, correct. The third, still correct. Onward she went, each answer proving accurate. To everyone's astonishment, not a single error was found in the multiple-choice questions, and the reading comprehension responses were articulated with remarkable precision. even surpassing the student's own previous efforts. Even the notoriously challenging translation of classical Chinese texts was executed flawlessly. After scrutinizing the paper for an extended period, the invigilator was left astounded, realizing that there was not a single point on the paper where marks could be deducted. The sole area for potential penalties lay in the handwriting. The student's script was rather unsightly and somewhat chaotic. Suddenly, the invigilator recalled that just because the earlier questions were answered correctly, it did not guarantee that the subsequent essay would be equally well-crafted. There were indeed students in the class who excelled in standard questions, yet faltered dramatically in essay writing, often rambling incoherently or leaving the page blank, resulting in their Chinese language scores plummeting due to poor essay performance. The invigilator pondered this. They flipped to the back of Chen Zhao's answer sheet to review the essay. The next moment, the entire class heard the invigilator gasp in disbelief. Many students looked up at the invigilator, who appeared utterly astonished, staring at the answer sheet in hand, as if witnessing something extraordinary. That moment, the invigilator's mind was in turmoil. This essay was inexplicably written in classical Chinese. An essay composed in classical Chinese? How could this be possible? Lost in astonishment, the invigilator was suddenly reminded that Chen Zhao had been waiting nearby. Growing somewhat impatient, "Teacher, I genuinely put in my utmost effort that I have some matters to attend to this evening. May I submit my paper and leave?" The invigilator, taken aback, recalled Chen Zhao's presence and quickly nodded. Of course. The classmates, who had been anticipating a spectacle, were momentarily stunned. What was happening? Hadn't the invigilator just insisted that it was impossible to complete the exam in an hour and 10 minutes? Hadn't they just scolded Chen Zhao? Why the abrupt change in demeanor, allowing him to leave? Could it be that the answer sheet was genuinely commendable? But how could that be, with only an hour and 10 minutes to write everything? What kind of speed would that require to complete it all? Unaware of the bewilderment surrounding him, Chen Zhao disregarded the invigilator's astonishment and exited the classroom briskly, without a backward glance, eager to return home for a live stream. He had arranged to team up with Xiao Zhuzhu for a gaming session that night. With the early dismissal on exam day, he could maximize his time to stream a few more rounds. At that moment, Chen Zhao was brimming with enthusiasm for live streaming, as it represented the potential for gaining followers and receiving tips. What could be more delightful than earning money while gaming? Moreover, thinking of the captivating photos of Xiao Zhuzhu he had found online, Chen Zhao felt exhilarated. Having such a stunning partner for gaming would surely be a joy. Chen Zhao departed, leaving the invigilator fixated on his essay. The more the invigilator read, the more astonished they became. This essay, crafted in classical Chinese, was surprisingly coherent. For most students, even translating classical texts posed a monumental challenge. Memorizing the excerpts from textbooks was no small feat. Yet this student, Chen Zhao, had composed an entire essay in classical Chinese. A cursory glance confirmed that it was indeed remarkably standard classical Chinese, devoid of errors or awkward phrasing. Most astonishingly, if translated in a modern vernacular, it was a well-structured argumentative essay, perfectly aligned with the essay prompt. Suddenly, the classroom door swung open, and the director of education entered. The director routinely inspected various examination rooms during assessments, and fortuitously, they were also a Chinese language teacher. The invigilator hurried over, presenting Chen Zhao's answer sheet to the director. "Director, please take a look at this student's paper. He submitted it just 5 minutes ago, and the essay is written in classical Chinese." Chapter 31. Is this original? The director was momentarily taken aback that an essay written in classical Chinese by a high school senior. Was this not absurd? Classical Chinese was a complex subject. It was already a remarkable feat for high school students to grasp its fundamentals, let alone compose an essay. Several students seated near the front, having overheard the invigilator's comments, looked up in shock. What did they just hear? The essay was written in classical Chinese. Had the student who just submitted his paper truly achieved such brilliance? How could such a remarkable talent be present in this examination room? The invigilator handed the answer sheet to the director, continuing to explain in hushed tones. "I briefly reviewed it twice and did not notice any significant errors. However, my expertise is not in classical literature, but rather in Western literature, so I am not entirely qualified to assess the quality of his writing. You are an expert in classical texts. Please take a look." The director accepted the answer sheet, initially frowning that he wanted to assert that it was undoubtedly nonsense. How could a high school senior produce anything of value in classical Chinese? Yet, out of respect for his fellow educators, he refrained from voicing his skepticism. However, as he held the answer sheet and read the first few lines, his expression shifted from annoyance to astonishment. The opening was rather intriguing. As he continued reading, the director's demeanor grew increasingly serious. Halfway through, he could not help but read aloud. A dull horse, when urged 10 times, achieves success through perseverance that if one gives up, the decayed wood will not bend. If one persists, even gold and stone can be engraved. The worm has no claws or teeth, yet it consumes earth above and drinks from the yellow springs below, demonstrating singular focus. As the poem states, the corpse bird rests in the mulberry tree. Its offspring 7, the virtuous and the noble, their demeanor remains constant. To wander 1,000 miles without reaching the destination cannot be deemed skilled driving. If the relationships are disjointed and the principles of benevolence and righteousness are inconsistent, one cannot be deemed a good learner. Several students at the front, initially eavesdropping with intent to plagiarize parts of Chen Zhao's essay, soon found themselves bewildered, their faces blank. What was being written? Why could they not comprehend it? This was indeed classical Chinese. If they could not even understand it, how could they possibly copy it? Among the last group of students in the examination room, how could there be such a pronounced gap that they could not even manage to plagiarize? Could it be that even among academic underachievers, there existed a chasm of disparity? Upon finishing, the director was flushed with excitement. This essay is truly remarkable. The director looked up at the invigilator, the hand holding the answer sheet trembling slightly. This is undoubtedly a piece of writing that embodies the spirit of the great masters. Moreover, it contains no apparent errors. The invigilator was taken aback. The director, an expert in classical literature, had just described the essay with phrases like truly remarkable and the spirit of the great masters. Was the student's work genuinely that exceptional? Could a high school senior truly produce such a piece? Perhaps he merely memorized a classical text and transcribed it. The invigilator expressed his doubts. Generally, I retain some impression of any classical text I have encountered, but this is entirely unfamiliar. The director's ecstatic expression momentarily calmed. However, your point is valid that if this essay were to be published after meticulous refinement by a university professor, it would hold some credibility. Yet, for a high school senior, I find it difficult to believe. Let's search online. Thus, the director pulled out his phone, took a photograph of Chen Zhao's answer sheet, then scanned the image to extract the text that he copied and pasted it into a search engine. Soon, a few search results appeared, but they were largely irrelevant, yielding a mishmash of unrelated answers. The director switched to several other search engines, generating numerous results, yet they remained chaotic and nonsensical, failing to uncover the original text. How strange! Nothing comes up. Could it be that he truly wrote this himself? The director pondered, somewhat astonished. In this age of advanced search engines, if it cannot be found online, it is very likely an original work. The invigilator responded, visibly anxious. What about the student who wrote this essay? I should inquire. The director looked around the classroom. He has already left. He submitted his paper and bolted. The invigilator remarked, glancing at the empty seat Chen Zhao had vacated. The director fell silent for a moment, clutching Chen Zhao's answer sheet, before turning and exiting the room. Given the extraordinary nature of this incident, he had lost interest in inspecting other examination rooms. The director made his way downstairs, heading straight for the Chinese language office for the senior year. The office housed the finest Chinese language teachers in the school, all exceptionally knowledgeable, except for a few teachers who were monitoring exams. Most were still in the office, sipping tea, grading assignments, and engaging in casual conversation. Upon entering, the director was greeted by several teachers. I have a student's essay here. Perhaps a teacher familiar with classical literature could assist in reviewing it. The director stated. The language teachers were momentarily taken aback. Why would a student's essay necessitate the attention of those proficient in classical literature? All the Chinese language teachers gathered around to examine the answer sheet the director held. They were taken aback upon seeing it. An essay in classical Chinese? And it is quite lengthy. When did a student capable of writing essays in classical Chinese emerge in our year? Mr. Gao, is this one of your Prod GS? Not mine. This student is from Class 1. Li S student. The class teacher, glancing at the name, was utterly astonished. This student has consistently struggled with essay writing and has barely passed in Chinese. How could he produce such a work? The director interrupted the teacher's chatter and spoke. Let us not concern ourselves with which student wrote this. I have just reviewed it, and the level of this essay is exceptionally high that it would not be an exaggeration to say it embodies the spirit of the great masters, that we need to ascertain two things. First, whether this essay is indeed original or derived from some obscure classical text. Second, if it is original, whether there are any hidden errors within the essay. The language teachers nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the most pressing task at hand was to ascertain whether the essay in question was original. If it were indeed original, they needed to check for any errors. Many language teachers began to meticulously read through the essay, and upon finishing, they were left both astonished and perplexed. Their astonishment stemmed from the exceptional quality of the writing, which exuded a grand style. Their confusion arose from the realization that such an outstanding piece should have been familiar to them from their university days. Yet it evoked no recollection whatsoever. Numerous teachers resorted to searching online, sifting through thousands of search results, yet they found no trace of the essay. Many commenced making phone calls to their professors from university, inquiring whether this essay could be attributed to any ancient text. However, after several inquiries, the only response they received was that none had ever heard of such a work. Chapter 32. Perfect Essay. Perfect exam paper. After several hours of diligent effort, all the language teachers came to a halt. They had found no signs of plagiarism. It seems this essay is not an ancient text, but rather an original work by the student, one teacher remarked. Her voice strained. The strain in her voice was due to the overwhelming shock and embarrassment she felt. They were already aware of Chen Zhao's exam situation, having completed all questions in just 1 hour and 10 minutes. Such a pace was astonishing in itself, and yet he had also produced such a remarkable essay in classical Chinese. The quality of this essay was exceptionally high, with clear structure and profound meaning. As they reviewed the essay, the teachers found themselves introspectively questioning. If I were to write, could I produce something of such caliber? Upon reflection, many teachers concluded that they would be utterly incapable of such a feat. This indicated that the students' proficiency in classical Chinese surpassed that of the teachers, and by a significant margin. The head of the department nodded, saying, I would like each of you to identify any errors in this essay and make corrections. I have a classmate who works as an editor. We can revise this piece to eliminate any mistakes, and then I will reach out to my friend to see if we can get it published. This would not only earn the students some compensation, but also ensure that such a promising talent is not squandered. Perhaps he might even enter the literary world. Furthermore, it would serve as excellent publicity for our school to have students who can write such exceptional essays. A group of language teachers readily agreed. As the desire to nurture talent is universal to AS language teachers, they were eager to assist a student with potential to become a writer. Although the essay appeared impressive at first glance, it was likely hastily written and therefore could contain numerous minor errors that needed addressing. The teachers busily began their task, starting from the very first sentence to search for mistakes. What does this character mean? Is it used incorrectly? I'm not sure. Let us consult the dictionary. Oh, it's not incorrect. It's a usage from the pre-Qin period, quite obscure. This phrase is an allusion. Does it have a corresponding reference? Indeed. I encountered this in my master's thesis. It's remarkable that this student knows such an obscure usage. Mr. Wang, could you take a look at this sentence? It feels a bit awkward to me. After busily discussing and debating for yet another hour, they suddenly realized it was time for dinner. The head of the department entered with a large basket, announcing, Thank you all for your hard work. Please enjoy some lamb soup with bread. The language teachers cheered, pleasantly surprised to find they would be treated to lamb soup. The head of the department opened the basket to reveal boxes of hot lamb soup and bags of bread, freshly purchased from a nearby lamb restaurant. After all, it was only fitting to compensate these teachers for their overtime work. Let us eat first. We can continue after, the head of the department cheerfully suggested. 1 serving of soup and 3 pieces of bread per person should be sufficient. The teachers gathered their soup and bread, bringing them back to their desks to enjoy. We've completed the first round of checks, one teacher announced. How did it go? Were there many errors? Is it easy to correct? The head of the department inquired. We found no errors, another teacher replied, smiling awkwardly. The head of the department was taken aback. Notice. All the language teachers nodded in affirmation. We examined each sentence, even scrutinizing each character in detail, yet we truly found no mistakes, one teacher explained. We're not entirely convinced and plan to review it once more. The head of the department took Chen Zhao's answer sheet and scrutinized it twice. Furrowing his brow, there is no need for further checks. We are all professionals, and if we cannot identify any errors, it's likely that this essay is flawless, he stated. Furthermore, consider this. An author capable of producing such a high-quality piece in such a short time is unlikely to make fundamental mistakes. Thank you all for your hard work. I will now grade this exam and submit it for publication to my editor friend, he declared. A nearby teacher handed the head of the department a red pen and a copy of the reference answers, and he found a chair to sit down and began grading, comparing the responses to the answer key. First question, correct. Second question, correct. Third question, correct. As he continued grading, the head of the department's expression shifted dramatically. Halfway through, every answer was correct. Achieving such a level of accuracy on a language exam is no small feat. Even the best students often lose a few points on reading comprehension questions. However, every answer on this answer sheet was impeccable, though not identical to the standard answers. Every point of merit was addressed, making deductions impossible. The deeper he delved into the grading, the more astonished he became. Finally, he completed grading the earlier questions. All correct. He turned it over, pondering how to score the essay. After much hesitation, he awarded a perfect score. Generally, even the best essays find it challenging to achieve full marks, usually losing 5 to 8 points, thus qualifying as an excellent essay. Yet, this piece undeniably met the criteria for a perfect essay. All right, I've finished grading. You all may continue your meal while I contact my editorial friend, the head of the department announced. Rising to leave, he returned the borrowed red pen and answer sheet to the nearby teacher, stating, "Perfect score, no errors." With that, he departed from the language office and a profound silence enveloped the office. The language teachers stared at one another, somewhat incredulous of their own ears. What did the head just say? Perfect score? It seems so. A perfect score on a language exam, is that for real? It must be true. I glanced at the earlier questions and found no mistakes. This student is extraordinary. Why not arrange for him to participate in a language competition? He could be specially recruited. Chapter 33. Nearly 10,000 yuan in manuscript fees. Chen Zhao lounged in front of his computer, the character on the screen clad in combat gear and cradling an AWM. Suddenly, a small shadow flickered in the grass nearby. It was a level 2 helmet. Chen Zhao raised his gun and fired, hitting the target. Victory! The sound of jubilant cheers erupted from the headphones. So impressive. So impressive, yay, another victory. The reason Little Bamboo Shoot used the word another was that this marked Chen Zhao's third win of the day with her. Each game followed a similar pattern. Little Bamboo Shoot would parachute alongside Chen Zhao into a small residential area, and Chen Zhao would seemingly play with a cheat, landing headshots left and right, dispatching foes with ease while Little Bamboo Shoot trailed behind a loot, leisurely advancing into the final circle, awaiting victory. In Chen Zhao's streaming room, viewers showered the chat with comments like, "The streamer is incredible, Streamer 666, along with gifts from generous fans. Just as he was about to start a new game, he suddenly heard a loud knocking at the door. Seems like someone has arrived at my place. I'll pause the stream for a moment, sorry, Chen Zhao announced as he heard the knocking. Little Bamboo Shoot replied, "Bye, I'll play a solo game while I wait for you." Upon hearing this, a wave of discontent surged through Little Bamboo Shoot's chat as fans expressed their frustrations. Little Bamboo Shoot is my darling. What? You can say that while waiting for me. I'm done for. Little Bamboo Shoot has been taken by that little streamer Chen Zhao. Little Bamboo Shoot has been taken by Chen Zhao 1. Little Bamboo Shoot has been taken by Chen Zhao 10086. Juice Boy? Oh no. I heard the sound of a heart breaking. Backstreet Girl. Little Bamboo Shoot has been taken? Unfollowing. Little Bamboo Shoot quickly attempted to clarify. What are you all talking about? I didn't mean it that way. I just want him to carry me to victory. Fans can be quite sensitive, especially for a beauty streamer like Little Bamboo Shoot. whose appeal is based on looks and charm. Even the slightest comment can ignite jealousy among fans. Similar situations have occurred many times before. Unaware of the storm brewing on Little Bamboo Shoot's side, Chen Zhao took off his headphones and hurried to open the door. The person knocking impatiently pounded on the door. And Chen Zhao, calling out, "Coming!" quickly opened it. He didn't bother peering through the peephole. After all, the neighborhood was quite safe, with no history of crime. And if it were a thief, they wouldn't be so brazenly loud. As he opened the door, Chen Zhao was taken aback that it was none other than his landlord, Deng Zixin, dressed in a black tank top and white shorts, showcasing her long, fair legs and arms, with red lips clasping a cigarette. Looking rather sultry, as soon as Chen Zhao opened the door, Deng Zixin exhaled a cloud of smoke into his face, evidently annoyed by his delay. "Are you deaf? I've been waiting here for 5 minutes." Deng Zixin furrowed her brow and sharply flicked Chen Zhao's head. "Sorry. Sis, I was wearing headphones," Chen Zhao cried out, clutching his head. Deng Zixin's strength was formidable, and it felt as if his skull might crack open. "Give me a glass of water. I'm parched," Deng Zixin commanded, pushing Chen Zhao aside as she entered the room. Chen Zhao closed the door and went to fetch water, while Deng Zixin plopped down on the sofa, crossing her legs in a manner that accentuated their length and exuded an air of arrogance. Reminiscent of a lord in a sense, she was indeed the lord of this building, with all the tenants at her mercy. "Room temperature or hot water?" Chen Zhao inquired. "Ice water," Deng Zixin replied. Chen Zhao hesitated. There was no ice at home. "This isn't a milk tea shop." "What kind of ice water do you want, sis?" "If you don't have ice, then just cold water will suffice," Deng Zixin stated, noticing Chen Zhao's discomfort. "Such a young lad, and your home lacks even ice for cold drinks? Your life is so devoid of passion. Are you practicing health preservation?" Chen Zhao was exasperated. His landlord was quite relentless. He quickly opened a bottle of mineral water, poured it into a glass, and handed it to Deng Zixin. She leisurely drank half of it, set the glass down on the coffee table, and crossed her arms, gazing at Chen Zhao. "Your writing is quite good, isn't it?" Chen Zhao was taken aback. Ever since Deng Zixin entered, he had been pondering what brought her here, considering various possibilities: collecting rent, hiring him as a laborer, demanding he vacate, or arranging a roommate for him. But he never imagined that her first serious inquiry would be about his writing. Chen Zhao was bewildered. What was this all about? "I'm terrible at composing essays. My Chinese teacher often berates me harshly, claiming I'm a destroyer of vernacular Chinese and the founder of a writing technique that knows no kin. Truly a writer whose words can kill." Chen Zhao decided to speak candidly. "Stop being modest. What is the point of modesty with your sister?" Deng Zixin shook her head. "Your mother just called me, saying that a piece you wrote was recognized by your school teacher and submitted to the Baiqing Times, and it got accepted. She couldn't reach you, so she asked me to see if you were willing to publish it. If so, I'll inform your mother, and she'll talk to the school leaders, who will communicate with the Baiqing Times." Chen Zhao was dumbfounded that an essay recognized by a school teacher, submitted to a newspaper, and accepted. When did he write such an impressive piece? Hadn't he missed several assignments in composition class? Surely there was a misunderstanding. Perhaps another student with the same name wrote it, and the school officials mistakenly contacted him. "Oh, that essay was titled On Learning," Deng Zixin recalled. Chen Zhao suddenly understood that it was that piece. How could the teacher have submitted it so quickly? And he just handed it in that afternoon. "Well, that is fine. Getting published isn't a bad thing, is it?" Chen Zhao replied, suddenly recalling something. He pulled out his phone, only to discover that it wouldn't turn on. It must have died, which explained why his mother couldn't reach him and had to enlist the help of his landlord's sister. "All right. I'll send your mother a WeChat message," Deng Zixin said. She retrieved her phone from her shorts pocket, placed it on her thigh, and began typing. After a while, her phone vibrated, indicating a reply had arrived. "All set. Your mother has informed your school leaders," Deng Zixin stated. "Your article will be featured in this weekend's latest issue of the Baiqing Times. And you'll receive your payment next Monday." "Payment? How much might that be?" Chen Zhao inquired. "I believe it's nearly 10,000, Deng Zixin replied. Chen Zhao's eyes widened in shock. For an essay written in just a few minutes, it could fetch nearly 10,000? Was writing that lucrative? This was far more profitable than his recent live streaming. Recently, Every time he returned home from school, he would stream for a couple of hours. Earning only a few hundred from viewer tips, that Tio think that casually writing an article could equal the income from days of streaming. Chen Zhao felt a surge of excitement. Ever since acquiring the system and witnessing the world change, he had access to numerous literary classics unknown to others in this world. For instance, this piece on learning had achieved such remarkable results that if he could produce a few more pieces, he might amass a fortune. Just as he was contemplating this, his system ring vibrated, followed by a message in his mind. Writing is a third-stage task, temporarily inaccessible. The host's current mission is to become a popular streamer. Chen Zhao sighed inwardly. The system's directives were most authoritative, as he relied on it to provide him with a sharp intellect that he decided to put writing on hold for the time being. Chapter 34. Deng Zixin's father's invitation. By the way, sis, I'll pay you the last month's rent. Chen Zhao suddenly remembered that he had previously owed the last month's rent, unable to pay it off. And though Deng Zixin had waived it, Chen Zhao felt uncomfortable living rent-free. Having earned some money from live streaming recently, he believed it best to settle the debt. Being debt-free felt liberating that a man shouldn't take advantage of a woman. After all, what a bold claim, Deng Zixin scoffed with a smirk. Fine, when your payment arrives, just come find me upstairs. I don't need to wait for the payment. I have money right now, Chen Zhao declared, pulling out his phone. Would you prefer WeChat or Alipay? Deng Zixin looked surprised, sitting up straighter. Where does a young lad like you get money? Don't tell me you're using your tuition fees. That's unnecessary. It's not tuition. It's from viewer tips during my streams. I've earned quite a bit these past few days, Chen Zhao said proudly. Deng Zixin paused, then her expression turned serious. Chen Zhao, can you please wake up to reality? What time is it now? You have only a few weeks until the college entrance exam. Do you even grasp how significant this exam is? I don't want your money. I'm not lacking IT. That MY bank account is nearing 8 figures. Focus on your studies and don't get involved in those frivolous activities. Deng Zixin spoke rapidly, like a machine gun. Chen Zhao attempted to interject several times, but he was continuously interrupted that he thought to himself that whoever ends up marrying this woman will have quite the challenge during arguments. They would surely always lose. With Deng Zixin's quick tongue and sharp retorts, who could possibly keep up? How are your grades? Are you confident about entering college? Deng Zixin inquired next. I am almost guaranteed admission. I'm aiming for Tsinghua or Peking University. Chen Zhao replied. Nonsense. With your capabilities, Tsinghua or Peking University? Deng Zixin's frown deepened, her anger palpable. Young people should refrain from boasting that if you manage to get into Tsinghua or Peking University, I'll give you this entire building. I am leaving now. You focus on your studies. That if you don't get into college, just wait for me to have someone teach you a lesson. Deng Zixin stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Though her attitude was harsh and she refused to listen to explanations, Chen Zhao felt warm inside. He understood that this landlord sister, despite her fierce exterior, was genuinely kind-hearted. Her anger stemmed from a desire for him to study diligently for his exams. Once the admission letters arrived, he would have to treat Deng Zixin to a meal. Chen Zhao logged on and streamed another session, announcing that he would end the broadcast to sleep. The viewers lamented, claiming that Chen Zhao was too lazy. Other streamers broadcast for entire days or nights, while Chen Zhao only played a couple of games before leaving. The next day's exam was still quite simple. Chen Zhao was confident he could score close to full marks in the science subjects. But English was a bit uncertain, that he had always struggled with English, unable to recognize all the phonetic symbols, and despite having reviewed numerous English study materials recently, the results seemed negligible. Thus, he estimated his English score would be around 130, which was quite dismal. He needed to intensively focus on English from now on. Following a day of rest, Chen Zhao utilized his free time to stream again, delighting his fans. The extended streaming session proved fruitful, as Chen Zhao gained 60,000 followers in a single day and received countless gifts, cashing out over 2,400 yuan. Earning 2,400 yuan in a day equated to 72,000 yuan in a month. Over a year, that could amount to 864,000 yuan. As the streaming hours accumulated, his fame would continue to rise. Perhaps the legendary annual salary of 1,000,000 wooden tea remained a dream. Chen Zhao was exhilarated. Indeed, those with high intelligence and a strong work ethic could earn well. Just from streaming, he could lead a comfortable life. That evening, Deng Zixin returned with a copy of the Beijing Times. Opening to the second-to-last page for Chen Zhao to see, that in the upper right corner was his essay on learning, credited to Chen Zhao. "Well done, young man, a classical essay," Deng Zixin exclaimed, giving Chen Zhao a hearty pat on the shoulder. "Come, sign your name." "Huh?" Chen Zhao was taken aback. "Sign your name. Right here next to your article. I'll keep it as a memento that if you ever enter the literary world, this signed piece could be worth a fortune." Deng Zixin grabbed Chen Zhao by the back of the neck, pulling him over to the coffee table, placing the newspaper down, and thrusting a pen into his hand. "Make it good. Don't mess it up," she urged. Chen Zhao nodded, channeling all his efforts to write neatly and beautifully. It took him a full 20 seconds to write just 2 characters. After finishing, he felt satisfied. This was undoubtedly the most beautiful signature he had ever penned. Oh dear, what a terrible handwriting. It's a mess. Deng Zixin picked up the newspaper to read, her beautiful brows furrowing into a shape. "Soft and ugly. Even if I handed a pen to a monkey at the zoo, it would write better than your scrawl." Chen Zhao nearly spat blood in frustration. "But this is quite good, isn't it?" Chen Zhao retorted. "If you find my handwriting so abhorrent, then show me something better." Deng Zixin snatched the pen away and began to write on a nearby scrap of paper. With swift strokes, she finished and dramatically dropped the pen. "Any objections?" she asked, flicking Chen Zhao's forehead with her slender finger, her tone dripping with disdain. Chen Zhao stared in astonishment at the 3 characters Deng Zixin on the scrap paper, so neatly and beautifully rendered that they looked as if printed. It resembled the characters in the calligraphy books bought during elementary school. "Wow, you dropped out of school, yet your handwriting is so exquisite. This is outrageous," Chen Zhao exclaimed in shock. "Do you know who my father is?" Deng Zixin suddenly countered. "Oh," Chen Zhao asked, bewildered. "Deng Taijun, a calligrapher, a traditional painter. His calligraphy sells for over 10,000 per square foot. Under my father's tutelage, I could write with my feet better than you," Deng Zixin boasted, her face alight with pride and contempt for Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao was taken aback. No wonder Deng Zixin was so wealthy. Her father's artworks could fetch a fortune, easily accumulating millions in just a few days of work, making it a breeze to buy a building. "By the way, my father mentioned he wants to meet you." Deng Zixin abruptly changed the topic. "Meet me?" Chen Zhao was taken aback. "Why?" "Your writing piqued his interest. He believes you have potential. After all, my father is a cultured man, and he naturally wishes to meet anyone capable of producing fine writing." Deng Zixin explained. "If you are willing, I can take you whenever you're free. Try not to look so dazed. If my father is in a good mood, he might take you on as an apprentice, which would be quite advantageous for you. There are countless individuals lining up to be my father's disciple from the gates of the Forbidden City to the White House. But I never aspired to be a calligrapher." Chen Zhao scratched his head. "As you can see, my handwriting is atrocious. I lack the talent. My father will surely treat you to a meal. It wouldn't hurt to take advantage of that," Deng Zixin suggested. "All right." Chen Zhao nodded vigorously. "If it meant a free meal, why not?" Chapter 35. A stunning achievement. The meeting with Deng Zixin's father, Deng Taijun, was scheduled for the following Saturday evening, perfectly coinciding with the end of Chen Zhao's exams. The next day, as Chen Zhao attended school, the classroom was abuzz with chatter during morning reading. Upon hearing the discussions about last weekend's exams, Chen Zhao noted that physics question was as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Chemistry was a nightmare too. What were those absurd questions? Biology had me retching. It was all fine print from the textbook that I barely memorized, and I ended up writing a ton without confidence. The Chinese composition was utterly ridiculous. Urging people to study. Who can write that well? I only know how to persuade people to go to internet cafes. The math problems made me want to vomit. I swear, if I see the person who set those questions, I won't let them off easily." Chen Zhao shrugged. Judging by his classmates' reactions, it was evident that the difficulty of the previous exam was unusually high, with many feeling overwhelmed. However, Chen Zhao did not share that sentiment, aside from English. He felt he performed adequately. The total score was 750 points, and he estimated he would score around 670 to 680. "How did you fare? Did you manage to break out of the second to last place?" "Su lan lan ao bao Chen Zhao." "Second to last?" Chen Zhao laughed arrogantly. I wouldn't even settle for second. I aim for first. Several classmates turned to him, amused, clearly thinking Chen Zhao was boasting. Stop with the nonsense. How many points did you actually score? Su lan lan in quit. I estimate I could get close to 380. Can you surpass me? I should land around 670 to 680, Chen Zhao replied candidly. The laughter from his peers grew louder. How boring. Su Lanlan dismissed him, frustrated by what she perceived as Chen Zhao's arrogance. Although Chen Zhao had previously dazzled in math class and showcased impressive memorization skills, Su Lanlan believed he wouldn't progress rapidly. Exams were not merely about memorizing textbooks or solving a few difficult problems. They required long-term accumulation of knowledge that Su Lanlan figured Chen Zhao might escape the bottom 10. But advancing further would necessitate more time. Chen Zhao felt a twinge of resignation. Indeed, having been at the bottom repeatedly, convincing everyone he would place first was unrealistic. Their laughter at his expense was understandable. However, when the results came out, many would likely cease their amusement. Lost in thought, the commotion in the classroom suddenly ceased, transitioning swiftly to a mode of studying. Chen Zhao looked up to see the homeroom teacher entering and standing at the podium, scanning the class with an imposing presence. Settle down. I will announce the scores. The class fell silent, all eyes on the teacher. Our class's scores have fluctuated significantly this time. Many students who had been making steady progress have suddenly fallen behind. Others who were previously stable have become uncertain. I cannot fathom what has gone awry in your studies. You must figure it out. The college entrance examination is approaching, and if you continue to muddle through, you might as well leave. The teacher's booming voice echoed throughout the room, causing most students to bow their heads, feigning a repentant demeanor. They were all acutely aware of their performance. Of course, while some have fallen, others have risen. The teacher's tone shifted. For instance, our class finally boasts a top scorer in the grade. A smile spread across the teacher's face. The top achievers in the front row stirred, many wearing expressions of astonishment. Achieving the top score in the grade was no trivial feat. It represented a prestigious honor, a ticket to esteemed institutions like Peking University or Tsinghua University, since the beginning of their first year. No one from this class had broken into the top 3 in the grade until now. Who could possibly be so extraordinary? Lu Chong, ranking 3rd in the class, glanced at Zhang Shucheng, who was 2nd. But Zhang Shucheng shook his head. My math score collapsed. It can't be me. Zhang then looked at Chen Miaoran. Chen Miaoran, taken aback, wore a mix of shock and extreme anticipation in her expression. She felt she had performed well this time, despite a few uncertain questions. Would it be possible for her to have inadvertently emerged as the top scorer? Previously, her highest ranking had been 10th in the grade, a feat that had kept her awake with excitement that night, that if she were to claim the top spot now, another sleepless night awaited. Chen Miaoran quickly recalled her performance during the exam, becoming increasingly convinced of her success. Overall, she believed she had done quite well. Besides herself, who else in the class could possibly claim first place? It had to be her. Chen Miaoran's fingers began to tremble with excitement. She looked up at the teacher, hoping to see approval and pride reflected in the teacher's gaze. However, the teacher did not glance her way, but instead looked towards the back corner of the classroom. This time, the top scorer in the grade, and also our class's top student, is Chen Zhao. The teacher enunciated clearly, excitement evident in their voice. He scored a remarkable 703 points. Let us all extend a warm round of applause to congratulate Chen Zhao. After 3 years of hard study, he has finally proven his capabilities. The teacher concluded, leading the class in a thunderous applause that cascaded through the room. However, nearly all expressions were ones of bewilderment. Chen Zhao, the class's bottom-ranked student, scoring 703 points? What was happening? Chen Miaoran was dumbfounded, as were Zhang Shucheng and Lu Chong, along with all the top students in the front row, the students who had previously laughed at Chen Zhao. Convinced he was merely boasting, now found themselves astonished by the undeniable truth. Su Lanlan turned to stare at Chen Zhao, her eyes wide as if beholding a divine being, her mouth agape as if she could fit an orange inside. She knew her classmates' habits, never doing homework, sleeping in class, and only beginning to study earnestly a few days prior to an increase of 10 or even several dozen points could be understood, but a leap of several hundred points was unfathomable. Chen Zhao's face flushed with excitement. He too was somewhat taken aback, but he had initially thought he would score around 670 or 680 and had been satisfied with that. The TO suddenly exceeds 700 and reach 703 was beyond his expectations. Let us read out Chen Zhao's individual subject scores so everyone can learn from him, the teacher announced. Chinese. Full marks 150. A chorus of wow erupted from below. This was a staggering start. While achieving full marks in other subjects might be feasible, a perfect score in Chinese was simply astonishing. The IT indicated that Chen Zhao had written an essay worthy of full marks. Chapter 36. Memorizing the Great English-Chinese Dictionary Mathematics. 148 points. A murmur of disbelief rippled through the classroom as the top students gasped. They all knew how difficult this math exam had been. Achieving even 120 points was quite an accomplishment. Yet Chen Zhao had managed to score 148. Everyone was in awe, except for Chen Zhao, who frowned that he believed he should have scored full marks in mathematics. How could he have lost 2 points? Could there have been an error in the grading? After the test papers were returned, Chen Zhao realized that he had answered all the questions correctly, yet 2 major problems were marked down due to his omission of the word solution. It was indeed a mishap that had cost him dearly. English. 110 points. The homeroom teacher paused momentarily before continuing. Your English score is rather low. If you could dedicate some effort to studying it, raising your score by 20 points should be quite attainable. Chen Zhao nodded. Acknowledging his dissatisfaction with his score, the IT was shocking that he had lost a total of 40 points in English alone, that he resolved to devote himself to improving his English in the future. Comprehensive science. 295 points, the highest score in the entire school. The teacher raised his voice, continuing. The class erupted in astonishment. Most students struggled to surpass 200 points in comprehensive science, yet Chen Zhao had managed to achieve an impressive 295 points. Just 5 points shy of perfection. Such extraordinary ability could hardly be described as human. Chen Zhao was indeed pleased with his performance in comprehensive science. However, there were a few minor questions he had approached on instinct. Initially believing he would only score around 270 or 280 points, that TO have reached 295 was a delightful surprise. Meanwhile, upstairs in the elite class, recently formed a few months prior by selecting the top 50 students from various classes and assigning them the best teachers. The aim was to cultivate these exceptional students for an intense push towards Tsinghua or Peking University, thereby bringing glory to the school. The homeroom teacher entered and took out the report cards, beginning to read aloud. All the academic elites sat up straight, especially the 3 students at the front, Ma Jianjun, Zhao Xiaobai, and Zhang Fan, whose faces were filled with tension and anticipation. They had consistently ranked among the top 3 in the school. Surely, there would be no changes? The teacher began. First place, Ma Jianjun, 688 points, second in the grade. Ma Jianjun's initial joy quickly faded into shock. Second in the grade. How could that be? The class erupted in disbelief. Ma Jianjun had held the title of first in the entire grade for several months. No one had anticipated that he would drop to second. The critical issue was that, despite being the top of the elite class, he had not secured the overall first position for the grade, indicating that the top spot belonged to another class. Zhao Xiaobai soon realized, oh no, I dropped to third in the grade. Zhang Fan followed suit. Oh no, I'm fourth now. The teacher continued to announce the results, but was interrupted by Ma Jianjun raising his hand. His face drained of color, eyes reddening, he asked, Teacher, who was the first in the grade? What was their score? The teacher gave Ma Jianjun a meaningful glance. The first in the grade is Chen Zhao from class 1, with a score of 703. Ma Jianjun was left dumbfounded. Chen Zhao, the very same Chen Zhao who had ranked third from the bottom in the previous examination, 703 points, a full 15 points higher than his score. Ma Jianjun felt dizzy, struggling to accept this reality. After having held the position of top student for so long, he had been effortlessly eclipsed by an inconspicuous peer. Chen Zhao, meanwhile, had not anticipated the uproar his first-place ranking in the elite class would cause. He was preoccupied with reflecting on his own scores. The situation was clear now. While most subjects were satisfactory, his English was abysmal. He needed to focus on improving it. However, how could he possibly enhance his English? Chen Zhao felt somewhat lost. He had struggled with English throughout his education and had no idea how to approach the subject. How should I go about improving my English scores? He nudged his desk mate. Su Lianlon pondered for a moment. I got 50 in English. Well, that was a useless inquiry, that he had forgotten that he was surrounded by classmates who were all struggling with English. Asking them was akin to seeking advice from the wrong crowd. After some thought, Chen Zhao concluded that he needed to significantly enhance his vocabulary. The foundation of any language is its vocabulary. But how could he increase his vocabulary? He had already memorized the word list at the back of his English textbook. Yet this latest exam had only yielded a score of 110. Clearly, simply memorizing the textbook's word list would not suffice to boost his score. An idea struck him. He would memorize a dictionary. Chen Zhao nudged Su Lianlon. Did you bring your English-Chinese dictionary? Can I borrow it to take a look? Su Lianlon nodded and retrieved a book thicker than a brick from her bag, its blue cover emblazoned with the words English-Chinese Dictionary, and handed it to Chen Zhao. What are you planning to do? Look up words? Su Lianlon inquired. No, Chen Zhao replied with a slight smile. I intend to memorize this dictionary. Su Lianlon's expression was one of incredulity, her face reflecting a mix of disbelief and concern. Is this the level of genius students have reached these days? It's rather frightening. Chen Zhao opened the first page of the dictionary and gasped. The text was as tiny as millet. Squinting to read, it appeared as though an army of ants was crawling across the pages. The content of a single page in this dictionary equaled that of 3 or 4 pages in a typical book. Flipping to the last page, he glanced at the page number and his face turned pale. A staggering total of 1,769 pages. An overwhelming amount. The depth of the English language was indeed profound. Yet there was no alternative. If he wished to improve his English scores, he needed to expand his vocabulary. The most straightforward and effective method to achieve this was to memorize a dictionary. With no other choice, Chen Zhao began from the very first line on the first page, but he continued this for an entire morning. As teachers entered the classroom, Chen Zhao remained undistracted, devoting himself entirely to memorizing the dictionary. After all, he was already close to full marks in all other subjects, so whether or not he paid attention in class was irrelevant. The teachers were aware that he was proficient in all subjects and thus did not disturb him. By lunchtime, Chen Zhao checked the number of pages he had covered in the dictionary. Coincidentally reaching page 100, he calculated that if he managed to memorize 100 pages in the morning, another 100 in the afternoon, and 50 in the evening, he could memorize 250 pages in a day. In 2 days, he would have completed 500 pages. In 4 days, 1,000 pages. Just a little over a week would suffice to memorize the entire dictionary. This pace was quite reasonable, even accounting for other commitments. He could finish it in no more than 2 weeks, just in time for the upcoming joint examination. Chen Zhao began to fervently memorize the English dictionary. In class, he memorized the dictionary. During breaks, he memorized the dictionary. Even during mealtime, he memorized the dictionary. Sleep time? Well, he couldn't memorize the dictionary then. Initially, only his deskmate, Su Lianlon, watched him. Gradually, more classmates gathered around to observe. Eventually, the entire class was drawn in. And soon, even students from other classes became aware of the extraordinary student in Class 1, who had achieved the highest score in the grade and was now tirelessly memorizing the English-Chinese dictionary overnight. Despite the throng of onlookers surrounding him, Chen Zhao remained undeterred, fully focused on the words and their meanings. Chapter 37. The landlord emerges from the bath. In fact, some even captured photos and videos of Chen Zhao memorizing the dictionary and shared them online, inadvertently sparking a small wave of interest. Most netizens viewed Chen Zhao's actions with disdain. Oh, please, memorizing a dictionary. Does he really think he's a superhero? He's a senior in high school and still so foolish. He should consider repeating his final year. Clearly, his academic performance has been abysmal. He's cracked under psychological pressure and is a bit delusional. 1,000 pages in a dictionary, by the time he finishes, he won't have to do anything else in his life. He's just a fool. Even with 10 years, he couldn't memorize at all. However, it wasn't long before someone shared Chen Zhao's previous examination results online, revealing his astonishing score of 703 points, with the exception of the low English score of 110. All his other subjects were either perfect or nearly perfect. The very individuals who had previously disparaged Chen Zhao were left astounded. Wow. While he may not be a superhero, he's certainly a genius. Impressive. This kid has the makings of a Tsinghua or Peking University student. I just said he was delusional. And now his report card has slapped me in the face. Still, I can't fathom the logic behind memorizing a dictionary. Perhaps it's the kind of thing only a genius could understand. I have a hunch. While memorizing a dictionary might be foolish for others, this kid just might manage to memorize a portion of it. Yet, throughout all this, Chen Zhao remained oblivious to the commotion surrounding him. The internet is a fast-paced world. And soon the photos of him memorizing the dictionary were forgotten. That on Monday afternoon, Chen Zhao received a notification of a deposit into his bank account. 8,848 yuan in manuscript fees from the Beijing Times, which was quite enticing. This further solidified Chen Zhao's desire to write articles for profit. That in his previous life, he had memorized numerous classical poems and essays. Now, in this world, they had vanished, leaving him with treasures known only to himself. Although these works were not his original creations, the prospect of earning money from them overshadowed any concerns. Moreover, considering the exquisite classical poetry of his past life, its loss would be a significant blow to the literary world. If Chen Zhao could resurrect these works in this world, he would be contributing to the cultural heritage. However, he could not begin writing just yet, as the system had assigned him the task of becoming a popular live streamer first. As for the criteria for being deemed popular, and how popular one must be to qualify, Chen Zhao had no clear understanding. That he simply began his streaming career. Each evening, he would return home to stream 1 to 3 sessions, often teaming up with Xiao Zhuzuan, who had firmly latched onto Chen Zhao's coattails, eagerly awaiting his arrival each night to send a group invitation as soon as Chen Zhao came online. After a week of streaming, Chen Zhao's follower count skyrocketed, surpassing 100,000. That his daily streaming income also exceeded 1,000 yuan. Of course, this amount was typical. Occasionally, a wealthy viewer would express their delight by gifting him several thousand yuan in one go. Now, Chen Zhao was no longer short on funds. He sent 10,000 yuan home, claiming it was his manuscript fee from the newspaper. Once again, the rent was handed over to Deng Zixin, who reminded him to study diligently. Chen Zhao nodded in agreement. That in the blink of an eye, the weekend arrived, bringing with it the impending weekly examination. This time, Chen Zhao had the opportunity to enter the first examination room. That the top student in his grade. He naturally occupied the foremost seat by the door. That all the other students filed in. They couldn't help but cast glances at Chen Zhao's face. After all, he had previously been a nobody, and the academic elites were unfamiliar with him. Suddenly, a top student emerged, a peculiar individual who spent his days poring over the great English-Chinese dictionary, prompting curiosity about his appearance. Zhao Xiaobai, upon seeing Chen Zhao seated at the entrance, beamed with joy and extended her fair hand. Chen Zhao hesitated for a moment before shaking her hand. "Congratulations on becoming the top student," Zhao Xiaobai exclaimed with a bright smile. "Thank you," Chen Zhao replied with a smile, thinking to himself that Zhao Xiaobai was quite charming. The nearby academic elites were taken aback, unable to comprehend the familiarity exhibited between Zhao Xiaobai and Chen Zhao. Many had attempted to strike up conversations with Zhao Xiaobai, only to face dismal failures. Yet here she was, being so warm and friendly with Chen Zhao. Little did they know, the two had even shared meals together. The first exam was mathematics, which remained as straightforward as ever. Chen Zhao completed it in a mere hour, even checking his answers twice. Confident that he would achieve a perfect score, that he then submitted his paper. The other top students in the examination room were left astounded. They had barely made progress on the second major question. Indeed, as the top student, Chen Zhao exhibited a dominant speed in solving problems that was nothing short of overwhelming. The second exam was Chinese, and this time, the paper was evidently more challenging than the last. Possibly due to the previous occurrence of a perfect score that had left the exam committee's teachers feeling embarrassed, thus leading them to significantly increase the difficulty. Chen Zhao began to stumble through the questions. The essay required a discussion on the issue of smartphone zombies, and this time, there were no classical texts to draw upon, as smartphones were hardly prevalent in ancient times, leaving no ancient scholars to pen articles on the phenomenon. Reluctantly, Chen Zhao steeled himself to write, referencing the high-scoring essays he had previously encountered, and began to express his thoughts freely. However, as he wrote, he felt himself drifting off topic. Upon completing his essay, he read through it once and sighed deeply, realizing he had botched this one. After the exam, he resolved to practice writing several essays to enhance his skills. Today was the day he had arranged to meet Deng Taijun. after finishing the exam and returning home. Chen Zhao hurriedly took a shower and donned his most presentable outfit, an imitation Adidas tracksuit, before messaging Deng Zixin. "When shall we meet your father? I am prepared." After a brief wait, Deng Zixin replied, "Come upstairs," with a mix of excitement and anxiety. Chen Zhao ascended the stairs and knocked on Deng Zixin's door. "I in this building." All the other security doors were old-fashioned, but Deng Zixin's residence boasted a brand-new fingerprint lock on an exquisite mahogany door. Exuding an air of grandeur, as expected, the landlord's domain was indeed different. Even the entrance was lavish. Chen Zhao knocked politely, tapping 3 times in a steady rhythm. With a click, the door swung open, and Chen Zhao was momentarily taken aback. Deng Zixin had just finished her shower, standing at the door wrapped in a white bathrobe, her damp hair still dripping. Her face, flushed from the warm water, and her long, swan-like neck were strikingly beautiful. Drops of water lingered on her flawless cheeks. The fragrance wafting from her was intoxicating. No wonder the perfume industry rakes in billions annually. The scent of a woman truly captivates the senses. "Please wait on the sofa for a moment while I change. My father has been waiting for a while," Deng Zixin said as she turned to head towards her bedroom. "Come in and close the door." Chen Zhao entered the house and shut the door behind him. Deng Zixin's home was an entirely different realm compared to his rented space. The decor was exquisite, the wooden floorboards exuding an air of opulence. The television on the wall was astonishingly large. Likely 100 inches, and Chen Zhao settled onto the soft leather sofa, patiently awaiting her return. A coffee table adorned with fresh lychees, mangoes, and pears caught his eye, and though he desired to indulge, he refrained from appearing too eager. Before long, Deng Zixin emerged from her room, looking both chic and striking in black leather boots, shorts, and a fitted leather jacket, accessorized with a red Gucci handbag. Exiting the house, she opened the garage door to reveal a gleaming new white Audi R8 parked inside. Chen Zhao couldn't help but marvel. It seemed Deng Zixin had once again changed her car. Every few weeks or months, her vehicle was swapped out, and none of her cars seemed to cost less than $1 million. Chen Zhao speculated whether she not only managed properties but also dabbled in the car dealership business. Or perhaps had a boyfriend who owned a dealership. Once inside the car and buckled up, Deng Zixin declared, "You're in for a treat tonight. My father has invited you to dinner at Shilin Pavilion." With that, she donned her sunglasses and pressed the accelerator, the car surging forward with a roar. Shilin Pavilion. This upscale riverside restaurant boasted a postmodern design of glass and gray concrete, flanked by flourishing osmanthus trees. The parking lot was filled exclusively with luxury vehicles, as the average expenditure at this establishment exceeded 10,000 yuan, making it inaccessible to the average diner. Within the restaurant, in a private room labeled Coral Hall, a lavish dining experience awaited. The room was distinguished by a half-meter-high coral tree adorning the dining table, imported from the Great Barrier Reef, and worth the price of a small sports car. Deng Taijun, clad in a white Tai Chi outfit with a flowing beard, sat at the table exuding an ethereal presence. Beside him were 2 elderly gentlemen wearing glasses and modest attire, resembling professors or seasoned scholars. "Old Deng, where is that author Chen Zhao? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" one elder inquired. "Oh, old Moo, don't fret. He should be here soon after all. It's not yet mealtime," Deng Taijun replied with a smile. "Though it is unusual for a junior to keep a master of calligraphy and painting like you waiting. Isn't it?" the other elder remarked with a furrowed brow, displaying a less than favorable expression. "Old Ma, why are you so impatient? If anyone should be blamed, it should be my daughter. After all, Chen Zhao is here at her behest." Deng Taijun chuckled. "My girl has been under your watch since she was little. When has she ever been punctual?" The 2 gentlemen, referred to as Old Moo and Old Ma, sighed in resignation. Indeed, they had watched Deng Zixin grow up, and her tardiness was a flaw they had long accepted. After a few minutes, the door burst open, and Deng Zixin rushed in, followed closely by Chen Zhao. "Finally, you've arrived!" Deng Taijun exclaimed, his face lighting up with childlike glee upon seeing his daughter. Chen Zhao felt somewhat out of his depth. He had assumed only one elder was waiting, and a simple greeting of Uncle Deng would suffice to TO his surprise. There were 3 how was he to address them all? Fortunately, Deng Zixin swiftly introduced him. "This is my father, Deng Taijun, the calligrapher and painter you may have heard of." Chen Zhao hastily responded, "Hello, Uncle Deng. This is my father's friend, Mu Tianke, an expert in ancient artifacts who has studied various antiques and is quite renowned in the country, that he has previously worked at Peking University and the Forbidden City, and is now retired, having established his own antique trading firm to authenticate antiquities." Deng Zixin continued, pointing to the elder beside her. Chen Zhao thought the name sounded like that of a character from a fantasy novel and quickly greeted, "Hello, Uncle Mu. This is my father's friend, Ma Qingtian, a historian and literateur who has been a professor at Wuhan University and Fudan University and is also now retired." Deng Zixin concluded with her final introduction. "Hello, Uncle Ma." Chen Zhao greeted. Both Mu Tianke and Ma Qingtian nodded, smiling warmly. "Hello, young man." Deng Taijun glanced toward the entrance before turning to his daughter. "Has Chen Zhao not arrived yet? Is this handsome young man Chen Zhao's son?" Mu Tianke and Ma Qingtian, equally curious, inquired. "Indeed. Where is Chen Zhao?" Deng Zixin was momentarily taken aback and nudged Chen Zhao. "This is him." The three elderly gentlemen were momentarily stunned, looking back and forth between Chen Zhao and Deng Zixin, seemingly unable to grasp the situation. All three were well-versed in traditional culture and had seen the article on learning written in classical Chinese, which led them to believe that the author must be an esteemed scholar of middle or advanced age. Having heard that Deng Zixin was acquainted with the author, they eagerly proposed a dinner to foster a relationship with such a distinguished individual, hoping to engage in scholarly discussions in the future. They instinctively assumed that someone capable of penning an article like On Learning must be an older academic, yet before them stood a mere high school student, leading them to mistakenly believe he was Chen Zhao's son. Tagging along for a meal, Deng Zixin rubbed her temples, clearly exasperated by the elder's slow comprehension. "I said this handsome young man is Chen Zhao. The article you read in the Beijing Times was written by him. He is Chen Zhao, do you understand?" The three elders were taken aback, their faces etched with disbelief. This young man was the author of On Learning? So young. How could this be? It was utterly absurd. Nonsense. How could a child write an article like On Learning? Mu Tianke exclaimed angrily. "Daughter, please don't joke with us old bones. Surely Chen Zhao hasn't arrived yet?" Ma Qingtian asked. "My dear daughter, when you bring Chen Zhao, you must ensure he makes it in." Deng Taijun frowned. "Is he perhaps in the restroom or parking? You should wait for him and ensure he finds his way in. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful." Deng Zixin, feeling helpless, pulled out a chair for Chen Zhao. "Please have a seat." Then, Deng Zixin casually pulled a chair beside her, plopped down with a flourish, and snapped her fingers, prompting the waiter to promptly approach. "Now that everyone is here, let us commence with the dishes," Deng Zixin declared. The waiter immediately went to summon the food. Chen Zhao noticed the three elderly gentlemen regarding him with skeptical expressions, and sensing their disbelief, he forced a smile and explained, "Esteemed uncles, the piece On Learning is indeed a humble work of mine, not something I composed in a single breath, but rather a product that underwent extensive revisions over a considerable period. That I have a penchant for classical prose, and fortuitously, this essay aligned with the examination topic, thus I submitted it to my teacher." Chen Zhao told a fib. After all, claiming that a timeless classic like On Learning could be penned in one go was rather unrealistic, hence he asserted it was a work refined over a long duration. However, upon concluding his explanation, the three old men furrowed their brows even deeper. Clearly, they remained unconvinced that Chen Zhao was the author of the piece. "Chen Zhao, do be honest, who truly penned this article?" Mu Tianke inquired sternly. M. Qingtian adjusted his glasses and added gravely, "Chen Zhao. We are aware that the literary world has its fair share of such occurrences, where fathers write on behalf of their sons to help them gain recognition. That this On Learning was also drafted by your father, was it not? We wish to meet the true author of On Learning as friends." Chen Zhao thought to himself, "Do you wish to meet the original author of On Learning? Xuanzi, there wouldn't be a bone left to rot in the field." With a smile, Chen Zhao clarified, "On Learning is indeed my creation." Yet the three elderly gentlemen remained unconvinced. At Mu Tianke, exasperated, removed his glasses and scolded, "I am acquainted with many scholars proficient in classical Chinese, and they all assert that On Learning is a masterpiece. How could it possibly be written by a mere child?" It matters not if the youth lacks talent. The essential quality is integrity. Where has your honesty gone? Ma Qingtian was equally angered. This meal is ostensibly hosted by Deng Taijun. But in truth, it is funded by MU and myself that we intended to foster friendship through literature, inviting a master capable of crafting a fine work like On Learning. What nonsense is this from a mere child? Please leave. The smile faded from Chen Zhao's face, his countenance darkening. These three old geezers, resembling scholarly curmudgeons, were they truly judging by appearances alone? Without even a semblance of verification, they sought to expel him. Was this how they treated someone they invited to dine? The chair hadn't even warmed beneath him, and they were ready to send him away. What sort of behavior was this? Summoned at will and dismissed just as easily. It was nothing short of an affront. Suddenly, Deng Zixin slammed her hand on the table with considerable force, causing the ceramic dishes before her to jolt. What is the matter with you three old men? Are you disregarding my face? Deng Zixin was incensed. You asked me to bring Chen Zhao here, and now you wish to send him away. Are you seeking trouble? Do you think you three old bones can take me on? Chen Zhao was taken aback. He knew of Deng Zixin's fiery temperament. But he hadn't expected her to be so fierce. This was quite the display, albeit somewhat excessive. To his surprise, the three old gentlemen immediately wilted, appearing somewhat flustered that it was evident that they harbored a degree of fear towards Deng Zixin, reminiscent of a timid father and uncles in the presence of a fierce daughter. Zixin, do not be angry. There is indeed a reason for your two uncles' skepticism. I have read On Learning, and it is unmistakably the work of a master. It is improbable that a young lad could have authored it. Deng Taijun interjected, attempting to mediate the situation. However, since young Chen Zhao is here, he may as well stay for the meal, though we wish to meet the true author of On Learning. How can it be impossible? This article was indeed penned by Chen Zhao. If you do not believe it, then test him, Deng Zixin retorted, frowning and raising her voice. But after the test, you must apologize to him. Chen Zhao felt a warm surge within Deng Zixin. His landlord's sister was genuinely looking out for him and fiercely defending him. Although her temper was volatile and she often acted haughtily, she had a good heart and was a kind girl. Suddenly, he felt a jolt from the system ring on his hand, and several lines of prompts appeared. Triggering scenario task. Gain the recognition of the three elderly scholars. Task content. Compose an essay on the spot, showcasing your extraordinary talent. Show those three old men what genius truly is, what brilliance signifies, and how the younger generation surpasses the older. What it means for the waves of the Yangtze River to push forward the waves ahead. Task reward, Advanced National Painting Skill Experience Book 3. After briefly absorbing the system task, Chen Zhao was momentarily taken aback. Compose an essay on the spot. My writing skills are lacking. How on earth can I manage this? I could force it, I suppose. After all, I have memorized so many classical texts. Any random piece would be a classic. Timeless masterpieces passed down through generations. Wouldn't they suffice to hold my ground? As for the task reward, shouldn't it be an extension of the high IQ experience period? Why is it an advanced national painting skill experience book? What on earth is that? Chen Zhao was lost in thought when he was suddenly roused by Mu Tiang's voice. Chen Zhao, you claim that On Learning is your work. Then would you not be able to compose another piece for us to appreciate on the spot? Mu Tianke squinted at Chen Zhao with a menacing glare. Ma Qingtian nodded in agreement, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Chen Zhao. Come now, show us your skills that IT need not match On Learning. Just write something slightly better. Both elderly gentlemen presumed that Chen Zhao would decline. For how could a child possibly produce anything of merit? If he were to write on the spot, his inadequacy would surely be exposed. However, to their astonishment, Chen Zhao nodded. Very well, I shall present my humble offering. Mu Tianke and Ma Qingtian exchanged glances, both astonished and amused at the young man's audacity. What commendable courage! Since he was unafraid of public embarrassment, they would indulge him in his folly, eager to witness whether he could indeed produce something, or if he would ultimately present a dismal failure, leaving him to explain himself. That Mu Tianke called out, "Waiter, please bring me some paper and a pen. A fountain pen and ordinary paper will suffice." The waiter waiting at the entrance promptly departed to procure the requested items. Deng Zixin cast a worried glance at Chen Zhao. seemingly inquiring with her eyes. "Young man, can you manage this?" Chen Zhao responded with a slight smile, conveying through his gaze, "My literary prowess will leave them utterly astounded." Soon, the waiter returned with paper and pen, laying them before Chen Zhao. The paper was akin to a large A4 sheet, and the pen was a gold-plated Parker fountain pen. "Shall the esteemed uncles propose a topic? Or may I write freely?" Chen Zhao inquired, raising his gaze. The three elderly gentlemen exchanged looks before turning back to him. "Feel free to write on any topic you wish," Deng Taijun replied. After all, he was a younger generation, and imposing a topic would seem unduly difficult. Free rein would still reveal his literary talent and skill. Chen Zhao nodded, unscrewed the cap of the fountain pen, and thought to himself. Since it was free rein, that made things simpler. Recently, I noticed that the adjacent room is the Yiyang Hall, and I had the pleasure of visiting the Yiyang Tower not long ago, borrowing from the scenery to express my sentiments. I shall transcribe an essay inspired by that experience, and humbly present it to you, esteemed uncles," Chen Zhao said. Without further ado, he disregarded the reactions of the three elderly men and began to write. "I beheld the splendid view of Beiling. At the daunting lake, the distant mountains converge, swallowing the Yangtze River, vast and boundless. Morning radiance and evening shadows, a myriad of atmospheric phenomena. This is the grandeur of the Yiyang Tower, as described by those before. Yet, the north connects to the Wuxia, and the south reaches the Xiaoxiang. Many exiled scholars and poets converge here, their sentiments towards the scenery. Could they be anything but different?" Chen Zhao wrote at an astonishing speed, his pen gliding effortlessly across the paper as lines of classical prose flowed forth. "If the rain pours incessantly, and the month remains bleak, with fierce winds howling and muddy waves surging through the skies, and when spring is harmonious and the scenery bright, with tranquil waves, the heavens and earth reflecting a boundless blue, before long, the entire essay was complete." Chen Zhao blew gently on the nib of his pen, akin to a marksman blowing on his firearm after a shot. Indeed, what Chen Zhao presented was none other than the extremely renowned masterpiece from his past life. On the Yiyang Tower. On the Yiyang Tower is a prose composition created by the Northern Song Dynasty literary figure Fan Zhongyan at the behest of his friend, the governor of Beiling, Teng Zijing, during the 6th year of the Qingli era, October 17, 1046. The essay seamlessly intertwines descriptive scenery, emotional expression, and commentary, with dynamic contrasts and harmonized cadence, earning it everlasting fame for its exceptionally high literary caliber. In addition to its grandiose depiction of scenery, the essay features many timeless phrases that resonate through the ages. For instance, "not elated by external gains, nor saddened by personal losses," or "those who dwell at the pinnacle of power worry for their people. Those far removed from the court worry for their sovereign. Moreover, worrying before the world worries. Rejoicing after the world rejoices." Chen Zhao's stance was crystal clear. If he wished to convince the three elderly men before him, he needed to strike hard and fast, unleashing his trump card. With a crushing advantage, he would earn their abject admiration. If one were to play, one must play big. Would the great literary figure Fan Zhongyan be intimidated? Did they not think that his youth precluded him from crafting a fine piece? I need not engage in further dialogue. Let Fan Zhongyan's words speak for themselves. Chen Zhao took the paper from the table and handed it to the three elderly gentlemen across from him. "I humbly present my offering." Chen Zhao smiled faintly. Deng Taijun took the paper first, silently beginning to read that Mu Tianke and Ma Qingtian casually sipped their tea, their expressions filled with disdain. Just a child, what remarkable piece could he possibly compose? Especially not one written on the spot, without any prior contemplation. Even if he had memorized a previously revised work, it would hardly be worth considering. Literature relies on both talent and cultivation. Those devoid of either would struggle fruitlessly, unable to produce anything of merit. Mu Tianke and Ma Qingtian were already prepared to deliver a scathing critique of a junior's composition. After perusing the article, they were ready to unleash their disdain. At first, Deng Taijun appeared indifferent, but upon reading the first line, his expression changed dramatically. "I behold the magnificent scenery of Beiling, On the daunting lake, the it embraces distant mountains and engulfs the Yangtze River. Vast and boundless, the morning sun and evening shadows create a myriad of atmospheric wonders. Such a formidable spirit, embracing distant mountains and swallowing the Yangtze River. What a domineering description. The opening was a veritable avalanche. However, in the art of writing, one must adhere to the principle of a splendid beginning, a captivating conclusion, and a mundane middle. That a strong opening does not guarantee that the subsequent passages will be equally compelling. Although Chen Zhao was a young lad, it was not entirely surprising that he could craft a good sentence. Deng Taijun steadied his thoughts and continued to read. Yet with each line his astonishment grew. And with every passage, the shock on his face intensified. By the end, Deng Taijun's face flushed with excitement, and he could not help but exclaim loudly, "Excellent! A remarkable piece! A wondrous article! Truly extraordinary!" Mu Tianke and Ma Qingtian, who were just contemplating how to reprimand the young writer, were taken aback by their old friend's reaction, gazing at Deng Taijun in astonishment. Although Deng Taijun was a master of calligraphy and painting, he was also well-versed in classical literature, having meticulously copied numerous ancient inscriptions while honing his skills. That he maintained high standards for classical writing, dismissing ordinary compositions as mere trash, given his exposure to countless excellent works. Yet now, even the fastidious Deng Taijun was vocally praising Chen Zhao's article. Mu Tianke and Ma Qingtian sensed something was amiss. What could this mean? Could it truly be that the writing was exceptional? How could that be? After all, it was merely the work of a child. No matter how well it was written, it could only be passable at best. How could one label it a wondrous piece? Mu Tianke and Ma Qingtian quickly snatched the paper away, reading it with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Upon their first glance, both old men furrowed their brows. The handwriting on the paper was atrocious. One might as well call it scribbles or the scrawl of a turtle. It was simply dreadful, requiring considerable effort to decipher. Even the work of some elementary students with decent handwriting far surpassed this illegible scrawl. However, after reading a few lines, their expressions shifted dramatically. As experts in classical literature, both men possessed keen discernment, and as they read on, they realized that this was indeed a magnificent and powerful piece. Overcome with emotion, they could not help but read aloud. As for the spring's harmony and the scene's clarity, the waves are undisturbed, and the sky above reflects the vast expanse. Upon ascending this tower, one feels a sense of tranquility and liberation, forgetting both honor and disgrace while toasting to the wind. On the banks, fragrant orchids bloom, lush and verdant. Yet at times the smoke dissipates, the bright moon shines 1,000 miles, shimmering light dances like gold, and tranquil shadows sink like jade, with fishermen's songs echoing in reply. What boundless joy this is! By the time they finished reading, the two old men could no longer contain their excitement, exclaiming in unison, "Wonderful, majestic in scale, powerful in spirit. The word choices are exquisite, and the imagery is profound. A truly exceptional article." In the face of the enthusiastic praise from the three elderly gentlemen, Chen Zhao merely smiled faintly, showing little reaction as he sipped from his cup of tea. Deng Zixin, sitting nearby, cast an admiring glance at Chen Zhao. Tio remained so composed while three experts lauded him was no small feat. In truth, Deng Zixin was entirely mistaken. Chen Zhao's focus on sipping tea stemmed from a simple desire to take advantage of the situation. Having come to such a fine establishment, he aimed to savor the experience. The tea leaves swirling in the cup seemed to be anything but cheap. Perhaps even a rare delicacy, certainly worth enjoying. Why not seize the opportunity? When the three old men looked at Chen Zhao again, their expressions had transformed. Initially, they regarded him with the eyes of elders observing a child, not quite disdainful, yet certainly not with the level of respect one would accord an equal. Now, however, their gazes were complex, filled with remorse, astonishment, admiration, and curiosity. How could someone so young possess such extraordinary talent? Was he perhaps from a distinguished family steeped in literary tradition? Finally, Deng Taijun stood up, his demeanor serious. "Mr. Chen," he began, addressing him with newfound respect, "I previously failed to recognize your literary prowess and questioned your abilities, that I sincerely apologize and bow to you in contrition." With that, Deng Taijun performed a deep bow. Chen Zhao hastily rose and returned the gesture, saying, "You are too kind. I am, after all, quite young, and such skepticism is only natural." Mu Tianke and Ma Qingtian also stood, bowing deeply. Chen Zhao hurriedly returned the gesture, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by such deference, considering himself a mere junior. Had anyone from the literary community been present, they would have been utterly astounded by the scene before them. Deng Taijun, Mu Tianke, and Ma Qingtian were all highly esteemed scholars in contemporary society. The youngest, Deng Taijun, was already over 50, while Mu Tianke and Ma Qingtian were in their 60s and 70s. Respectively, to see them bowing to the work of a minor was nothing short of extraordinary. Chapter 41. I have a niece. Hurry up with the dishes. Don't keep our young friend Chen hungry. Deng Taijun called to the waiter, having begun to refer to Chen Zhao as a friend. Deng Zixin looked on in surprise. Her father rarely behaved in such a manner. Soon, dishes began to arrive one after another. Most were traditional Chinese dishes, but they were presented elegantly, as if prepared in a Western restaurant. After the cold dishes and 4 small appetizers, they served silver-threaded scallop soup, shark fin with 4 treasures, grilled fish, dompa pork, and crispy pigeon. Halfway through, they brought out braised skirt steak, black bean beef, walnut pudding, and chocolate cream desserts accompanied by a platter of fruits. There were sliced pears, red Fuji apples, mangoes, and peeled lychees and grapes. Chen Zhao mostly kept his head down, enjoying the meal. It was evident that the old gentleman had spared no expense to treat him. Every dish was delectable, beautifully presented, and bursting with flavor, making the instant noodles he usually relished seem fit only for swine in comparison. In contrast, the 3 old men showed little interest in the food, their heads bent over the manuscript of Yiyang Tower, showering praise. This line is truly evocative. Floating light leaps like gold, tranquil shadows sink like jade. The imagery is immediately vivid. Moreover, the word choices are exceptionally beautiful and precise. Just look at the word sink. Nothing else would suffice. This is the best. And the concluding elevation is splendid as well. Worry about the troubles of the world before others, and rejoice in the happiness of the world after others. What admirable qualities and lofty aspirations! The 3 old men treated Chen Zhao's manuscript as a treasure, their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, akin to miserly guardians gazing at gold ingots. After discussing it for over 20 minutes, they finally looked up at Chen Zhao. "Young friend Chen, how old are you this year?" Deng Taijun inquired. "I will turn 18 in a few days, coinciding with the college entrance examination," Chen Zhao replied, spitting out grape seeds. "So, in lunar years, that makes you 19. Zixin is 23, not too far apart." Deng Taijun mused. Deng Zixin's face turned pale, then flushed bright red as she slammed her chopsticks down. "Dad, what are you thinking? Can you stop daydreaming and just eat your meal?" Chen Zhao felt a bit embarrassed, having caught the implication in Deng Taijun's words, which clearly hinted at matchmaking between him and Deng Zixin. "Oh, you misunderstand," Deng Taijun flushed slightly, explaining to Deng Zixin, "I was merely pondering what level of literary achievement you had at this age compared to young friend Chen. After some thought, it seems there is no comparison. Beside them." Ma Qingtian chuckled and chimed in, looking far less serious than before. "Young friend Chen, I have a niece who just got accepted into the Central Academy of Drama, a little over a year older than you. She comes from a good family and is quite beautiful." Ma Qingtian began to elaborate. Chen Zhao was dumbfounded. Was this a proposal for a match? Surely not. He had merely written an article, and now they were introducing him to their niece. Was that appropriate? Of course, if she was indeed beautiful, he wouldn't mind. Deng Zixin leaned closer and whispered in Chen Zhao's ear, "Don't believe that old man. I've seen his niece. She has a birthmark the size of an egg on her face. And there's no way to fix that with surgery." Chen Zhao glanced at Ma Qingtian, maintaining a respectful smile, while inwardly cursing the old rascal for trying to set him up. A birthmark the size of an egg is considered beautiful. Mu Tianke shot a glare at Ma Qingtian, indignantly exclaiming, "Old Ma, is this how you conduct yourself? We are here to make friends through literature, not to engage in such vulgar matchmaking." After that, Mu Tianke turned to Chen Zhao with a smile. "I have a niece who is a year younger than you." Chen Zhao was overwhelmed with confusion. What on earth was happening? He quickly expressed that he was too young to consider marriage just yet. Deng Taijun cast a worried glance at Deng Zixin, seemingly pondering that while his daughter was still young, she was not getting any younger. Deng Zixin was utterly bewildered, unsure why her father was behaving so strangely today, nearly ready to flip the table in frustration. The conversation then turned into casual chatter, with the three old gentlemen expressing great curiosity about Chen Zhao's background, questioning him as if conducting an interrogation. When they discovered that Chen Zhao had ranked first in his class on the last examination, they all gasped in admiration, marveling at his talent, noting that he excelled not only in literature, but in other subjects as well. Ultimately, the gathering was a joyful one, and Chen Zhao exchanged WeChat contacts with the three old gentlemen. Each returned to their respective homes that they asked for the handwritten copy of the Yiyang Tower. It was bestowed upon Deng Taijun. The other two elders were visibly envious, their eyes ablaze with jealousy as they cast glances at Deng Taijun, clearly yearning for that manuscript of the Yiyang Tower. The initial drafts of remarkable works hold immense collectible value. However, since Deng Zixin was Chen Zhao's landlord, Chen Zhao ultimately decided to gift it to Deng Taijun. Deng Taijun agreed to assist Chen Zhao in submitting it to a magazine. At the end of the banquet, Chen Zhao took a few sips of wine, feeling fine at the moment, but as he sat in the passenger seat of Deng Zixin's sports car, the effects of the alcohol began to kick in, leaving him slightly tipsy. The leather seats of the sports car felt exquisitely comfortable against his skin, and as he lowered his head, he caught a glimpse of Deng Zixin's fair thighs beneath her leather skirt. Raising his gaze, he beheld her porcelain-like face illuminated by the city lights outside, her eyes reflecting the myriad of lights from the homes below. For a fleeting moment, Chen Zhao thought to himself how splendid it would be to marry someone like Deng Zixin. Beautiful, cool, with a building to rent out and a father-in-law who was a painter worth a fortune. However, he quickly regained his senses, realizing how unrealistic that notion was. By the time he arrived home, it was quite late. So Chen Zhao chose not to stream that night, hanging a leave notice in his streaming room before collapsing into bed. His fans waited in vain, hoping to witness Chen Zhao showcase his marksmanship, only to be greeted by a cold, unfeeling leave notice, which incited their ire. Little Bamboo Shoot lamented her misfortune. Without the guidance of the esteemed Chen Zhao, she found herself descending into a state of utter defeat, being beaten to the point of disorientation, crying tears of humiliation as she ended her stream. The following day, during the exam, Chen Zhao felt somewhat overwhelmed. Having stayed up late and consumed alcohol, his physical condition was poor, making it difficult for him to concentrate. Consequently, he hastily completed the exam in less than half the allotted time before laying his head on the desk and dozing off, snoring lightly. The other academic achievers in the examination hall were astonished, both bewildered and indignant. Everyone was striving with utmost concentration, desperately trying to gain a point or two, yet here was Chen Zhao, sleeping at his desk. Such blatant disregard for his fellow test-takers was nothing short of arrogance. After the exam, many high achievers congregated to whisper amongst themselves, not about the answers, but to discuss Chen Zhao's disgraceful behavior of sleeping and snoring during the test. This Chen Zhao certainly has some talent. But once he does well, he gets cocky that he is bound to lose points this time. Indeed, we may not measure up to him, but all the top students are diligently reviewing their papers. Surely, we can't fall short of him. Once the scores are released, he realized that he shouldn't have slept during the exam, but rather utilized every moment to review. Pride comes before a fall. Let us see how far he drops. I estimate he might fall beyond the top 10. 2 days later, the scores were released, and Chen Zhao achieved an astounding 694 points, once again claiming the top spot in the entire school. Chapter 42, Roba University. Chen Zhao's reputation within the school had spread like wildfire. With consecutive first-place finishes and a relentless recitation of the great English-Chinese dictionary, he compelled the principal to apologize, and a myriad of rumors surrounded him, adding a thick shroud of mystery to his persona. Almost all students from various classes gathered during their leisure time to discuss Chen Zhao. Even one day at the cafeteria, he overheard a conversation at a nearby table. "Hey, is that Chen Zhao sitting at the table in front of us? It seems like it." "Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let him hear." He is incredible. He went from the bottom to the top in one breath, deliberately failing for 3 years. Chen Zhao is truly a master of disguise. Do you think he could get into Peking University or Tsinghua University? That essay joke. He might not even be satisfied with Peking University or Tsinghua University. Elite institutions like Harvard University or Roby University are the targets he aspires to. As Chen Zhao listened, he felt a sense of unease that he knew of Harvard University, a name that consistently topped global rankings. Certainly within the top 10 for comprehensive strength. But what on earth was Roby University? Did such an institution even exist? Wasn't Roby known as a nuclear testing site? Could they possibly establish a university there? Since acquiring the system and altering the world, many aspects had changed, including educational institutions. For instance, the kindergarten he used to pass by on his way to school had transformed into a cake-making academy, where a group of pastry chefs donned white hats and coats, crafting cakes with the sweet aroma wafting through the streets. Thus, Roby University must also have emerged following these world modifications that if it were merely an ordinary university. That would be one thing, but judging by the students' discussions, it seemed that Roby University was far superior to Tsinghua and Peking University, even on par with Harvard University. Chen Zhao remained preoccupied with this matter, as he needed to decide where to attend university after the college entrance examination. With his score, he certainly aimed to enroll in the best institution possible. However, phones were not allowed at school, restricting his ability to search for information. Upon returning home that evening, he immediately began browsing the internet for this so-called Roby University. To his astonishment, what he discovered was a remarkable institution in his previous life. If one were to ask a child on the street which university was the best in the country, about 50 would say Peking University, while the other 50 would say Tsinghua University. The status of Peking University and Tsinghua University was akin to that of Pepsi and Coca-Cola, BMW and Mercedes-Benz, lions and tigers. Indistinguishable, equal in prestige. However, in this altered world, if one were to ask a child on the street which university was the best in the country, the answer would be unequivocal: Roby University. In this world, Roby University was far more renowned and formidable than Tsinghua and Peking University. That it was a private institution situated in the heart of Roby, gathering the world's leading scientists and professors as lecturers, with an annual teaching and research budget of 500 billion, surpassing the combined expenses of Tsinghua and Peking University. Truly impressive, furthermore, since its establishment. Roby University had produced numerous successful individuals. 16 alumni had won Nobel Prizes. For Nobel Prizes in literature, 6 in physiology or medicine, 2 in chemistry, 3 in physics, and 1 in peace. There was also a plethora of scientists. Writers, pianists, musicians, renowned directors, investment moguls, high-ranking military officials, and even billion-dollar entrepreneurs. In summary, Roby University resembled a gateway. Those who crossed it would transform into true dragons. Graduates from Roby University were highly likely to become genuine successes. The more Chen Zhao read, the more excited he became. This was the ideal university he sought. However, a pressing question arose. What score was required to gain admission to such an impressive institution? Chen Zhao accessed various websites related to university admission scores and clicked on Roby University, only to find no score listed. The admission score data for previous years was marked as indicating no data. Chen Zhao was puzzled. Logically, all universities should have a score threshold. After each year's admissions concluded, a university would announce 3 figures: the highest score, the lowest score, and the average score. The highest score represented the highest scoring student admitted. The lowest score indicated the minimum score required for admission, and the average score was the weighted average result. After the college entrance examination each year, prospective students could estimate their chances of admission based on the previous year's score thresholds. For instance, if Tsinghua University had a minimum score of 699 last year and a student scored 102, when they walked into the admissions office, the Tsinghua staff would say, "Left turn leads to the construction site. Thank you." Alternatively, if Peking University had a minimum score of 688 last year and a student scored 700, the admissions staff would offer them tea. Dragon Well or Tiguanyin. Feel free to choose. Every university, in order to smoothly enroll students the following year, must publish their score thresholds. So why did Roby University have no score threshold? After some careful investigation, Chen Zhao finally understood the reason for Roby University's lack of a score threshold. It did not admit students based on the college entrance examination, but rather according to specific criteria. As long as one met Roba University's admission requirements, even if they did not take the college entrance examination or scored zero, they could still be admitted. Conversely, if one did not meet the admission criteria, even if they were the top scorer in the country, they would not be admitted, having to settle for Peking University or Tsinghua University. Instead, Datio gained admission to Roba University and become a proud student. There were two pathways. First, if your parents were willing to donate over $1 billion to Roba University, you could become an honored student, essentially buying your way in. Half of Roba University's funding came from such donations. Many wealthy merchants hoped their children would succeed, so spending $10 billion was hardly a significant matter. Second, one could gain admission through outstanding contributions or remarkable achievements in specific fields. In other words, if one excelled in a particular area, they could be admitted. These were the admission criteria, meaning either of the two would secure a place at Roba University. However, even after being admitted, a comprehensive medical examination would be conducted. Those with severe psychological issues or an IQ below 100 would be dismissed. Upon reviewing the admission requirements, Chen Zhao felt a bit overwhelmed. The first criterion was clearly unattainable. If his family had $10 billion, Chen Zhao would undoubtedly choose not to attend Roba University, but rather forego university altogether. As for the second criterion, having outstanding contributions or achievements was exceedingly difficult to assess. The educators at Robopo University perceive your distinction. If they deem you exceptional, then you are indeed exceptional. If they consider you unremarkable, then you are unremarkable. The IT may seem convoluted, but the essence remains clear. There are no concrete criteria for assessment, and no one can ascertain whether one is capable or not. In Chapter 43 of the National High School Student Competition, Chen Zhao pondered whether he had made any notable contributions or possessed any remarkable qualities. His intelligence was undoubtedly exceptional. He could consistently achieve an IQ of 400 through the system. Once the high IQ experience phase had passed, it might increase further or perhaps decrease slightly, but it would not dip too low. Essentially, he was intelligent. However, it was evident that no institution would admit students solely based on their IQ. Apart from his intelligence, he excelled in gaming. As long as he was in good form, he could nearly achieve headshots with every shot. Yet, was there truly a university that would recruit students based on their prowess in gaming? Some institutions offered esports programs, but they were exceedingly rare and rigorously selective. Robopo University seemingly lacked an esports major, and even if it existed, Chen Zhao had little desire to pursue it. Engaging in such a field was not a trivial matter. It required an in-depth study of the gaming and esports industries, memorizing a plethora of tedious information. When it came time to actually play, the training was grueling, akin to that of professional esports athletes, often exceeding 14 hours a day, leading to dizziness, sore fingers, and by the end of the semester, one would likely feel nauseated at the mere sight of a game, trembling at the computer. Aside from gaming, Chen Zhao believed he could carve a niche for himself in the literary world. After all, he had memorized numerous excellent articles in his previous life, which no longer existed in this world, but if he were to unleash them, he would undoubtedly gain renown in the literary community. However, as the saying goes, in literature, there is no first. In martial arts, there is no second. Even if he published those renowned articles now, it would likely take a considerable amount of time for the true value of these works to be acknowledged by the public. By that time, he would have long surpassed the age for admission. Thus, at present, it seemed he truly had no means to meet the enrollment criteria. Chen Zhao concluded that his musings were futile and decided it would be more productive to consult a teacher. He opened his phone and located the principal's QQ number. The principal's QQ was publicly available for all students to add, allowing them to directly communicate suggestions and opinions. When Chen Zhao had just enrolled, fearing potential bullying, he had promptly added the principal, intending to leverage the principal's authority to confront any bullies. 3 years had passed without encountering any harassment, and now this connection was proving useful in a different manner. After a moment of contemplation, he sent a message. Hello, Principal. I am Chen Zhao from Class 1 of Grade 3. You should remember me. Recently, I have been researching various universities and discovered that the admission standards of Robopo University are rather ambiguous. I am quite interested in this institution and would like to inquire if there is any way to gain admission. Chen Zhao anticipated a delayed response, considering the late hour. Looking out the window, most residents of the neighborhood had already turned off their lights to sleep. Additionally, overseeing a school with thousands of students, The principal must be exceedingly busy, and Chen Zhao figured his message might go unnoticed for a while. He opened his computer, intending to play a game. However, before the computer had even fully booted up, the principal's response arrived. As for Robopo University, we have never had students from our school gain admission. In fact, no students from our entire city have ever been accepted. This university follows a selective approach, admitting no more than 1,000 students each year from around the globe. Thus, I lack any substantial experience. Chen Zhao's heart sank. Even the principal was unsure how one could enter Robopo University. That felt utterly hopeless. However, the principal soon sent another message that brightened Chen Zhao's spirits. However, during my visit to a neighboring province last year, a principal mentioned that if a student can obtain a sufficient number of national or international awards and possesses diverse talents alongside good grades, they are likely to catch the attention of the leadership at Robopo University. Chen Zhao contemplated this quietly. National awards? International awards. How does one go about obtaining those diverse talents? Does excelling at gaming count? The principal sent another message. In a week, there will be a nationwide academic competition for high school students, encompassing mathematics, language, English, physics, chemistry, and biology. IT begins with city-level preliminaries, followed by provincial selections, and culminates in the national competition, which offers a few first, second, and third prizes. Zhang Fan and Zhao Xiaobai plan to participate. If you feel up to it, you can give it a try. I can help you register. Chen Zhao's eyes brightened at this news. That sounds great. Yes, please help me register. Thank you, principal, he replied eagerly. The principal responded, which subjects do you intend to register for? Chen Zhao hesitated. What subjects can I register for? Are there any requirements? The principal clarified, theoretically, you can register for any subject. However, the questions in these competitions are notoriously difficult. Achieving a perfect score of 100 is rare, and obtaining 30 points is already quite an accomplishment. Therefore, it's best to focus on preparing for one subject. Given your strengths, you could attempt to challenge 2 subjects. Subsequently, the principal sent a link to a web page detailing the nationwide high school student competition. Chen Zhao diligently reviewed the information and made a decision. If I am to compete, I will aim for the highest stakes. Principal, I wish to register for the language, mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology competitions, he typed back. Aside from English, he registered for every subject he had studied. After all, English remained a weak point, and he did not wish to embarrass himself at the competition. However, he felt confident about securing some awards in the other subjects. Not to mention, a first prize might be out of reach, but surely he could manage a couple of second or third prizes, right? The principal replied, this examination is not an ordinary test. The questions are akin to Olympiad problems. Truly challenging. 70% of students score below 5 points, and 90% fail to reach 30. If you spread yourself too thin and register for everything without adequate preparation, you may end up with no awards at all. I advise you to reconsider. Chen Zhao promptly responded, no, principal, I am not an average student. I have confidence in my abilities. Please assist me with the registration for language, mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology. The principal hesitated momentarily before sending another message. Based on past experiences, a student typically only wins awards in 2 subjects at most, and there is a possibility of receiving none at all. However, I respect your decision. Those previous comments were merely suggestions that I hope you do not regret your choice in the end. Please hold on while I register you. After a brief silence, the principal sent 5 images. Language examination admission ticket, candidate number 2020139886. Mathematics examination admission ticket, candidate number 2020139886. Physics admission ticket, chemistry, biology, 5 admission tickets in total. Print these admission tickets and use them to enter the examination hall. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, or you can consult Zhao Xiaobai and Zhang Fan, the principal advised. Chen Zhao expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the principal and decided against streaming, instead posting a leave notice in the live stream chat. He then went downstairs to the community print shop to print 3 copies of each admission ticket. He resolved to secure as many awards as possible in these competitions. In Chapter 44, a long-awaited live stream, during lunch in the cafeteria the next day, Chen Zhao happened to notice Zhao Xiaobai eating alone at a table in the corner, prompting him to approach her with his tray. I heard you register for the high school academic competition. Is that true? Chen Zhao inquired directly. Yes, I registered for mathematics, Zhao Xiaobai replied, quick to grasp that Chen Zhao wouldn't ask without reason. Did you register as well? I registered for language, mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology, Chen Zhao replied while munching on a chicken leg. What? You're insane, Zhao Xiaobai exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. Are you out of your mind? What's wrong? Chen Zhao was startled by her strong reaction. Is it not permissible? This is a competition. It's not an ordinary exam. Zhao Xiaobai explained. In a regular exam, you might score close to full marks. But in this competition, achieving 50 points is akin to climbing a mountain. Many individuals struggle to even score 10 points. How do you expect to prepare for so many subjects at once? Chen Zhao shrugged. It's fine. I'm quite clever if I register for several subjects. Surely I can manage to pass one or two. Zhao Xiaobai looked at him as if he were foolish. Have you been studying properly? You just registered, right? The exam is next week. How do you plan to prepare? Chen Zhao scratched his head. Maybe I'll buy a couple of practice books. Do you have any good recommendations? Zhao Xiaobai was taken aback. You haven't done any specialized practice yet. Chen Zhao shook his head, thinking to himself, is there such a thing as specialized practice? Zhao Xiaobai sighed and said, finish eating, and then come with me. I have some specialized practice materials you can borrow. After finishing their meal, Chen Zhao followed Zhao Xiaobai to her classroom. Along the way, many people stared in surprise. And some recorded Chen Zhao and Zhao Xiaobai. Firstly, Zhao Xiaobai was the campus goddess, with countless boys harboring crushes on her. It was unimaginable how many suitors there were. One could hurl a stick into a crowd and surely hit a multitude of her admirers. Secondly, Chen Zhao had also become a figure of considerable interest. Many people recognized him. The sight of two campus celebrities together was bound to draw attention. However, neither Chen Zhao nor Zhao Xiaobai paid any mind to the gazes as they made their way to the classroom, where Zhao Xiaobai produced several thick practice books and handed them to Chen Zhao. Compilation of past national middle school student competition questions. 5 subjects are included, comprising a total of 5 volumes. Chen Zhao was overjoyed, expressing his gratitude to Zhao Xiaobai before returning to the classroom to review the questions. Initially, he presumed that each subject would repeatedly feature familiar questions, even if the competition increased the difficulty. It would merely involve tweaking the data or adding some convoluted settings that he believed that with careful attention and boldness, achieving a high score would not pose a challenge. However, upon opening the first page and encountering the first question, Chen Zhao was taken aback. The question alone spanned 11 lines, accompanied by 4 illustrations. An 11-line question with 4 accompanying images, and it was the very first question on the paper. This was utterly terrifying. It was something he had never seen or heard before. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zhao calmed himself, reading the question and examining the images meticulously, attempting to see if he could solve it. After finishing his first reading, he found himself dumbfounded, utterly devoid of ideas. This question was entirely different from those he had encountered before. The conventional methods and strategies he had relied upon were of no use here. This was a completely new category of question, leaving him with no prior experience. Chen Zhao's expression darkened, realizing that matters were not as simple as he had imagined. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself, focusing intently on the problem. As evening fell the next day, Zhao Xiaobai exited the school with his backpack and happened to see Chen Zhao standing under a tree, holding the question book. Here, take it back. The question is simply too difficult. Chen Zhao handed the book to Zhao Xiaobai, sighing, it's ridiculously challenging. The competition questions live up to their reputation. Compared to these, the college entrance exam questions feel like 1 + 1 = 2. Zhao Xiaobai wore a knowing expression as he accepted the book. From the moment he lent the past exam questions to Chen Zhao, he had sensed that Chen Zhao was unaware of the difficulty of this competition, which likely prompted him to foolishly enroll in 5 subjects all at once. When he took the questions home and discovered he could scarcely solve even one, he would come to realize that the competition was not as straightforward as he had imagined. Subsequently, Chen Zhao would likely give up entirely or choose to focus on 1 or 2 subjects in which he excelled. Returning the other books, now, indeed, Chen Zhao had come to return the book. Have you given up? Not planning to compete anymore? Or have you decided to focus on just one subject? Zhao Xiaobai asked, grinning with pride. Not giving up. Why would I give up? Chen Zhao replied, taken aback. The exam is next week. There are still several days left for me to go through these practice questions that I've already finished reviewing the physics questions and returned it to you. Now it was Zhao Xiaobai's turn to be astonished. What did you say? You've finished the physics already. In just a day and a half, you've completed such a thick and difficult collection of physics problems. How? How did you manage that? Zhao Xiaobai murmured. I just read the questions at the front, try to solve them myself, and after finishing, I flip to the back for the answers, Chen Zhao explained. The questions were indeed challenging. I used to rarely need to write calculations, but now I had to, and I went through 2 notebooks of scratch paper. Zhao Xiaobai was left speechless. You completed them all? Is this for real? Are you kidding me? All right, I won't keep you any longer. I have things to do at home. Bye, Chen Zhao said, pocketing his hands and turning to leave, leaving Zhao Xiaobai holding the physics question book, feeling utterly perplexed in the evening breeze. Upon returning home, Chen Zhao opened his computer and began a live stream. Having been busy and absent from streaming for several days, he had to post several absence notes in the streaming room, resulting in a loss of over 500 fans that he needed to stream a few sessions to reverse the declining trend. Although his academic workload was heavy, the tasks set by the system were of greater importance. Becoming a popular chicken dinner streamer was Chen Zhao's current aspiration, as soon as he began streaming. Zayas Hussein sent a team invitation, clearly having waited for a long time. Wah, big brother, why haven't you streamed for the past few days? I've been getting brutally beaten, never surviving past 10 minutes in each match. Take me to get a chicken dinner tonight. Zayas Hussein's plaintive voice echoed. Simultaneously, both Chen Zhao's and Zayas Hussein's streaming rooms erupted with activity as fans' comments flooded in. Chen Zhao's streaming room. The streamer is amazing. He has Zayas Hussein completely under control. Is this what it's like to have a girl asking to team up? So envious. Why do I suddenly feel like a lemon? Why do girls ask me like this? Is my one-handed Ferrari driving posture not cool enough? Zayas Hussein has completely fallen for Chen Zhao. Zayas Hussein's streaming room. Oh no. I hear the sound of a heart breaking. Zayas Hussein is completely captivated by Chen Zhao. Goddess, how can you say such a thing? Zayas Hussein, don't you love us fans anymore? Have you turned to love a small streamer? Zayas Hussein, why are you so infatuated? Is it just because that guy can take you to the final circle? I can do that too. Chapter 45. A transoceanic duel. Zayas Hussein grew agitated, shouting, Why are you all saying these nonsense things? That's not what you think. I'm just looking for a pro to help me reach the final circle. I can't get there on my own. Some fans in the streaming room began mocking Zayas Hussein for her poor gaming skills, causing her to retort, I actually have really good skills, it's just bad luck. While Zayas Hussein was engaged in a verbal spar with the fans, Chen Zhao took over as the team leader, clicked on the snowy map, and initiated a duo match. Zayas Hussein was surprised, exclaiming, Why are we starting on the snowy map? Previously, Chen Zhao had primarily taken her to play on the island map, occasionally venturing onto the desert map. They had never encountered the snowy map before, just switching things up for a change. Isn't it boring to always play the same map? Chen Zhao replied. Oh, okay, I'll jump with you, Zayas Hussein said decisively, continuing to rely on him. This time, the Quality Plaza was exceptionally quiet. There were no shouts of everyone jump to triple X, whoever doesn't T-jump is my grandson, nor were there cries of flying hacks, teleportation hacks, bloodlocking hacks, nor any calls of big brother, big sister, want to team up. The players were all very quiet, making no noise. Chen Zhao found this odd. Something didn't seem right. Shouldn't the Quality Plaza be bustling with chatter? Why was it so eerily silent? We might have encountered a bot match, Zayas Hussein suddenly suggested. Bot match? Chen Zhao was taken aback. Aren't those only in the mobile version of the game? How could they exist in the PC version? They were just added a couple of months ago. The game officials noticed a decline in active players, likely due to many less skilled players consistently getting eliminated upon landing, thus losing interest in the game, so they introduced more bots to enhance the player experience, Zayas Hussein explained. It said that occasionally you can find matches filled entirely with bots, which is why the Quality Plaza is so quiet. Chen Zhao carefully observed the other players' movements in the Quality Plaza and noticed that 1/3 stood still like statues, another third bounced up and down like springs, while the final third walked slowly with their heads down. Clearly, these highly uniform movements were programmed bot behaviors. Real players exhibited far more chaotic movements. Since it's a bot match, I'll try to refrain from shooting and leave the kills for you, Chen Zhao said. Great. Awesome. Watch my shooting skills, Zayas Hussein exclaimed in excitement, finally having a chance to fend for herself after being carried by Chen Zhao all this time. Soon, the countdown ended and they boarded the plane. Chen Zhao opted to follow Zayas Hussein in parachuting, intending to let her collect the bots while he coasted through the match. Zayas Hussein hesitated briefly, marked a location on the castle, and when the distance closed to 1,500 meters, she immediately jumped in an instant. The two landed on the castle's rooftop and began searching for supplies. The loot in the castle was quite abundant. Within just 2 minutes of searching, Chen Zhao had gathered a Level 2 helmet, a Level 2 vest, 5 drinks, 3 first aid kits, along with a fully equipped Victor without a scope and a 4x scope SKS marksman rifle. Both the Victor submachine gun and the SKS marksman rifle were considered quite effective weapons. The Victor's downside was its low magazine capacity. But with the addition of a fast extended magazine, the bullet count jumped to 33, which was passable in close-quarters combat. The Victor's damage output was explosive, and it was remarkably stable, although the SKS didn't pack the same punch as a single-shot sniper rifle. It could deliver consecutive shots, making it formidable enough to take down even the toughest opponents. After thoroughly searching the entire castle, Chen Zhao equipped his Victor with a 3x scope and fully outfitted his SKS. Ensuring he had a full array of supplies, that was quite satisfying. Zayas Hussein finished gathering her loot and ran over, turning around in front of Chen Zhao. She was decked out in a Level 3 helmet, a Level 3 vest, a Level 3 backpack, a ghillie suit, a frying pan, an AWM sniper rifle, and a fully equipped M416. Chen Zhao was taken aback. What is this? Where did you get all this gear? The airdrop landed on that rooftop I could access. I went over to loot it, and now I'm like this, Zayas Hussein said proudly. Isn't it amazing? Isn't it cool? Chen Zhao nearly coughed up blood that an airdrop just fell right in front of him, and he hadn't even noticed. But it didn't matter. Only the weak needed advanced equipment that a strong player like Chen Zhao could still achieve a chicken dinner even if he were barehanded, armed only with a small pistol. Although perhaps he had overstated his prowess. That was more or less the idea. Let us stay on the rooftop. If any real players see the red smoke from the airdrop, they'll likely rush over to steal it, Chen Zhao advised. The two made their way up, reaching the castle's peak, and began scanning the surroundings. This spot was arguably one of the most picturesque locations on the snowy map, with vast, desolate wilderness blanketed in white. Creating a breathtaking scene as they gazed out, they saw snow-laden pines and glistening blue rivers in the distance. A few small wooden cabins dotted the landscape, rustic and forlorn. Meanwhile, in a villa in North America, a disheveled, gaunt young Caucasian man, his sunken eyes betraying a lack of sleep, sat before an exceptionally ornate computer. The keyboard glimmered with a vibrant array of hues, while the monitor stretched wider than 3 ordinary screens combined. The CPU, equipped with a liquid cooling system, emitted a soothing sound of flowing water. Any esports enthusiast would instantly recognize this young man, the captain of last year's global PUBG championship winning team, Bob Lee Swag. In the previous global tournament, he led his team to the finals, triumphing over formidable opponents from France, South Korea, and China, showcasing an impressive performance and dazzling skills. Due to his diminutive stature and slender frame, coupled with a delicate voice, Chinese gaming fans affectionately dubbed him Little Lee. As this year's global PUBG tournament approached, Little Lee began an intense regimen of practice in his villa, dedicating up to 16 hours a day to the game, only breaking for meals, sleep, and restroom visits, essentially spending all his waking hours glued to the computer. This was the life of a professional esports player, devoid of leisure, free from complacency, and far removed from social escapades. Confined within a room, fingers flying across the keyboard day after day. After concluding a match against other professional players, while they logged off to rest, Little Lee felt he still had energy to spare. He decided to engage in a casual match, perhaps to unwind by dispatching some lesser opponents. Reflecting on last year's finals, where his adversaries were the Chinese team, he resolved to switch to the Chinese server for a casual game. Solo duos. With a random map as the match commenced, he found himself in a snowy landscape surrounded by verdant pines. However, the lobby was eerily quiet, devoid of any signs of genuine players, filled instead with mere bots. Disappointed by the prospect of a bot match, he considered exiting, but by then he was already airborne. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to parachute down and indulge in some chicken dinner before resting. Chapter 46. Sniped. Little Lee descending into a small residential area. Little Lee was fortunate enough to scavenge a level 2 helmet, a level 2 vest, and a level 1 backpack. Most crucially, he secured a 6x scope M24. While he preferred submachine guns, he was also adept with sniper rifles. Armed with a fully equipped Uzi or Vector, along with a sniper, he could dominate the battlefield. The roar of a plane overhead signaled an airdrop. And judging by the sound, it was very close. Little Lee rushed out of the building, gazing skyward as a plane thundered past. Looking back, he saw no sign of the airdrop, indicating that the plane had yet to release its cargo. Fixated on the aircraft, he silently urged, "Drop it! Drop it now!" At last, a dark square descended from the sky, accompanied by a parachute. Peering through his scope, he noted that the airdrop was heading towards a castle. The distance was neither too far nor too close, a few hundred meters away. Little Lee dashed to the roadside, fortuitously finding a snowmobile that he hopped on and sped towards the castle. I must claim that airdrop. However, as he approached within 300 meters of the castle, he suddenly noticed movement within its walls. That it was a fleeting glimpse, just a shadow flitting past a window, but with the keen eyesight of a hawk. He captured the sight in an instant. An enemy. He dismounted quickly, ducking into the nearby dense foliage to conceal himself. With his weapon raised, he aimed at the window from which the shadow had appeared. Rapidly assessing the situation, that it was unlikely that the castle was inhabited by bots. Most bots spawned in the wilderness, and those lingering in the castle were assuredly real players. Likely, they were lying in wait, prepared to ambush anyone attempting to seize the airdrop. That he was fortunate not to have rushed in, or he would have fallen into their trap. That a renowned champion of the global PUBG scene could not afford to be eliminated in a casual match over an airdrop. Such news would tarnish his illustrious reputation. After a brief contemplation, Little Lee produced a smoke grenade and tossed two towards the distant underbrush. This was a simple yet effective ruse. Many inexperienced players would instinctively look down their scopes into the smoke. This moment would be the perfect opportunity to eliminate the unsuspecting novices. Indeed, after a short wait, a head appeared in the window. Little Lee steadied his aim and fired. He was convinced that his shot had struck true. Yet to his shock, there was no notification of a down or kill. The opponent must have been wearing a level 3 helmet. Otherwise, they would have been incapacitated. Nevertheless, he remained calm, confident that the enemy would soon reveal themselves. He lay quietly, patiently, like a leopard poised to pounce on its prey. Regardless of how long it took for the quarry to appear, he would remain motionless, but the moment the target showed itself, he would deliver a lethal blow. The world champion of PUBG was now in combat mode. Inside the castle, little Zhu Sun crouched behind a wall, frantically healing and sipping drinks. Moments before, she had been standing in the window when her head was blown off. Fortunately, she had a level 3 helmet, or she would have been downed. It was clear to Chen Zhao that a skilled adversary was outside, vying for the airdrop. Zhu Sun had barely lingered at the window for an instant before her helmet was ruined. Clearly, the enemy possessed formidable sniping skills, perhaps even being a professional esports player. Remaining calm, Chen Zhao understood that panic was counterproductive when facing a strong foe. She crouched closer to the wall, ensuring that she was shielded from external fire while maintaining a vantage point to observe the surroundings. At first glance, she spotted 2 puffs of white smoke outside, glaringly conspicuous. However, drawing on her extensive experience and swift judgment, she recognized in less than half a second that the smoke grenades were merely a decoy, akin to a World War I tactic of drawing fire with a helmet peeking over the trench. Surveying other positions, particularly the foliage, bridge, and distant buildings, she found no sign of any players. Could they truly be hidden within the smoke? Or perhaps behind a tree? Several thickets were so dense that nothing could be discerned. Perhaps the enemy lay concealed in the brush. Meanwhile, in the live stream, Chen Zhao's followers were equally perplexed. We can't see the shooter at all. Could they be using cheats? An invisibility hack or something? This hiding spot is too good. No one can hit anyone. The IT seems like a war of attrition until the circle shrinks. I think they're hiding under the river. Near the bridge, the streamer usually faces enemies head-on. What now that they can't even see anyone? After a brief silence, Chen Zhao suddenly spoke. Little Zhu's son, crouch down beneath the window, then stand up and crouch again. Oh! And hand me your AWM. After a moment's pause, she added, it's time to draw fire. Zhu's son retorted. So, you want me to be the bait again? Chen Zhao replied, indeed. The live stream exploded with reactions. Chen Zhao's insistence on using Zhu's son as a shield was not a new tactic, and the viewers watched with a mix of concern and exasperation. Seriously? Here we go again? I can't believe this. Chen Zhao, you fiend. How shameless. Always sending a girl to draw fire. Does your conscience allow it? Zhu's son. Don't acquiesce. Stand your ground. Someone please send Chen Zhao a giant knife. To everyone's astonishment, Zhu's son cast aside her AWM, obediently crouched down, and moved to the base of the window as instructed. She remarked with a hint of grievance, this is the last time. Chen Zhao showed no mercy as he picked up the AWM. Chambering around. No more chatter. Let's hurry. On the count of 3, you stand and then crouch. 3, 2, 1. Zhu's son sprang up, but before she could crouch again, a bullet flew in from outside, striking her level 3 helmet with pinpoint accuracy and bringing her to her knees. At the same moment, Chen Zhao detected a flicker of movement in the brush, quickly rising to aim and fire. The magnum round swept across the pristine snow, delivering a headshot. You have eliminated Bobley with an AWM sniper rifle. Chen Zhao remained composed, stowing his weapon and assisting the fallen Zhu Sunday, Chapter 47. Refusal of the global champion literally gazed at the gray screen, utterly dumbfounded. How had he perished? He had been shot in the head. What was happening? Hadn't he just hit that player at the window? Why was he the one who had died instead of the enemy? Frowning, he harbored serious doubts about the opponent's integrity and opened the replay. In the footage, he confirmed that he had indeed downed the player wearing a level 3 helmet. Yet almost simultaneously, another shooter had appeared in the adjacent window, firing in a split second and landing a shot on him. It appeared that the one he had hit was merely a decoy, while the true firepower came from another source. With a sigh, Little stepped away from his computer desk, flopping onto his bed and closing his eyes to sleep. He lamented his unfortunate fate, likening himself to a ship capsized in a shallow ditch, having been taken down in a casual match. Fortunately, he was using a secondary account. Otherwise, he would be the subject of ridicule. Lying on the bed for merely a few seconds, Little suddenly opened his eyes again. Something felt amiss. How had the enemy fired so quickly? He had hardly registered the danger before being taken down in an instant. The speed of that shot was astonishing. Little sprang up, hastily returning to his computer, which had remained switched on, still displaying the previous game's interface, that he repeatedly watched the replay of his recent demise, and with each viewing, disbelief filled his eyes. His opponent was a Chinese expert, not just an ordinary player, but a professional-level competitor, an exceptionally skilled and astute all-rounder capable of single-handedly carrying a team. Energized by this revelation, Little recalled that a new round of the Global Battle Royale tournament was approaching, and he would be leading last year's champion team. That IT was almost certain that they would encounter Chinese esports teams. And given the strength of this formidable opponent, he deemed it prudent to engage in some preliminary practice to hone his skills. Consequently, he sent a friend request to the ID Chen Zhao. Before long, the outcome of the request arrived. Rejected. Little felt a surge of frustration. After all, he was the captain of last year's champion team, the king of Battle Royale. How could someone refuse to even accept a friend request? Unwilling to relent, he sent another request, only to be met with yet another refusal. Almost at the brink of despair, he messaged Chen Zhao: "Hello, Mr. Chen Zhao. I was the global champion of this game last year. I hope to add you as a friend and learn some skills." After a brief wait, Chen Zhao replied, "What are you saying? Can you not use English? I don't understand." In truth, if Chen Zhao had taken the time to carefully read Little Li's message, he would have comprehended its meaning, having memorized more than half of the English-Chinese dictionary. However, Chen Zhao was disinclined to learn English during his gaming sessions, finding such messages filled with jumbled letters utterly vexing. Thus, he responded with irritation. Little Li, unable to decipher Chen Zhao's message, resorted to copying and pasting it into a translation tool. Upon seeing the translation, he nearly choked, astonished that such simple English could be incomprehensible to his opponent. Faced with the reality that he was the one seeking a connection, Little Lee begrudgingly translated his thoughts into Chinese and pasted them back. He sent another friend request, but this time there was silence. The other party neither accepted nor declined. Little Lee stared at the screen, anxiously waiting for a response. Meanwhile, Chen Zhao had already begun his second match with Xiao Zhuzhu. Engrossed in gathering supplies and sniping opponents, utterly oblivious to the message from an unknown player. After a prolonged wait that left Little Lee drowsy, a message finally arrived. Chen Zhao had accepted the request. Filled with exhilaration, Little Lee's fatigue vanished as he glanced at his friend list, where Chen Zhao appeared with a Chinese nickname, eagerly clicking to invite him to a team. However, there was still no response upon closer inspection. He realized that Chen Zhao had logged off. Little Lee was left in a state of bewilderment. As the global champion, everyone in the gaming community sought his favor, and some would wait for hours just to team up with him. At a recent charity gala, his team had even been auctioned off for an astonishing 200,000, with 3 wealthy patrons eager to play alongside him for half an hour. Yet now, someone had simply logged off. Turning a cold shoulder to his warm overtures, at a loss for words, Little Lee felt drowsiness encroach upon him. This stubborn Chen Zhao can do whatever he likes, he thought, filled with resentment as he dove into bed. I must team up with this Chen Zhao to see his skills, he mused drowsily before drifting off to sleep. Meanwhile, Chen Zhao's luck during his live stream that day had been remarkable, rapidly gaining followers and amassing a following of 200,000. The gifts and donations he received were plentiful, amounting to over 10,000 yuan in withdrawals. Truly delightful. Yet despite the fervent enthusiasm of his fans, Chen Zhao knew he needed to log off and rest. If he didn't go to bed early, he would lack the energy to study for the upcoming academic competition. As for Little Lee's messages, Chen Zhao had scarcely glanced at them, but he had accepted the friend request out of annoyance at the incessant notifications, hoping to silence the distractions. Thus, he remained unaware that he had unwittingly engaged with the captain of the world's top battle royale team. Lying in bed, Chen Zhao quickly reviewed the day's lessons to reinforce his memory before succumbing to sleep. The following week of Chen Zhao's life could be described as monotonous, from dawn till dusk. He immersed himself in competition practice papers, interspersed with meals, sleep, and bathroom breaks, while spending his evenings live streaming for profit. Each day mirrored the last, a relentless cycle of repetition. Finally, just before the examination, Chen Zhao successfully completed all the practice papers he could manage. With preparation behind him, all that remained was to perform well on the exam. The examination venue was at the experimental middle school, which had arranged a special car to transport Chen Zhao and Zhao Xiaobai to the test. As they traveled, Chen Zhao gazed out at the scenery as if on a sightseeing tour, while Zhao Xiaobai was busy poring over the practice questions. "Aren't you going to review?" Zhao Xiaobai nudged Chen Zhao with his elbow. "What's the point of reviewing?" Chen Zhao shrugged. "I prepared well enough. I can't be bothered to cram at the last minute. Once I'm in the exam room, I'll just go with the flow." Zhao Xiaobai pouted. All right, you're impressive." Before long, they arrived at the exam venue. With time to spare before entry, the classroom doors remained locked. And Chen Zhao and Zhao Xiaobai waited outside. Zhao Xiaobai continued to study, while Chen Zhao scanned the vicinity for attractive girls. However, after a thorough survey, he found the ratio of beauties disappointingly low. It seemed that the girls focused on their studies and neglected their appearance. Among the students, Zhao Xiaobai stood out for his looks. Almost all the students were engrossed in their books, reciting aloud, creating an atmosphere of intense concentration throughout the corridor. Chen Zhao felt out of place, as if he were merely an observer. Soon, the teacher arrived with sealed examination papers. The candidates began to enter one by one, presenting their IDs and admission tickets, while the proctor scanned them with a metal detector. The standards for this middle school academic competition were rigorous, adhering strictly to those of the college entrance examination. Chen Zhao quickly located his designated seat and settled in, awaiting the distribution of the papers. As the other candidates entered, Chen Zhao suddenly became the center of attention. The reason was simple. While the other candidates exhibited anxious faces, alternating between pallor and flush, fidgeting restlessly, Chen Zhao remained calm and collected. Exuding an air of leisure akin to that of a tourist, the proctor cast a few extra glances at Chen Zhao, prompting a hushed discussion between two teachers. "That student is remarkably composed. He must be a top scholar." accustomed to examinations, unshaken by pressure. Or perhaps he is a slacker here, just to waste time, not expecting to score well, hence his indifference. We'll see how he performs on the questions. The announcement began, detailing the prohibitions against cheating and the severe penalties for violations, before distributing the papers. This particular exam was in mathematics. Chen Zhao received his test paper and answer sheet, took a couple of deep breaths to adjust his focus, and then began to read the questions. True to form, the competition questions were exceedingly challenging. The first problem alone spanned 16 lines, resembling a small essay that if this had been Chen Zhao's first encounter with competition questions, he would likely have been overwhelmed by such a lengthy and convoluted prompt. However, times had changed. Chen Zhao had tackled an immense volume of practice papers, familiar with various question patterns, and with an IQ of 400 granted by the system. His mathematical prowess could be aptly described as exceptionally strong. In the realm of middle school competitions, no question posed a significant challenge for him. In a mere 10 seconds of contemplation, Chen Zhao devised a solution strategy for the first sub-question and began scribbling calculations on scratch paper. Before long, a series of steps spanning several lines appeared on his answer sheet. Meanwhile, the other students in the examination hall remained frozen, pens hovering above their papers, unable to put them down. Most candidates were bewildered. They understood the questions would be difficult. But facing them in the exam room revealed an unexpectedly daunting challenge. It was as if they were deciphering a foreign language. Some had read the question 3 times yet still could not grasp what was being asked. Others, slightly better off, understood the prompt but lacked any clear approach to solving it. Even more frustratingly, in an attempt to save time, some opted to tackle the questions they felt confident about first, only to find themselves unable to answer any of them, unwittingly skimming through the entire exam paper without solving a single problem. Chen Zhao, however, remained focused, oblivious to the turmoil around him, diligently working through the questions. First question completed, second question finished, third question done. Chen Zhao quickly became the most conspicuous figure in the examination hall, where nearly all candidates remained motionless, staring blankly at their papers, while his pen continued its relentless dance across the page. The invigilators regarded Chen Zhao with expressions of astonishment. Each year, they oversaw such competitions for high school students, and the questions were notoriously challenging, often resulting in a testing room where most participants remained motionless, quill in hand for extended periods. Occasionally, a student would experience a spark of inspiration and solve a problem, but even then, their engagement would be fleeting. Yet here was Chen Zhao, who, mere moments after the papers were distributed, had already begun to write fervently, sustaining his efforts for over 10 minutes, an unprecedented sight to behold. The two invigilators whispered among themselves, "That student has been writing for 15 minutes. Truly impressive. I estimate he won't last beyond 20 minutes before he has to stop. I believe he can manage at least 25 minutes. 15 minutes passed, and Chen Zhao remained engrossed in his work. The AT 20 minutes. He continued undeterred. The AT 25 minutes. His pen moved with remarkable speed. 30 minutes elapsed, and there was no sign of him slowing down. He was immersed in his task, having exhausted an entire side of scratch paper. Meanwhile, the examination room remained largely unchanged, with most students resigned to despair. They believed that perhaps, after a little more time, they might manage to solve a problem or two. However, after a full half hour, the reality struck. Most had yet to answer a single question. Only a handful of students hesitated to put pen to paper, scribbling for a mere 2 or 3 minutes before faltering and returning to stare at the problems in frustration. The gaze of the two invigilators was predominantly fixed on Chen Zhao, for he was an undeniable standout. While others anxiously fidgeted and flushed with embarrassment, Chen Zhao sat composed, diligently solving problems as if he were orchestrating a grand strategy. The astonishment in the hearts of the two invigilators was beyond verbal description. They could not help but converse in hushed tones. "This student is extraordinary. He has been writing for half an hour without pausing. Look at that answer sheet. It has filled to the brim. I've never encountered a student like this before. Do you think he can last a full 45 minutes? I believe he will have no trouble. He might even go for an hour. Alas, why haven't we brought forth such an exceptional student ourselves? Forget our students. We don't even have children as capable as he." Unperturbed, Chen Zhao continued his work, oblivious to the murmurs of the teachers at the podium. Internally, he felt a pang of anxiety. The volume of questions on the paper was overwhelming, and at this pace, he feared he might not finish. He resolved to write as quickly as possible. Completing whatever he could, he had heard that qualifying for the next round required a score of 20 or 30, and he estimated he had already approached 30 points with his answers. A few more correct ones would surely secure his advancement. Nevertheless, he aspired to achieve a higher score. That 45 minutes passed, and Chen Zhao remained undeterred. An hour. He was still writing. As the examination reached an hour and a half, the invigilators were left speechless, unable to comprehend a student capable of such rapid work for an extended duration in a mathematics competition. Previously, there had been a student who had managed to write intermittently for over an hour, becoming a perennial topic of conversation among the invigilators each year. Who would have thought that a more formidable contender had emerged this year? Is he merely scribbling? One teacher suddenly entertained this notion and quietly posed the question to a colleague. Are you suggesting that he isn't genuinely solving the problems, but simply listing every formula he knows in hopes of garnering partial credit? Another teacher inquired. The two exchanged glances. Curiosity piqued, for students who could sustain such a lengthy engagement with the problems were indeed a rarity, more elusive than a giant panda. Suddenly, an idea sparked in one teacher's mind. Noticing that Chen Zhao's scratch paper appeared nearly depleted, and according to protocol, the invigilators were required to provide ample scratch paper, he thought to take this opportunity to deliver a sheet to Chen Zhao and sneak a glance at his answer sheet. This would clarify whether he was genuinely engaged with the problems or merely listing formulas without substance. Without hesitation, one of the invigilators descended from the podium, approached Chen Zhao's desk, and placed a fresh sheet of scratch paper beside his examination booklet. Chen Zhao glanced up at the invigilator, not giving it much thought, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, teacher," before seizing the new paper and resuming his calculations. The teacher quickly cast a glance at Chen Zhao's answer sheet, and, upon returning to the podium, wore an expression of sheer astonishment. "He is genuinely working through the problems, and his steps are meticulously detailed," he whispered to his colleague. The two teachers regarded Chen Zhao with profound admiration, fully aware that if they were to attempt the same examination, they would undoubtedly fare worse than this remarkable student. As the examination approached 1 hour and 40 minutes, Chen Zhao continued to write tirelessly. Meanwhile, a dozen or so candidates had completely surrendered, realizing that they would likely score zero. Rather than remaining in a state of agitation, they opted to relax, casting their gazes around the room until they spotted Chen Zhao fervently scribbling away. The abandoned students gaped in disbelief at Chen Zhao's prowess. What kind of sorcery was this? How could he write so swiftly? Was it truly possible for someone to tackle such a challenging paper with such fervor? Many candidates found themselves questioning why, at the same age, one could respond with fervor while they felt utterly inept, unable to solve a single problem. Finally, after an interminable wait, the bell signaling the end of the examination rang out. "Papers down. No more writing. Continuing to write will be deemed cheating," the invigilator announced. This was the established rule of the examination. Once the bell rang, no further marks could be made. Breaching this rule could result in severe penalties for cheating. Chen Zhao set down his pen with a sigh. Two major questions remained unfinished. A wave of disappointment washed over him. He realized he had been too slow. Several problems could have been solved more efficiently. But his intense focus had caused him to overlook those methods, resulting in insufficient time. The two unanswered questions were worth a total of 14 points, while the exam itself was out of 100. This meant that even if he had answered all previous questions correctly without any deductions, his maximum score would only be 80-6. As the invigilator collected the papers, candidates filed out of the room. While he secured the door to prevent any attempts to smuggle in cheating devices or notes in the corridor, groups of students gathered, preparing to leave while venting their frustrations. "This math exam was impossibly difficult. I didn't manage to solve a single question. Ha! Pathetic. I completed several. Several. How many is several? I managed to solve at least 2 questions. Ha ha ha. This exam isn't meant for humans. I'm going home." Most students departed with their bags, but Chen Zhao remained. He had another physics exam to take. Zhao Xiaobai approached him inquiring, "How did it go?" "Not great." Chen Zhao dejectedly shook his head. "I performed poorly as well. I might not qualify for the next round." Zhao Xiaobai's expression dimmed. The problems were all unfamiliar. I only managed to solve 4 questions. If they're correct, I might score 35, but if I made errors, qualification is doubtful. How many did you manage? 2. Chen Zhao began, but was interrupted by Zhao Xiaobai. Haha, I knew it. I told you the exam would be tough. Solving 2 questions is already quite impressive. Signing up for so many subjects is just a waste of effort. Zhao Xiaobai was smug, having previously advised against entering so many competitions due to the difficulty of the questions. At the time, Chen Zhao seemed dismissive of her warnings, but the harsh reality had now sunk in. Let me finish, Chen Zhao said, somewhat helplessly. I only left 2 questions unanswered. I completed the rest. Zhao Xiaobai paused, momentarily stunned, before breaking into a joyful laugh. You must be joking. Surely, no one could possibly leave just 2 questions unsolved. But Chen Zhao shook his head. I'm not joking. Truly, I only left 2 questions unanswered. Not because I couldn't solve them, but simply due to a lack of time, and my pace was a bit slow. Zhao Xiaobai's smile faded. It appeared that Chen Zhao was indeed serious. He was not one to fabricate tales. Could it be that he was truly this capable? Zhao Xiaobai had always prided herself on her mathematics skills, frequently achieving perfect scores. Yet now, she found herself overshadowed by Chen Zhao in her area of expertise, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. However, examinations were not merely about quantity, but rather correctness, that if Chen Zhao had written so much, what if it were all incorrect? Wouldn't that still result in a low score? Zhao Xiaobai thought to herself that perhaps it would be best to wait for the results. Goodbye. I'm off to prepare for the next exam, she waved. Goodbye, Chen Zhao replied, waving back. Another wave of candidates flooded in, filling the corridor with noise as they clutched their papers and books. Chen Zhao stood in the corner, not glancing at any materials, observing the bustling crowd with the composure of a statue. Chapter 50. Fistfights with 3 individuals. The second examination, physics, commenced. The same 2 invigilators from the previous session were present, and upon noticing Chen Zhao still in the classroom, they were astonished that this student had registered for 2 subjects. Upon reflection, it becomes apparent that mathematics and physics share a commonality. This student excels remarkably in mathematics, suggesting that their prowess in physics may be equally impressive. That it is entirely reasonable for them to register for the examination. Everything proceeded according to the established protocol: distribution of papers, provision of answer sheets, and the commencement of the exam. Without a doubt, Chen Zhao began to showcase his extraordinary abilities as soon as the examination bell rang. He set to work, pen in hand, writing without pause. The physics questions proved even more challenging than the mathematics ones, causing many candidates to falter within the first 30 minutes, succumbing to psychological breakdowns and relinquishing their efforts entirely. Turning to observe Chen Zhao, who was fervently scribbling away at an astonishing pace, the other examinees were left pallid, engulfed in existential doubts. Who am I? Why can I not comprehend this paper? How can he write so swiftly? It is as if he is tackling elementary school questions. We are all human. How is it that others' minds are filled with knowledge while mine is a blank slate? That afternoon, the subject of examination was English. As Chen Zhao was not proficient in English, he chose not to attend the examination hall, opting instead to ride the school bus home, foregoing any revision and instead logging onto his computer to stream. Chen Zhao had amassed a considerable following by this time. As soon as he began streaming, numerous fans received notifications and flocked to watch. Zhao Ge is incredible, exclaimed one admirer. Wow, Zhao Ge actually started streaming in the afternoon. Is the sun rising in the west? A fan affectionately known as Little Bamboo Shoot chimed in, the great streamer is live, but our Little Bamboo Shoot has yet to go live. Another fan, Eating Raw Person, expressed, wow, he started streaming so early. I must reward him. The esteemed 9-5 exclaimed. Indeed, the great streamer has begun early. I shall bestow generous rewards. The number of viewers in the live stream quickly surged past 20,000 and continued to grow. Upon entering the game, a friend by the name of Bobley sent a team invitation. Chen Zhao glanced at his friend list, noticing that Little Bamboo Shoot's avatar was gray, indicating they were offline. He thus accepted Bobley's invitation to team up. Bobley? Chen Zhao stared at the username for a few seconds, unable to recall when he had added this friend. Perhaps it was an old acquaintance who had changed their name. Regardless, he felt confident that he could shine regardless of his teammate. After all, it was merely a game, and no teammate could possibly outperform him. Even if a less skilled teammate faltered, it would not impede his chances of victory. Meanwhile, in North America, in a coastal villa, Little Li's spirits soared. After waiting for several hours, he had finally succeeded in getting Chen Zhao online and had successfully invited him to team up. Fearing that Chen Zhao might log off, Little Li hastily selected the island map for a duo match and initiated the game. The spawn island appeared on his computer screen, and upon seeing Chen Zhao's character, Little Li breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally teamed up with this player. Little Li resolved to follow Chen Zhao throughout this match, observing his movement, shooting accuracy, and various strategies for success. From these observations, Little Li hoped to gauge Chen Zhao's true skill level. Finally, all players boarded the plane. Soaring towards the island map, Little Li chose to jump alongside Chen Zhao. Opening the mini-map, he noted that Chen Zhao had marked a location at the top of the ruins. Indeed, when the plane was still 1,500 meters from the top of the ruins, Chen Zhao began to leap from the aircraft, with Little Li following suit. Upon landing, Little Li was taken aback to see two teams of 4 players also descending towards the ruins, nearly parallel to their trajectory. The onset of the match was undeniably thrilling, as they landed amidst 4 opponents. Concurrently, viewers in Chen Zhao's livestream were filled with excitement. "All right, 4 enemies upon landing. Let's see if the streamer can eliminate them all," exclaimed one. "Isn't that a bit risky? What if the enemies secure weapons first and our great streamer is left unarmed?" Another warned. "Now we simply await to see who can seize a weapon first," remarked a third. Little Li focused intently on the screen. They landed. The race began. Little Li targeted the nearest building, sprinting with fervor, while the 4 opponents also landed almost simultaneously, dashing forward like wild beasts, creating a scene reminiscent of a 100-meter sprint. However, in the next moment, a notification flashed across Little Li's screen. Chen Zhao knocked out Biang Biangmian with a punch. Chen Zhao knocked someone out with his bare fists, just as Little Li reached the entrance of the building. Another notification appeared. Chen Zhao knocked out Zhen with a punch. Another one down. Little Li was momentarily bewildered. How was this even possible? In less than 5 seconds, he had knocked out 2 opponents with his fists? Is he a boxing champion? After a brief hesitation, Little Li noticed an enemy had already dashed into the building ahead of him. A sinking feeling washed over him. The enemy had secured a weapon first. Upon entering, he indeed found the enemy picking up an S686 shotgun from the ground. Little Li instinctively jumped aside. Without a helmet or body armor, a single shot would spell his doom. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the anticipated scene of the enemy firing the S686 did not unfold, but a figure leaped into action, soaring through the air, and with lightning speed, struck the enemy, aiming a gun at him with a powerful punch to the head. The enemy barely had time to react before a second punch followed. 2 rapid punches to the head resulted in an instant knockout. Chen Zhao had dispatched that enemy with his fists. Little Li stood agape. He had yet to secure a weapon, and 3 of the 4 enemies had already fallen to Chen Zhao's fists. What on earth was happening? The last remaining enemy, now thoroughly intimidated, turned to flee. After all, who wouldn't be frightened after witnessing 3 opponents dispatched in such a manner? As the saying goes, wise men adapt to circumstances, and thus the last enemy dashed away, hoping to escape and perhaps return fully armed for the final showdown. That if he couldn't escape, he would undoubtedly meet the same fate as those before him at the hands of this boxing master. However, Chen Zhao had already picked up the S686 from the ground, raised the gun, and aimed at the fleeing enemy's back. The escaping foe swayed left and right, attempting to evade the bullets, but such antics appeared ludicrous before a marksman of Chen Zhao's caliber. 2 shots rang out. The last enemy was eliminated, and Chen Zhao accomplished the remarkable feat of 4 kills upon landing. Little Li was left dumbfounded. He had always practiced his shooting skills diligently, but had never trained in hand-to-hand combat. Thus, witnessing Chen Zhao's seamless execution in melee combat left him utterly astonished. Could it be that the prowess of Chinese martial arts extends even into the realm of gaming? Yet, he mused, melee combat is only useful when one is unarmed at the start. Ultimately, shooting skills remain paramount in the game. Little Li thought to himself, my shooting skills are not to be underestimated. Allow me to show you what the world's best captain is truly capable of. Chapter 51. The examination concludes typically. The loot available at the top of the ruins is merely average, not overly abundant, yet not scant either. However, perhaps fortune favored them this round, as the loot was quite satisfactory. Both Chen Zhao and Little Li managed to secure full sets of level 3 gear and a plethora of medical supplies. Yet they found themselves somewhat lacking in weaponry. Little Li acquired an unmodified M416 and an SKS marksman rifle, while Chen Zhao bore an S686 and an M16A4. Chen Zhao had a particular aversion to the M16A4. It offered only 2 firing modes, semi-automatic, where pressing the mouse fires a single bullet, and burst fire, where a single click unleashes 3 rapid shots. In semi-automatic mode, its firing rate was insufficient, and its power paled in comparison to that of a sniper rifle. In burst mode, the recoil made it challenging to hit targets. Previously, Chen Zhao had derisively referred to this weapon as a firewood stick, deeming it utterly inadequate. However, lacking alternative weapons, he had no choice but to wield it, reluctantly switching to semi-automatic mode to use it as a makeshift sniper rifle. Chen Zhao and Little Li began their descent from the mountain, seeking other residential areas. They neared a housing area halfway down the mountain. Chen Zhao suddenly spotted a figure standing in a window of a small house. Without hesitation, he raised his gun and fired. Headshot. He fired again, another headshot. He knocked out Xiao Ying with an M16A4 assault rifle. Little Li was taken aback that he hadn't even seen the enemy, and yet Chen Zhao had already secured a knockout with just 2 shots. What on earth was happening? Chen Zhao drew his S686 and charged into the small house. And with 2 shots, he eliminated another opponent, causing the previously downed enemy to succumb as well. The kill count increased by 2, 6 kills. Chen Zhao had single-handedly wiped out 3 teams. The excitement in the livestream chat was palpable, while Little Li felt a chill run down his spine. Chen Zhao's skill appeared to exceed his expectations. Yet, Little Li could hardly anticipate that the worst was yet to come. Chen Zhao swiftly acquired a Kar 98K. Entering Sniper God mode, as the two advanced through the wilderness, Chen Zhao would suddenly raise his gun, firing to score a headshot, swiftly reloading and firing again to achieve another headshot. Meanwhile, Little Li often failed to even spot the targets. As Chen Zhao's kill count soared, Little Li's anxiety grew. He wished to showcase his shooting skills, yet found himself overshadowed by his teammate. As the game progressed, Chen Zhao had already eliminated 11 enemies, while Little Li's kill count remained at 0. With only a single assist to his name, as they reached the final circle, chaos erupted among the players. Chen Zhao's gunfire rang out, and most enemies were already low on health, making it easy for him to take them down with a single shot. Little Li, armed with a fully equipped M416, managed to eliminate a few enemies amidst the fray. Ultimately, Chen Zhao achieved a staggering 15 kills, while Little Li managed only 3, and they successfully claimed victory. Little Li felt disheartened. His kill count was merely 1/5 of Chen Zhao's, but the crux of the issue was that whenever they encountered isolated enemies, it was invariably Chen Zhao who reaped the rewards, leaving Little Li with no opportunity to fire. His 3 kills were only a result of the sheer number of opponents in the final circle, which had drawn Chen Zhao's attention away from collecting kills. Despite Xiao Li's reluctance to admit it, he harbored a clear understanding deep within. The circumstances of this round had unveiled a troubling reality. Chen Zhao's gaming prowess was likely superior to his own. However, this assertion was not entirely definitive. Xiao Li was currently in a rather poor state. Given the time difference between China and the United States, it was 2 in the afternoon for Chen Zhao, while for Xiao Li, it was nearly 2 in the morning, precisely when drowsiness was at its peak and mental acuity waned, inevitably leading to a significant decline in performance. Moreover, even the most skilled experts occasionally falter and experience off days. Even a tiger may doze. Thus, Xiao Li recognized that in order to accurately gauge the disparity between his capabilities and those of Chen Zhao, he would need to engage in a few more matches. However, just as Xiao Li was about to embark on his next game, Chen Zhao abruptly logged out. Little Bamboo Shoot had come online, and Chen Zhao had sought her out for a team-up. Uncertain of the reasons behind Chen Zhao's departure, Xiao Li opened his friends list, gazing at the already commenced game with a sense of despair. What could this possibly mean? Why had they not formed a team? Was it because he deemed Xiao Li's skills inadequate? Hey, I simply had a poor performance in the last match. One cannot underestimate the world's number 1. Yet, No matter how vehemently Xiao Li raged internally, Chen Zhao remained oblivious, already on the path to victory with little bamboo shoot. Sighing, Xiao Li resolved to try again the following day. He shut down his computer and retired to bed. Nevertheless, his wait had proven fruitful. At least he had teamed up with Chen Zhao once, and had confirmed his exceptional skills as for the extent of his prowess. That remained to be discovered, but in time, it would surely become clear that if the skills and remuneration were agreeable, perhaps he could entice Chen Zhao to join his team. Xiao Li mused. The next day, Chen Zhao made his way to the examination hall. Once more, IT was the same venue as before, with the same two invigilators. Upon seeing Chen Zhao, the invigilators were momentarily taken aback, whispering to each other. Why has that student returned? This is the third subject. Could he possibly be competing in 3 subjects? 2 subjects are already quite a lot. Is he really attempting 3? This one is biology. Biology has no connection to physics or mathematics. Surely he can excel in everything. To the astonishment of the 2 teachers, when the bell for open book exams rang, Chen Zhao repeated his previous day's performance, writing fervently from the moment the exam commenced until the bell for submission sounded. The other students in the examination hall, witnessing Chen Zhao's relentless pace, fell into deep self-doubt once more. Indeed, comparisons can be disheartening. Why, at the same age, could he tackle questions with such enthusiasm while their answer sheets remained blank? In the next examination, Chinese, Chen Zhao appeared once again, exuding calmness and indifference, as if this were merely a minor unit test. The invigilators were utterly astonished. This child had registered for 4 subjects? Finally, in the last exam for chemistry, Chen Zhao was still present. The invigilators were flabbergasted. It seemed this child had signed up for every subject except English. The crucial point was that he had nearly filled every answer sheet. His pages dense with writing, consistently the standout student in the entire hall. Excelling in one subject was one thing, but this child excelled in every single one. Though the invigilators recognized Chen Zhao as an exceptionally talented and admirable student, Chen Zhao himself was far from satisfied with his performance that he had initially thought he could achieve near-perfect scores. Yet in reality, he had not fully completed any subject, leaving at least 10 points worth of questions unanswered. It was not due to a lack of knowledge, but rather a matter of time. Now, all that remained was to await the results. With numerous graders, the results would be available swiftly, in just 5 days. Whether he would advance to the provincial examination would be revealed in 5 days. Chapter 52. Contract signing with the platform through persistent efforts. Chen Zhao's fanbase finally surpassed 50,000 on Tuesday night. The live streaming platform sent Chen Zhao an internal message, expressing a desire to sign him as a resident master streamer. But a resident master streamer is one who, upon signing, is bound to broadcast exclusively on that platform for a specified number of years. In exchange, the platform offers greater promotional opportunities and a more favorable revenue share. For instance, while ordinary streamers typically split their earnings with the platform 50-50 upon receiving gifts, a resident master streamer might enjoy a 60-40 or even a 70-30 split. Thus, such contracts serve as a means for live streaming platforms to retain their internet celebrities. Generally, any streamer demonstrating exceptional performance will receive such an invitation. Naturally, Chen Zhao accepted, as it promised increased earnings and better treatment. Why not take advantage of such an opportunity? He submitted his intention to enter into the resident master streamer contract on the platform's website. Shortly thereafter, he received a message. Dear Master Streamer Chen Zhao, greetings. Thank you for agreeing to enter the resident master signing process. Please add my QQ for further discussions regarding the contract. The Duxiama live streaming platform is dedicated to providing our streamers with a better environment and working conditions. Below was a string of numbers, which was the QQ account of the agent. Chen Zhao felt a bit dazed. In his mind, agents were typically associated with major stars, such as singers performing concerts or movie stars, who would have agents to manage their finances. To think that he now had an agent. Searching the string of numbers on his QQ, he discovered an account with the nickname Qin Lu, which seemed to be her real name. Her profile picture featured a beautiful woman wearing a baseball cap. Stunning. Indeed, clearly a picture from the internet. Chen Zhao promptly sent a friend request and began to wait. After about 2 or 3 minutes, his request was accepted. Chen Zhao quickly sent his pre-prepared message. Hello. I am streamer Chen Zhao. I just received a message from the Duxianmo live streaming platform reminding me to add your QQ to discuss the contract. Chen Zhao felt extremely anxious, his heart pounding as if a flurry of rabbits were nestled within. This was his first encounter with such matters, signing a contract with a platform and obtaining a formal job, complete with an agent to manage him, that he wondered what the agent's temperament would be like and whether they would be easy to work with. Sure thing. Could you please wait a moment? I'm almost home, and I'll explain everything to you then. Qin Lu quickly replied. Chen Zhao responded with an okay emoji and continued to wait that he felt a slight sigh of relief from the tone of the message. The other party seemed amiable, and her cheerful sure thing felt quite endearing. While taking out a calligraphy book to practice, he awaited Qin Lu's next message. After about half an hour, Qin Lu finally reached out. Chen Zhao eagerly picked up his phone to find a PDF file named Duxiamo Live Streaming Platform Master Resident Contract Template. Qin Lu, have you received the file? Duxiamo Live Streaming Platform Master Resident Contract Template. Chen Zhao, I have received it. Qin Lu sent an OK gesture. Please review this template, and let me know if any changes are needed for adjustments. Chen Zhao then opened the PDF file to begin reading. The contract was lengthy, spanning over 40 pages, filled with numerous clauses detailing the rights and obligations of both parties. After reading for a while, Chen Zhao felt somewhat overwhelmed. Lacking experience with contracts, he found the extensive and densely packed terms daunting. After some consideration, he recalled that the Duxiamo live streaming platform had a solid reputation in the industry, with most top streamers affiliated with them. Thus, he believed that such a large company would not resort to underhanded tactics within the contract. Consequently, Chen Zhao decided not to scrutinize every detail and instead focused on the key points, specifically how his earnings would be allocated post-signing. That he scrolled through the document, recalling from his experience watching dramas that financial matters were often addressed toward the end of contracts. Sure enough, on the second-to-last page, Chen Zhao located the section pertaining to remuneration. However, he was puzzled to find that the clauses were incomplete, with critical numerical aspects left blank. For instance, one clause regarding the base salary indicated that upon signing as a resident master streamer for the Duxiamo platform, one would receive a monthly base salary of. Another clause concerning gifts and donations specified a revenue-sharing ratio of. Other clauses regarding the rights to the streamer's likeness, audio adaptations, and video copyrights were similarly devoid of specific figures or ratios. All left blank. Chen Zhao took a screenshot of that section and inquired of Qin Lu. Why are there no figures in these clauses? Qin Lu promptly replied, this document is not a formal contract. It's merely a template. The live streaming platform will offer different terms based on the popularity and commercial potential of each streamer. Our primary task is to discuss these specifics, as long as the other rights and obligations clauses are satisfactory. We can finalize the numbers and proceed to sign. Chen Zhao pondered for a moment and typed to Qin Lu. Shall we discuss the contract online or meet in person? Qin Lu replied, of course. We should meet in person. After all, we need to sign. Please provide me with a time and location, and I will bring the contract template to discuss with you. The sooner the better. Chen Zhao considered this and provided Qin Lu with details about his school and class. I finish classes at 11:50 in the morning and 5:50 in the afternoon. And I conclude evening self-study at 9:50 that you can choose a time to come see me. Normally, I should be the one to visit you, but I truly cannot get away. Sorry for the trouble. Qin Lu was somewhat taken aback. Are you still a high school teacher while doing live broadcasts? If you are indeed a teacher, your contract would likely require significant amendments, as teachers are prohibited from pursuing side gigs as internet celebrities. Chen Zhao typed back, no, I am not a teacher. I'm a student currently in my senior year. There was a prolonged silence on Qin Lu's end. Chen Zhao could sense Qin Lu's shock, even through the screen, that a person with a staggering 500,000 followers and the qualification to sign a contract with a renowned live streaming platform was, astonishingly, just a high school senior. While it is often said that heroes emerge in youth, this seemed rather too young. After a long pause, Qin Lu replied, is this really true? Chen Zhao sent a photo of his cluttered desk filled with assignments and exam papers, unmistakably indicative of a senior student. Chapter 53. Deng Zixin's soul-piercing strike. Qin Lu sent a shocked emoji. You have genuinely astonished me. It's remarkable that a senior can earn 50,000 followers while gaming. Perhaps this is what genius looks like. Well, then I should be able to come over in a day or two and, We can discuss the pricing in detail. Please review the other terms. And let me know if anything seems amiss. Chen Zhao responded politely. All right, thank you, Sister Qin. Qin Lu was quite amiable. No need for formalities. From now on, I will be your agent. You are my boss. It was already quite late, and Chen Zhao went live, teaming up with Little Bamboo Shoots for a sniper battle point 15 minutes later. They decisively claimed victory and ended the stream that a throng of fans in the live chat vented their frustration, accusing Chen Zhao of slacking off, claiming he was increasingly crossing the line by considering a mere 15-minute stream sufficient. Chen Zhao disregarded the commotion in the chat, seated in the quiet of his room, contemplating sending a message to his landlord, Deng Zixin. I need to sign a contract, and since you often encounter contracts, could you offer me some advice? I'll treat you to a meal later. Ever since their last meeting with Deng Taijun, Chen Zhao and Deng Zixin had grown closer, resembling good friends. Previously, when Chen Zhao encountered Deng Zixin on his way to and from school, she would typically be seen smoking while on the phone or engrossed in her phone, offering him a nod as a greeting or simply ignoring him. However, now whenever Chen Zhao met Deng Zixin, he was greeted with her cheerful smile and warm inquiries that a few days ago, Deng Zixin had gone to the countryside and returned with a sack full of peaches, personally delivering some to Chen Zhao. This was a privilege not afforded to ordinary tenants. Hence, Chen Zhao felt comfortable asking Deng Zixin for help with the contract, knowing her wealth and extensive experience with various investments meant she had stacks of contracts taller than herself. When she agreed to assist, it seemed there would be no issues. Indeed, Deng Zixin quickly replied, All right, come on up. Chen Zhao left his room and ascended the stairs, knocking on Deng Zixin's sturdy security door. Before long, Deng Zixin opened the door, causing Chen Zhao to pause. Typically, the landlord adorned herself in revealing attire, showcasing her figure with vibrant lipstick, exuding a fiery allure. Yet today, she appeared completely barefaced, wrapped in a thick blue sweater. And surprisingly, even wearing cotton slippers and socks in the sweltering summer heat, Deng Zixin coughed a couple of times and lethargically remarked, Come in. I've caught a bit of a cold, so keep your distance to avoid contagion. With the college entrance exams approaching, I can't afford to fall ill. Chen Zhao suddenly realized she was unwell, which explained her bear-like appearance. Nevertheless, her current state was rather endearing. She was not unattractive without makeup. Upon entering and closing the door, Chen Zhao noticed Deng Zixin nestled into the sofa, which was covered with a thick blanket, while a cup of ginger tea sat on the coffee table. Chen Zhao refrained from sitting on the sofa for fear of catching germs, opting instead for a small stool nearby. He pulled up the contract template from the Douxiong Panda live streaming platform on his phone and handed it to Deng Zixin. While she coughed lightly, Deng Zixin accepted the phone to review it. What sort of contract has this little rascal signed? She quipped, her sharp tongue still intact. Oh, a live streaming sensation. You've really made it to this level. Impressive. Chen Zhao felt a bit embarrassed. This was the second time his landlord had acknowledged his achievements, the first being when he penned a commendable piece of writing. Sister, I'm weary. Could you please take a look? I am not well versed in these matters, Chen Zhao flattered. You've seen more contracts than I've read books, so I'm at ease with you reviewing it. All right, enough with the flattery. Head to the kitchen and warm up that pot of ginger tea. Replace this cup since it's gone cold. I'll review the contract while you do that, and once I've finished, I'll let you know if there are any issues, Deng Zixin instructed, lowering her head to focus on the contract template on her phone. Chen Zhao poured the ginger tea into a new cup, noticing that, in truth, the tea wasn't that cold yet. It was still warm. However, seeing Deng Zixin's state, it was best to serve her something hotter. In the kitchen, Chen Zhao was taken aback. Deng Zixin's kitchen was an entirely different affair compared to his own, exquisitely decorated with a complete set of gleaming knives, fine-bone china dishes, and an enormous dishwasher. The stove was smart, capable of setting temperature, time, and mode on the stove. A small pot contained water with slices of ginger and scallions floating. Chen Zhao adjusted the stove to boiling mode and ignited the flame. Within a few minutes, the water in the pot began to bubble vigorously. Chen Zhao turned off the heat, ladled the ginger water into a cup, and added some brown sugar before taking it to Deng Zixin. Deng Zixin remained motionless under a blanket on the sofa, her eyes closed in slumber. Chen Zhao paused, placing the ginger tea on the coffee table. That it seemed Deng Zixin was genuinely exhausted from her illness. Perhaps it would be better to let her rest and review the contract another day. It felt somewhat inconsiderate to have a sick person strain themselves over a lengthy document. Chen Zhao tiptoed closer to the sofa. Intending to retrieve his phone from her grasp, that as he leaned down, he caught sight of Deng Zixin's delicate features, her long lashes framing her fair face. And an impulse surged within him to plant a gentle kiss. However, it remained merely a fleeting thought. Such a stunning beauty lying there peacefully, lost in deep slumber, would evoke similar desires in any man. Yet, Chen Zhao lacked the courage to act on that impulse. Suddenly, Deng Zixin opened her eyes, startled to find Chen Zhao's face so close to hers, and without hesitation, she delivered a resounding slap. The force was substantial, and the sound echoed sharply. Smack! The sharp noise resonated as Chen Zhao's right cheek swelled. Almost in tears from the pain, he exclaimed, "Sister, why did you hit me? I just wanted to grab my phone. I feel like my teeth are about to fall out. Did you grow up practicing the Buddha's palm?" Deng Zixin rubbed her hand, which throbbed from the excessive force, and nonchalantly nodded. "Oh, I thought you were up to no good. Just wait a moment. Although I'm quite tired, I promised to help you with the contract, so I will finish reviewing it." Chen Zhao, still clutching his sore face, sat down beside her as Deng Zixin took a sip of ginger tea and resumed her examination of the contract. Half an hour passed, and Chen Zhao found himself yawning repeatedly as he waited. Finally, Deng Zixin returned the phone to him. "There is nothing major. This contract is quite standard and appears to have been refined through numerous revisions. However, there is one clause you might want to amend. On page 8, clause 13 states that you must stream for at least 50 hours each month. That averages to over an hour daily. As a student, do you have time for that? You could either remove it or reduce the time requirement." Deng Zixin nodded. "Other than that, there are no significant issues. All right, I'll discuss it with my agent." "Sister, you should rest now. You've worked hard," Chen Zhao said, standing up and preparing to leave. "Wait a moment," Deng Zixin called. "Come here." Chen Zhao approached a bit closer, and Deng Zixin reached out to gently touch his recently slapped cheek. "It's fine. Nothing serious. You want to be disfigured. IT will heal in a couple of days. Sorry about that. Now go on." Chapter 54. Did I fail? In the second period of the morning class, the English teacher droned on at the podium while Chen Zhao rested his chin on his hand, listening. The reason for his posture was the painful slap from Deng Zixin the previous night, which had been rather forceful. Although it hadn't hurt much yesterday, his face had begun to swell today. Concerned about being questioned by his classmates, he propped his face up to conceal the swelling that Su Lanlan, uninterested in the lesson, propped her textbook against her face. Engrossed in her phone, as the college entrance exams drew near. Su Lanlan seemed increasingly disinterested in her studies. Either buried in novels or glued to her phone, it appeared she had entirely given up on the exams, despite knowing Su Lanlan had thrown in the towel. Chen Zhao, sharing a desk with her, couldn't bear to witness her self-destructive behavior and attempted to encourage her. "Su Lanlan, why aren't you studying? Isn't the textbook appealing? If you don't want to listen to the teacher, you could at least practice some problems." Su Lanlan didn't lift her head, her fingers continuing to tap on the screen absent-mindedly. "I'm not planning to take the college entrance exam seriously anymore. There are only a few dozen days left before the exam, and I want to be prepared. Reviewing is pointless." Chen Zhao grew anxious. "But there are still a few dozen days left. They're saying, the outcome is still uncertain, and we are all dark horses. If you put in some effort during these last days, you might just get into a decent school. What will you do if you don't take the entrance exam seriously?" Su Lanlan yawned. "My dad found me a school in Canada. I'll be going there as long as I pay the tuition. They will accept me." Chen Zhao was taken aback. "Wait, you're going to study abroad?" Su Lanlan replied nonchalantly. "I can't make it here. My grades are too poor, so I have to go abroad and pay for a degree. Even though I'm doing poorly here, if I just learn English well over there, my grades will be unbeatable. Those Canadian kids are still learning conversions in their senior year. Do you understand conversions? It's like knowing how many square centimeters are in a square meter." Chen Zhao was at a loss for words. Indeed, the offspring of the wealthy were distinctly different. While struggling academically, they could simply travel abroad to enhance their credentials and still secure a place in school. With Su Lanlan's father having paved a bright path for her, Chen Zhao felt he had little to contribute to the conversation. He resumed his studies, though it was somewhat misleading to call it merely studying. Chen Zhao was engrossed in examining a collection of exemplary essays for the college entrance examination. Just yesterday, he had purchased a volume titled 500 Exemplary Essays for the College Entrance Examination from the bookstore. Determined to absorb its contents thoroughly, he wished to avoid feeling lost when facing the exam. Typically, a student might require several months to peruse such a book, but Chen Zhao possessed an extraordinary intellect and a remarkable memory, allowing him to progress with astonishing speed. Having acquired the book yesterday, he had already read over 200 pages by today, and he estimated that he would finish it by the day after tomorrow. To complete an essay book in 3 days was truly impressive. By then, Chen Zhao's performance in the Chinese language subject would be further assured, enabling him to tackle most essay prompts with confidence. Suddenly, Su Lanlan reached out, grasping Chen Zhao's arm and shaking it. "What is the matter?" he inquired. "The list of students advancing in the municipal subject competition has been released. A total of 1,600 students have qualified for the provincial competition. Didn't you take the exam? Would you like me to check if you made the cut?" Su Lanlan asked, shaking her phone. "No need. I'm certain I qualified," Chen Zhao replied confidently, shaking his head. His conviction was unwavering. Historically, a score of around 30 was sufficient to qualify, while he estimated his scores to be in the range of 70 to 80, far exceeding the required threshold. Su Lanlan unwrapped a lollipop and bit into it. "Don't be modest. Let me take a look at ITS, just a list of 1,600 names. I'll find it in no time." She opened the public announcement page of the advancement list and began searching for names one by one. The list was ranked by subject and score, lacking any alphabetical order based on surnames, thus necessitating a laborious search. Chen Zhao did not follow along, but calmly continued to read his essay book, knowing that in a few moments Su Lanlan would gaze at him with admiration, exclaiming how impressive it was that he had indeed qualified. However, a few minutes later, Su Lanlan's expression shifted to one of confusion. "Chen Zhao, your name isn't on this list." Chen Zhao was taken aback. "No way. How could that be? I scored so high. There is no reason I wouldn't qualify." "Perhaps you overlooked it?" he instinctively suggested. "I've combed through it twice, and your name is definitely absent. There is someone named Chen Zhao, but with a different character for Zhao. He qualified for the English competition, which you didn't take," Su Lanlan said, handing him her phone. "If you don't believe me, see for yourself." With a skeptical grunt, Chen Zhao took the phone, scrolled to the top of the list, and began searching from the first name downwards. He first scanned the surname column for Chen before examining the given names. His heightened intelligence had remarkably improved his ability to locate text, and he swiftly completed the search among the 1,600 names in under a minute. There was no entry for Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao felt dazed. Could it truly be that his name was absent? What was happening? This shouldn't be possible. Su Lanlan observed Chen Zhao's ashen complexion and chuckled. "This competition is quite challenging. It's not merely a matter of passing. Despite your recent academic improvement, you still fall short when compared to the true scholars." She patted Chen Zhao on the shoulder. "Keep studying hard, my friend. The ocean of knowledge is boundless, and the journey is arduous." Chen Zhao paid no heed to Su Lanlan's mocking tone. His eyes glued to the lengthy list as he scoured it again, confirming that his name was indeed missing. He was utterly bewildered. How could this be? Why was his name not among the students qualifying for the provincial examination? Although he hadn't completed every question during the test, he had managed to answer the majority. His estimated scores across subjects were in the 70s or 80s, and qualifying for the provincial exam required only around 30 points. Surely, his scores were more than adequate. Could it be that his answer sheet had been mismanaged? Or perhaps there had been an error in inputting his scores into the system? Or was there some other unforeseen circumstance? As Chen Zhao's mind raced with possibilities, the school bell rang. The English teacher collected the textbooks and departed, causing a commotion in the classroom. Many classmates approached Chen Zhao. "Chen Zhao, isn't the result for the subject competition supposed to be out now? Did you pass? Isn't it a piece of cake for you to advance past the preliminary round? Who has a phone? Let us help Chen Zhao check if he qualified." "Chen Zhao, you took 5 subjects. Right. Did you pass all of them? How many did you qualify for?" Now, Chen Zhao was the center of attention in class. Previously, he had been a quiet presence, often overlooked due to his lackluster performance. However, his recent surge in academic achievement had turned him into a star among his peers. Consequently, many classmates sought him out. Yet, confronted with so many inquiries, Chen Zhao found himself speechless, frozen in his seat. Everyone believed he would qualify for the provincial exam. Yet his name was conspicuously absent from the advancement list. Chapter 55, A Scholarship of 10,000 Yuan. Su Lanlan, noticing Chen Zhao's discomfort, stepped in to alleviate the situation by exchanging glances with the surrounding classmates. Upon seeing Chen Zhao's distressed expression and Su Lanlan's frantic gestures, they quickly realized something was amiss and changed the subject. Dispersing in small groups, the break passed swiftly, and Chen Zhao remained silent throughout. The next period was self-study. Chen Zhao felt as if he had lost his soul. He could not concentrate on his studies. Merely staring blankly at the desk, repeatedly pondering why he had not advanced to the provincial examination. His feelings were akin to that of a student who consistently scored above the admission threshold for prestigious universities, only to receive an acceptance letter from a vocational school. It was astonishing that he remained composed. That a few minutes into the self-study session, someone passed a note to Su Lanlan. Sitting nearby, Chen Zhao caught a glimpse of the note as contents. Sister Lanlan, what is going on? Chen Zhao doesn't seem too happy. Su Lanlan began to pen a response. How could he be happy? His name isn't on the advancement list. He told me he would qualify in all 5 subjects. Yet it turns out he didn't pass a single one. That he is completely lost now. Let us not bring this up in front of him. Let us move on. The classroom was quiet, yet numerous notes were being passed around. Soon, news of Chen Zhao's failure in the subject competition spread throughout the class. Many whispered on the notes. Chen Zhao's facade has crumbled. He previously claimed he would pass all 5 subjects. Yet now, he hasn't passed a single one. Serves him right. I've never liked him. That we've worked hard for 3 years, while he sleeps through class and neglects his homework, yet somehow his grades surpass ours. How is that fair? I suspect he must have cheated during the school assessments to achieve such high scores. However, this competition is as rigorous as the college entrance exam, leaving no room for deceit, thus revealing his true colors. That he simply didn't qualify. Indeed, I believe that's the case. Otherwise, how could he consistently rank first in school yet fail to pass even the preliminary round? True talent stands the test of scrutiny. It's clear that Chen Zhao is not genuine talent. This subject competition has exposed him. His true self has been laid bare. Unaware of the discussion surrounding him, Chen Zhao remained lost in thought. Suddenly, he heard someone exclaim, "Good afternoon, principal." Including Chen Zhao, the entire class looked up to find the principal standing at the doorway. Many students displayed expressions of astonishment. What was the principal doing here? As the students' gaze shifted to the principal's left hand, their eyes widened in unison. In his grasp was a substantial bundle of crimson currency. It was thick, resembling a brick, likely around 10,000 yuan. The students were taken aback. What could the principal possibly want with a stack of cash? Was he showing off, displaying wealth? Or was this a new trend? The principal scanned the classroom, his gaze ultimately landing on Chen Zhao in the back row, a smile gracing his lips. I have an announcement to make. Our classmate Chen Zhao has achieved remarkable success in the recent subject competition, having registered for 5 subjects and scoring above 70 in all, thereby securing a place in the national finals. To acknowledge Chen Zhao's outstanding performance, I hereby present him with a scholarship of 10,000 yuan, freshly withdrawn from the bank and still warm. Chen Zhao, please come up to receive your award. Chen Zhao was dumbfounded, while the entire class was in shock. No wonder his name was absent from the provincial competition list. It turned out he had scored so highly that he qualified directly for the national finals, bypassing the provincial competition altogether. This was an extraordinary leap. Previously, the principal had indeed mentioned certain criteria for receiving the principal's scholarship during the flag-raising ceremony. One of those criteria was qualifying for the national finals in 3 subjects of the subject competition. Now, Chen Zhao had qualified in all 5 subjects, naturally meeting and exceeding the requirements for the scholarship. 10,000 yuan. For a student of this age, such an amount was undoubtedly a fortune. Many students hesitated to spend even 3 yuan on a bottle of soda, and 10,000 yuan could purchase 3,333 bottles. If one were to drink a bottle daily, it would last nearly 10 years. Although Chen Zhao did not feel overly affected by the 10,000 yuan, as there were times during his live streams when enthusiastic fans would reward him with 4 to 5,000 yuan, collectively surpassing 10,000 with just 2 generous supporters. However, Chen Zhao remained somewhat dazed. Unable to fully comprehend the situation, he initially believed there was an issue with the examination that had prevented him from advancing to the provincial level. Little did he know that the reality was quite the opposite. His score was so exceptionally high that he had bypassed the provincial examination altogether and secured a place in the finals directly. It was Su Lanlan who gave Chen Zhao a gentle nudge, prompting him to stand abruptly, realizing that it was time for him to go up and accept his award. The entire class, perceptive as ever, knew precisely what to do at that moment. The sound of applause erupted, filling the classroom with a resounding cheer. Dazed, Chen Zhao left his seat, traversing the classroom until he stood before the principal, accepting the 10,000 yuan with both hands, uttering a grateful "Thank you, principal." The applause from his classmates grew increasingly thunderous, with many seizing the opportunity to whisper amidst the clamor, "Wow, 10,000 yuan! So the saying about books containing hidden treasures is not just a joke. The ancients truly did not deceive me. 10,000 yuan, enough for me to feast on fried chicken 100 times. Chen Zhao truly is remarkable. We were overthinking it. There is no question of any academic dishonesty. His abilities are genuine. Chen Zhao has suddenly become a tycoon. Buying a new phone is now a trivial matter. Do you think all top students are like you, constantly thinking about playing games? Chen Zhao will surely use this money to buy books or something of the sort. Impressive. Incredible. I yield. Words fail me. The principal delivered a few platitudes, encouraging the students not to lose heart and to transform their envy into motivation for study, that he assured them that if Chen Zhao could earn a scholarship today, they too could achieve similar success in their examinations tomorrow. Today, he spoke of the opportunities that awaited those who excelled in the college entrance examinations, which included not only admission to prestigious universities, but also generous scholarships from the principal. The students offered half-hearted affirmations, and the principal departed with satisfaction. Returning to his seat, clutching the 10,000 yuan like a hefty brick, Chen Zhao exhaled deeply, a smile of relief gracing his face. Now, he merely needed to await the national finals examination. He could afford to approach the preliminary rounds with a casual attitude, confident in his abilities to advance. However, the finals would require utmost seriousness. Chen Zhao borrowed Su Lanlan's phone and searched for last year's national finals results for the middle school subject competition. Indeed, the finals were a gathering of elite competitors, with last year's top scorers in various subjects achieving scores predominantly above 80, including a biology prodigy who scored over 90, a truly intimidating feat. Nevertheless, Chen Zhao firmly believed that he could outshine them all. Chapter 56. A soft hand from the competition, the final class of the day was self-study. And Chen Zhao buried himself in practice problems. Having exhausted all available resources, he downloaded a study app on his phone that provided access to a plethora of challenging questions. The school's regulations prohibited students from bringing phones, fearing they would either use them for entertainment or to cheat. However, these rules were merely constraints for the average student, as the top student in his grade, who had advanced directly to the national finals. Chen Zhao was a prized pupil in the principal's eyes, free to wield his phone at will. Even the teachers would not intervene upon seeing him. Within the app, users could set the difficulty level of the questions, which were categorized into 5 tiers: easy, normal, difficult, hell, and super nightmare, with increasing levels of challenge. Given Chen Zhao's proficiency, the easier questions were hardly a match for him, so he opted for the highest level, super nightmare. While working on the problems, he also utilized a PK, player kill, feature that allowed him to compete against other users tackling questions of similar difficulty. The aim was to solve the same set of questions, with success determined by accuracy and time taken. An excellent way to motivate himself to avoid complacency. In one PK round, there were a total of 10 questions. The first round commenced, consisting entirely of multiple-choice questions, which were indeed quite challenging and comparable to the Olympiad problems he had prepared for in the preliminary rounds. Chen Zhao took 5 minutes to complete all 10 questions and click Submit. "You have emerged victorious," a line of golden text appeared on the screen, and he could see his performance compared to that of his PK opponent. that he had taken 5 minutes and 7 seconds to finish with a perfect accuracy of 100, while his opponent had only just completed the second question and had gotten the first one wrong. A resounding victory. Chen Zhao assumed that his initial opponent was somewhat inexperienced, likely to enhance the user experience, but as he matched with more users, he expected to face tougher competitors. This was akin to the gaming principle, where a new player encounters either AI or other novices. But as they win more games and level up, they eventually face stronger opponents. Thus, winning was easy at the beginning, but would become increasingly challenging later on. Despite his victories, Chen Zhao remained humble and continued to engage in PK. Awaiting stronger challengers that in the second PK round, he triumphed once more with a perfect accuracy of 100, while his opponent had just completed the first question. The third round also ended in victory, with Chen Zhao achieving a flawless score while his opponent had answered 3 questions but missed one. The fourth round continued the trend of success. Chen Zhao maintained a perfect accuracy while his opponent got both of their 2 attempts wrong. Chen Zhao relentlessly engaged in PK, solving problems and winning. PK, solving problems, winning. The cycle became somewhat monotonous. Why was he always winning? Was there not a single worthy opponent? This was puzzling. The app boasted millions of users, surely among them. There must be a formidable rival who could challenge him. Chen Zhao felt disheartened, sensing that the app's matchmaking system was slow, continually pairing him with less capable users, which diminished the challenge and failed to ignite his competitive spirit. What he did not realize was that someone else was experiencing even greater frustration. Several hundred kilometers away, in a small county, the top student at a local school sat at a desk, phone in hand, opening the study app to begin a PK. Recently, this top student had discovered the app and was particularly fond of the PK feature, that he poured his all into each match. Striving for victory a few days prior, he had been opting for the hell difficulty level, achieving a high win rate, winning 9 out of 10 matches, with the closest competition being merely seconds apart. Today, he decided to tackle something more challenging. The Super Nightmare difficulty. As the PK commenced, the questions appeared on his screen. And indeed, the Super Nightmare level lived up to its name, with the first question proving unimaginably difficult. The top student began frantically scribbling calculations on scrap paper as time swiftly slipped away. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. The top student paused, recognizing the meaning of the vibration. Glancing at the screen, he was taken aback to see a gray line of text. Your PK opponent has already submitted their answers. The top student was stunned. What was happening? He was still grappling with the first question, while his opponent had completed all 10. Surely this was a mistake. After all, these were multiple-choice questions. With options A, B, C, and D, one could easily guess and submit, likely achieving a maximum accuracy of around 25. However, upon checking the results, the top student was left speechless. His opponent's accuracy was 100. All correct. While he had yet to complete one question, his opponent had answered 10 correctly. The top student stared at his phone, a look of horror etched across his face, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, in a tutoring center classroom, several students gathered around, opening the study app to engage in PK. They had agreed to collaborate in boosting their PK scores, with each person tackling a different question. This strategy would significantly reduce the time taken to complete the set. The PK began. Each student diligently used their phones to capture their designated questions, fervently calculating. However, midway through, a phone on the table suddenly vibrated. Your PK opponent has already submitted their answers. The students exchanged bewildered glances, astonished. What was happening? Their opponent had submitted already. This had to be a joke. How could it be so fast? Upon checking the accuracy, their expressions shifted to one of terror. Accuracy. 100. All correct. In a high school teacher's office, a teacher opened the study app to engage in a PK at the Super Nightmare level. Though the teachers possessed considerable expertise, it was still essential for them to regularly practice to reinforce their skills. The teacher worked through the problems at a pace noticeably faster than the students. Having matched for over 2 hours, achieving a win rate of 100. All victories. A slight smile crept across the teacher's face. While students were expected to surpass their instructors, the current PK results suggested otherwise. As another round of PK began, the teacher quickly scribbled calculations on scrap paper, pen flying. The first question was completed. The second, done. The third posed a challenge, causing a 2-minute delay. but it was also completed. The teacher felt invigorated, noting that the time taken for this series of questions was significantly less than the previous sets, that he estimated that by the time he finished, the PK student would likely still be grappling with only 3 or 4 questions. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. The teacher glanced at the screen, bewildered. Your PK opponent has already submitted their answers. What? Finished. Was his opponent also a teacher? Chapter 57. The appearance of Chen Lu. At first, Chen Zhao paid attention to the PK results. But eventually, he ceased to monitor them, focusing solely on solving problems. After all, he had been consistently winning, and with overwhelming margins. None of his PK opponents had managed to complete even the 5th question before he finished. Thus, the outcome of the PK was of little concern to him, as victory was a foregone conclusion. While he was engrossed in his practice, Chen Zhao's peripheral vision suddenly caught the classroom atmosphere shifting. Many students were lifting their heads to gaze out of the classroom windows. The homeroom teacher frequently appears in the corridor outside the classroom, peering in on the happenings within. As soon as the teacher arrives, many students instinctively glance outside. However, something seems amiss. When the homeroom teacher stands outside, students merely steal a quick glance and then feign engrossment in their studies. Presently, the scene in the classroom is rather peculiar, with many students craning their necks to gaze outside. Chen Zhao also turns to look out the window, curious about the enigmatic figure that has captivated everyone's attention. To his astonishment, he discovers a strikingly beautiful woman. Indeed, she is stunning, towering at approximately 175 centimeters, clad in a crisp white blouse and a gray knee-length pencil skirt. Her bosom is impressively ample, resembling balloons stuffed in her attire. With a chic bob cut, she exudes a sharp and efficient aura, her fair complexion accentuated by bright, captivating eyes and a radiant smile, while she clutches a folder in her arms, reminiscent of a glamorous secretary from a Mary Sue film. Chen Zhao is instantly entranced. From whence does this beauty hail? Is she perhaps someone's sister in the class? The woman, appearing equally perplexed, peers through the window, seemingly searching for someone. After a brief moment, likely failing to spot the individual she seeks, she lowers her head to retrieve her phone and taps on it. Suddenly, Chen Zhao's phone vibrates. He receives a message. I'm outside your classroom. Can you see me? The sender is Chen Lu, the agent from the Do Xiong Mao live streaming platform. Chen Zhao suddenly recalls that a few days ago, Chen Lu had mentioned something regarding a contract, and they had arranged for her to visit him at the classroom. After several days of anticipation, she has finally arrived. This short-haired beauty truly Chen Lu? Chen Zhao is astounded. She is remarkably attractive. Far from the ordinary image of an agent, she resembles a celebrity. Typing quickly, he messages Chen Lu. I see you. Please wait a moment. We have 2 more minutes until class is over. Chen Lu lowers her head to her phone and simply replies with, okay. No one in the classroom is aware of Chen Zhao's exchange with Chen Lu. Yet her presence has undeniably stirred a commotion among the students, who are now whispering amongst themselves. Wow, what a stunning beauty. Whose sister is she? I want to befriend her. Could she possibly be someone's girlfriend? If she is, we'll make him pay. When have the boys in our class been so fortunate? She must be an infiltrator. I'm so envious. Why don't I know such a gorgeous girl? Who is this beauty here to see? I don't know. I secretly hope she is here for me. Chen Zhao finds it increasingly difficult to concentrate on his work. Signing a contract is a significant matter, especially with such a breathtaking beauty as his agent. He initially assumed that agents assigned by the website would be mundane and forgettable. Yet here he is, faced with this striking individual. Chen Zhao even speculates that the website might have assigned him such a stunning agent to squeeze a bit more out of the contract's financial terms. Chen Lu then looks down at her phone again and types, "Where are you? Could you wave at me?" It dawns on Chen Zhao that although they have conversed online for a few days, they have yet to exchange photographs and do not know what each other looks like. Chen Lu does not even recognize him yet. Thus, Chen Zhao waves towards the window. Chen Lu immediately spots him, smiling and nodding, indicating, "I see you." However, the next moment brings an utterly bemusing turn of events. Some boys in the class, unaware of the situation, perceive Chen Zhao waving at the beauty as an attempt to attract her attention, and they quickly follow suit, waving enthusiastically. In an instant, nearly half the class is waving at Chen Lu outside the window. Moments later, Chen Zhao receives a message from Qin Lu. "Oh, are the first one who waved. Right? Why are so many people in your class waving?" Chen Zhao can only smile wryly as he types back. "Yes, I was the first to wave. That I asked for why so many are waving. It's probably just a trend." With the entire class eagerly anticipating, the bell finally rings to signal the end of class. Usually, students would rush to the door, eager to dash to the cafeteria. But today, no one stirs. They remain seated. Obediently. The reason is simple. Both boys and girls are consumed by curiosity over one question. Who is this beauty outside the classroom here to see? Chen Zhao opens the classroom door and steps out. The entire class watches in astonishment as Chen Zhao shakes hands with the beautiful woman, and the two of them depart, chatting animatedly. The classroom erupts in excitement. Wow, so she is here for Chen Zhao. His luck with the ladies is unbelievable. Is she Chen Zhao's girlfriend? I doubt it. Didn't you see them just shake hands? Couples usually either hug or kiss, not shake hands. Exactly, why would they shake hands? She can't possibly be his sister either, as siblings wouldn't shake hands. That's a good point. It's quite odd to shake hands upon meeting. The classroom buzzes with speculation, with no one able to ascertain the relationship between Chen Zhao and this beauty. After all, no one could ever guess that while Chen Zhao diligently studies to secure the top rank in his grade, he also live streams every night, amassing 500,000 followers. Qin Lu leads Chen Zhao to the school gate, where a white BMW convertible awaits at the curb. "Get in. Let us have a meal while discussing the contract." Qin Lu takes the driver's seat, and Chen Zhao settles into the passenger seat, fastening his seatbelt. Soon, they arrive at a quaint restaurant, ascending to a private room on the second floor, where they order several dishes. Qin Lu pulls out the contract from her folder, lays it on the table, and begins to discuss the details with Chen Zhao. There are two options. The first offers a base salary of 600,000 a year from the Douxiong Mao live streaming platform, with a 60-40 split of gifts in favor of the platform. The second option provides a base salary of 100,000 annually, with a 70-30 split favoring Chen Zhao. In essence, if he desires a higher base salary, he must accept a lower share of gift earnings and vice versa. Chen Zhao is taken aback by the contract figures. The live streaming platform is willing to offer him a staggering 600,000 as a base salary. This translates to a monthly income of 50,000, nearly 2,000 daily. 2,000 a day, what a concept! However, after a fleeting moment of elation, Chen Zhao regains his composure. The live streaming platform is not a fool. They would not offer such a generous salary without reason. Thus, receiving such a lucrative contract undoubtedly stems from his exceptional performance, as the platform believes retaining him would yield greater profits. But which option should he choose? Chen Zhao decides to consult with agent Qin Lu, as she is the expert, while he is merely a novice in this field. Chapter 58. Signing with a prominent streamer. When choosing between these two options, you must consider your development over the next few years, Qin Lu analyzes. What do you mean? Chen Zhao inquires. If you plan to rely on live streaming as your primary source of income in the coming years and intend to stream throughout the day, you should opt for the option with a lower base salary and a higher gift share. This will likely yield greater earnings, Qin Lu explains. However, if you wish to pursue other career avenues, it is advisable to select the option with a higher base salary and a lower gift share. Chen Zhao nods, finding Qin Lu's reasoning sound. With his intellect, he comprehends immediately that if he intends to devote most of his energy to live streaming in the future, then seeking a higher gift share makes sense. From a long-term perspective, an additional 10% in gift earnings could translate to tens or even hundreds of thousands more annually, surpassing any decline in base salary. Conversely, if he plans to remain somewhat detached from streaming, only engaging occasionally as he does now, then a higher base salary would be the prudent choice. The question then arises, how much effort will he invest in live streaming in the future? Chen Zhao sits in contemplative silence, as still as a statue, his expression grave. Recognizing the significance of his decision, Qin Lu refrains from interruption, patiently awaiting his conclusion. After a prolonged moment, Chen Zhao lifts his head, smiles at Qin Lu, and articulates his decision. In the coming years, I will continue to pursue live streaming. However, I will treat it as a side venture and not devote excessive energy to it. Therefore, I will opt for the option with a higher base salary and a lower gift share. Qin Lu nods, taking the contract back and swiftly writing in the figures before pushing it toward Chen Zhao for his signature. Truthfully, as an agent, she hopes that Chen Zhao will thrive in the live streaming industry. That as the saying goes, when one person ascends, their companions thrive. Once Chen Zhao achieves prominence as a top streamer, someone akin to the king of chicken dinners, she, as his agent, will also benefit. Nevertheless, Qin Lu fully respects Chen Zhao's decision not to pursue live streaming as a primary career. After all, individuals possess the right to choose their own paths in life. Qin Lu has a strong premonition that this young man is far more extraordinary than he appears. His future prospects may be astonishing, certainly beyond the confines of a mere popular streamer. The source of this intuition eludes her, yet it is undeniably strong. Chen Zhao is destined to become an exceptional figure. Chen Zhao promptly and decisively signs the contract and affixes his thumbprint. From this moment forth, the contract is in effect. Chen Zhao is officially recognized as a prominent streamer. As the year is already halfway through, your base salary will be adjusted to 300,000. The new gift-sharing ratio will commence from midnight tomorrow. The 300,000 will soon be deposited into your account. Qin Lu paused for a moment, hesitated, but could not resist asking, "However, I am quite curious about one thing. Typically, when young individuals thrive in an industry and earn substantial sums, they seldom retreat as you have done so. Why have you chosen not to pursue live streaming full-time?" Chen Zhao contemplated for a moment and replied with a smile, "The live streaming industry, when mastered, is indeed quite lucrative. With my capabilities, if I were to dedicate myself to live streaming, engaging for 10 hours a day like other streamers, I would undoubtedly rise to fame swiftly. An annual salary of 1 million is certainly within reach. And there exists the potential to become a streamer earning tens of millions. However, my aspirations lie elsewhere." Qin Lu was taken aback and instinctively inquired, "Where do your ambitions reside?" "To be candid, I am not like the average person," Chen Zhao smiled. "My intelligence quotient, if I may say, is astonishingly high. Were it anyone else making such a claim, Qin Lu would surely have laughed it off." Yet upon hearing Chen Zhao's assertion, she felt an immediate sense of belief. As if a light bulb had gone off in her mind, as an agent, Qin Lu had dedicated a week to studying Chen Zhao's streaming footage. She discerned that his approach to the game was unlike that of others, possessing a unique flair. While typical streamers might panic and fire erratically when confronted by enemies, Chen Zhao remained composed, effortlessly delivering precise shots to their heads, regardless of how sudden the encounter. When advancing to the final circle, other streamers would cautiously adjust their positions, constantly scanning their surroundings for the optimal vantage point. In contrast, Chen Zhao approached the final circle without hesitation, as if he had memorized the map in advance, leisurely arriving at the best position with an air of strategic mastery. Qin Lu had noticed this during her review of the footage, but could not comprehend how Chen Zhao achieved such prowess. Now, upon his mention of his remarkable intelligence, she finally understood. It was indeed due to his elevated IQ. This intelligence allowed him to make judgments swiftly in situations where many players would take ages to react. Furthermore, his control over firearms and positional choices was significantly superior to that of the average person. "What exactly is your IQ?" Qin Lu suddenly became curious about this detail, feeling a sense of pride as she added, "My IQ is also quite high. I recently took a test and scored 122, ranking 741st out of tens of thousands. How much higher are you than I?" Chen Zhao smiled and remained silent. That IT was not an act of pretentiousness, but rather because his IQ was undoubtedly the highest on the chart. An unprecedented 400. He feared that Qin Lu would not believe such a figure, so he chose to remain reticent. Noticing Chen Zhao's silence, Qin Lu wisely refrained from further probing and returned to the matter at hand. "Your account will receive a yellow V badge starting tomorrow night at midnight, signifying that you have officially become a resident deity on the Duxianmo live streaming platform. Subsequently, the platform will assign you a recommended PK. Are you aware of what that entails?" Chen Zhao was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head in bewilderment. "No, I am not familiar with what a recommended PK is." When you open the live streaming software, you will see numerous windows showcasing different streams on the homepage. Those are the recommended slots of the platform. Newly contracted streamers' rooms will be featured there. Thus, when users open the software, they will see them and many will inevitably click in, greatly enhancing exposure and allowing streamers to rapidly gain followers, Chen Zhao explained. After midnight tomorrow, your streaming room will also be displayed in the recommended section. So, the platform will promote me and help me gain followers? Chen Zhao exclaimed with joy. That is absolutely splendid. Indeed, the post-contract benefits were markedly different. Directly enhancing his follower count by featuring his stream on the homepage, .it was well known that followers would provide tips, and the more followers one had, the greater the earnings. Naturally, Chen Zhao was elated. However, Chen Zhao interjected, during the process of the platform recommending your streaming room, there will also be a PK. PK. Chen Zhao recalled the learning app he had previously used, where one competed against others while solving problems. Could this live streaming venture involve a similar competition? Precisely. Several streamers will concurrently occupy the recommended slots for 3 days. Afterward, we will assess your follower growth and conversion rates. That will determine the outcome of the PK, Chen Zhao elucidated, for the next half hour. She elaborated on the intricacies of the PK to Chen Zhao, who began to grasp the concept. Beginning at midnight tomorrow, his streaming room would be prominently displayed on the Duxianmo platform, alongside several other game streamers. A considerable number of users would click in, and if they found the content appealing, they would follow the streamer. The recommended placement would last for 3 days, after which data would be compiled for comparison. The two primary metrics involved were follower growth and conversion rates. Follower growth was straightforward. For instance, if one had 100,000 followers 3 days prior and 1 million followers afterward, the growth would amount to 900,000. Conversion rate, on the other hand, referred to the percentage of viewers who followed the streamer after entering the room. For example, if 100 individuals entered the stream and 30 followed, the conversion rate would be 30. Conversely, if 10 entered and 9 followed, the conversion rate would skyrocket to 90. These two metrics would effectively gauge a streamer's allure. After the PK concluded, streamers with favorable data would receive strong support from the platform, while those with poor metrics would be relegated, left to slowly accumulate followers without substantial backing. Thus, this PK was of paramount importance, directly influencing a streamer's future. I recommend that since the day after tomorrow is the weekend, you have 2 days of free time, that it would be best to stream from dawn till dusk during those days to maximize follower growth. If you could take a day off on Monday, do so and stream all day to exchange for more followers. This would increase your chances of winning the PK, Chen Zhao advised. Chen Zhao nodded in agreement, recognizing the significance of the PK and the merit of taking time off to prepare for it. That afternoon, during school hours, Chen Zhao hurried to the principal's office. The school policy dictated that for a 1-day absence, one could approach the homeroom teacher, but for 3 or more days, the principal's approval was required. Although the recommended streaming period coincided with the weekend, third-year students had no weekends as they were occupied with exams. Therefore, if Chen Zhao sought to take leave, he would need to request 3 days, necessitating the principal's sanction. Anxious, Chen Zhao approached the principal, uncertain whether his request would be granted, especially with exams approaching. While he pursued live streaming, to persuade the principal. He brought along the contract for his newly signed deity role, hoping it would convey that he was engaged in legitimate endeavors rather than frivolous pursuits. With trepidation, he knocked 3 times on the door. The principal's voice called from within, "Come in." Upon entering, Chen Zhao observed the principal, wearing spectacles, engrossed in writing, that he refrained from interrupting and quietly stood across from the desk after closing the door. After a brief moment, the principal looked up, surprised to see Chen Zhao. "What brings you here?" He removed his glasses and pushed aside the document he had been working on, gesturing for Chen Zhao to take a seat. Sitting opposite the principal, Chen Zhao got straight to the point. "Principal, I would like to request a 3-day leave from this weekend until next Monday." The principal nodded, smiling warmly at the diligent student. "A 3-day leave is not a significant matter, but you must tell me what you plan to do during this time. Please take a look at this." Chen Zhao handed the contract to the principal. The principal, puzzled, accepted the document and read a few lines, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. "You have signed with a live streaming deity?" The principal could hardly believe his eyes, that he was indeed taken aback. Having known Chen Zhao as an exceptional student who should be solely focused on his studies, immersed in textbooks and exercises. Yet here lay a contract for a live streaming deity confirming that Chen Zhao had already become a resident deity on a streaming platform. The principal was momentarily at a loss. He had never encountered a student quite like this, both academically gifted and signed with a streaming platform. Truly a polymath. I have signed with the Duxiamo live streaming platform as a resident deity. And there will be a PK this weekend involving several streamers being recommended by the platform to see who performs best, Chen Zhao explained succinctly, striving to convey the essence of the situation. This PK is crucial, as it will determine whether the platform will support me in the future. Therefore, I wish to take 3 days off to focus on this competition. After speaking, Chen Zhao felt a surge of anxiety, aware that, in the eyes of adults, pursuing live streaming was often seen as a frivolous endeavor. Would the principal grant him permission? After a prolonged silence, the principal suddenly opened a drawer and produced a leave approval slip, swiftly signing his name. I am not well versed in the live streaming industry, as it is typically associated with youth. However, I recognize that securing a contract as a deity streamer is a significant achievement. Opportunities should not be squandered. Therefore, I hereby grant you the 3-day leave, the principal stated earnestly. Chen Zhao was overwhelmed with excitement. He never anticipated that obtaining a holiday would be so effortless. He promptly stood up and expressed his gratitude to the principal. Not so fast. My words are not yet finished, the principal interjected. Regardless of whether you choose to pursue a career in the live streaming industry in the future, I sincerely hope that you can focus your primary energies on your studies before the college entrance examination, that a commendable university can also provide you with opportunities to stream while studying. The principal's earnest admonition warmed Chen Zhao's heart, leading him to believe that the principal genuinely had his best interests at heart. After pledging to study diligently and reiterating his thanks, Chen Zhao exited the principal's office, ready to engage in the live streaming competition. To prepare for the showdown, Chen Zhao understood that he must first gather information about his opponents. Knowledge of oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in every battle. Thus, he reached out to Qin Lu to obtain pertinent details regarding the upcoming competition as a gaming streamer. He only needed to compete against newly signed gaming streamers. There were 3 opponents slated to challenge Chen Zhao. The first was a beautiful streamer named Guochang. Her approach was quite similar to Xiao Zhuzuan's. She attracted fans with her striking looks and occasionally serenaded them with her melodious voice while gaming. Although her skills in battle royale games were merely average, her beauty and charm garnered her an impressive fan base that exceeded Chen Zhao's by 50,000. She was indeed a formidable contender. The second opponent was Lin Yuhang, a technically proficient streamer who was a few years Chen Zhao's senior and had retired from professional gaming. His skills were exceptional, and he had swiftly amassed a substantial following, surpassing 500,000 fans within just a week of joining the Do Xiong Mao streaming platform. The third competitor was a comedic streamer known as Air Pang, who, contrary to his name, was rather slender. His streams were filled with humorous banter that kept his audience in stitches. Air Pang's popularity surged as he had already surpassed 600,000 fans. Faced with such formidable adversaries, Guochang, Lin Yuhang, and Air Pang, Chen Zhao returned home that evening and diligently reviewed their video replays. The more he watched, the more he felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. They were all quite formidable. Guochang was indeed captivating, effortlessly enchanting the audience with her mere presence. Lin Yuhang exhibited the prowess of a professional player, achieving victory in 4 out of 5 matches, with the only defeat being due to an unfortunate encounter with the bombing zone. Nevertheless, Chen Zhao remained confident in his ability to outmaneuver Lin Yuhang. Even if he was strong, in the presence of Chen Zhao's 400 IQ, he was merely an inexperienced novice. As for Air Pang, his humor was astonishingly entertaining. One could imagine even Guo Digang being captivated by his wit. Initially, Chen Zhao found himself laughing heartily at Air Pang's streams, but soon the realization struck him. This amusing streamer was his opponent. After some contemplation, Chen Zhao recognized that he must approach this competition with utmost seriousness, employing every strategy at his disposal to this end. He hung a notice in his streaming room. Starting tomorrow, I will be streaming continuously for 3 days, 10 hours each day. Your support is highly welcomed. The fans, upon seeing the notice, were utterly astonished. What is going on? Is the sun rising from the west? No way. The usually lackadaisical Chen Zhao is going to stream for 3 consecutive days. What monumental event has transpired to prompt such a sudden increase in streaming? Wow! A 3-day marathon of casual gaming. This unexpected delight is quite a surprise. Is today April Fool's Day? When has Chen Zhao ever streamed for such an extended duration? Some fans speculated about a possible scenario. Could it be that Chen Zhao is signed to the top-tier streamer? Typically, when signing with a big-name streamer, there is a 3-day PK involved, which usually results in extra streaming. A top-tier streamer. You think it's that easy to sign? At most, only 3 to 5 get signed in a month. Although Chen Zhao is formidable, he is still relatively inexperienced. Indeed, it seems Chen Zhao has only been streaming for a few weeks. Even if he did sign with a top-tier streamer, it would take a few months. Absolutely. After a few months, Chen Zhao will undoubtedly be able to sign with a top-tier streamer. The fans chattered incessantly in the chat room, and Chen Zhao furrowed his brow. What? The fans were unaware that he had already signed with a top-tier streamer. Glancing at his profile picture on the webpage, he noticed that the coveted V mark denoting a top-tier streamer was still absent. This simply would not do. Chen Zhao clicked on customer service in the backend, inquiring as to why his account had not yet received the V mark. The customer service representative replied, "Please hold on. We are currently debugging the backend. It will be ready shortly." Chen Zhao had no choice but to wait patiently for a few minutes. Just as his impatience began to mount, a notification popped up in the lower right corner of his computer screen, asking if he wished to add a V mark to his profile on the streaming platform. Was there even a need to ask? Of course, he would. Chen Zhao clicked to agree and refreshed the webpage. Indeed, the V mark now adorned his profile picture, signifying that he was officially a top-tier streamer. As he began his stream, he greeted his fans. "Hello, everyone. The grass-cutting games are about to commence. First, I have some exciting news to share. I have officially signed with Do Xiongmao's top-tier streamer team. And you should be able to see that V mark at the bottom right corner of my profile." The stream initially fell silent, but soon erupted with a flurry of messages. The crooked-mouthed war god exclaimed, "No way. Amazing. He really signed with a top-tier streamer. That was quick. I thought we'd have to wait months. Chen Zhao, brother, I want to have a baboon with you. So impressive. Congratulations. This seems to be the fastest signing with a top-tier streamer I've heard of. Go, streamer. I have nothing else to say. Here is a tip." As the flood of gifts began pouring in, the celebratory atmosphere for Chen Zhao's signing was palpable. Within a mere minute or two, thousands of gifts filled Chen Zhao's streaming room. He had never witnessed such an overwhelming deluge of gifts. It left him both dazzled and speechless, struggling to express his gratitude to the generous supporters. The gift storm persisted for a solid 4 to 5 minutes, and Chen Zhao estimated that during that brief period, he had earned at least 10,000 yuan. The speed at which he was making money was simply terrifying. If every day of streaming could yield such a bounty, he would soon become a billionaire. However, he was acutely aware that this was unlikely. The gifts were merely a celebratory gesture for his signing with a top-tier streamer. And such fortune would not be a recurring event. Just then, Xiao Zhuzuan sent a group invitation, and Chen Zhao promptly accepted. "Have you signed with a top-tier streamer?" Xiao Zhuzuan asked immediately, likely having noticed the V mark next to Chen Zhao's profile. "Yes. I just signed," Chen Zhao replied eagerly. "The PK starts this Saturday and continues through Monday. I could really use your help." "Of course, no problem," Xiao Zhuzuan affirmed. Chen Zhao contemplated asking how Xiao Zhuzuan intended to assist him. But the game had already begun, so he hesitated to voice his query that he assumed that Xiao Zhuzuan would likely join him for a collaborative stream over the weekend to help attract more fans. This was certainly advantageous. After all, his 3 opponents did not seem to have any prominent streamer friends, so aligning himself with the popular Xiao Zhuzuan would give him a better chance of success. The match took place in a rainforest map, where Xiao Zhuzuan followed Chen Zhao as they parachuted down. Chen Zhao landed near a central housing area and, by fortune's grace, discovered a QBZ-95 along with a fully equipped Uzi. He was virtually invincible. When the QBZ-95 was first introduced, it was indisputably a divine weapon with explosive damage and rapid fire rates, making it incredibly stable. Acquiring it was akin to obtaining a drop weapon. However, due to numerous player complaints regarding game balance, the QBZ-95 underwent multiple nerfs, leading to a significant reduction in its fire rate, rendering it one of the slower guns in the 5.56 caliber category. Nonetheless, even a withered camel is larger than a horse. And the QBZ-95 remained a highly effective firearm, to the very least. Chen Zhao believed it to be on par with the lower-tier M416. Acquiring it was undoubtedly a valuable gain.